Hello, YouTube. This is Chris again with Baker Paranormal Services. This is going to be in this video. I'm just redoing an intro for a little over 6 hour live stream that me and Rebel State did, and Caleb joined towards the end. He's one of my fans, and he's also somebody I know personally. I didn't know that until that night. That he was one of I didn't know who he was until that night. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I knew he was following me. I just didn't know who he was. So anyway, I'm remaking this intro. I finally found a way. Well, I didn't find a way. Rebel State Sovereign found a way. It's a downloader, and I'll make sure I put the link in the description in case you're having this problem. And this video is going to be the 6.5 or a little over 6 hour live stream. I got to edit some stuff out so that YouTube and Google will leave me alone. So sorry, it's been going up and down, up and down, up and down on my channel. A lot of you guys been asking, where is it? You guys want to rewatch it? You guys shared it, and I appreciate all that. You guys, all the love and support and likes and excuse me. So if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and re-comment on the video again, re-like the video, re-share this video. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this off now, and then I'm going to go ahead and edit the video, and I will see you at the end. Hey, Miss Miley. How you guys doing?
I'm here.
All right, we got Rebel State back. You just got to the end of the national anthem. I wasn't able to put my hand over my heart for the Pledge of Allegiance because I was standing up back by the door so people could see me standing up and weren't looking at my pecker. And I had my hand behind me so that the door didn't hit me if somebody comes trying to barrel out through the door.
I didn't hear the national anthem, Chris. I don't know if it actually came through.
Did you guys hear the national anthem and hear the Pledge of Allegiance and all that? I hope so.
And I'm not seeing the live stream yet, but I will find it. Give me a second.
Yeah, we're not getting any video. Why aren't we getting any video again? Okay, now it says we're getting video. Now we're not getting video. Oh, well, I guess we're a radio show.
Welcome to our dark podcast. We've done that a few times. Thanks for watching. Oh, I love the thumbnail, man. That's great. That's awesome. Trump, make America great again. I'm digging that.
With the American flag. All right, so what's the first topic we're going to touch on tonight?
Well, we're going to hit a bunch tonight. I think we got to address the title. Basically, Casey Neistat, a big YouTuber, who most people respect, including myself. We just have a difference of opinions on political parties. I made a video about it, and I feel that the way he approached it could have been done a little more tact, a little more what's the words I'm looking for here? I think it could have been...
Hold on, not to interrupt you. Thank you, Miss Miley. I really appreciate that. She says, I'm joining in the American anthem in front. I'm not American, which she's not, but I want to join in and have my hand over my heart. Thank you. That means a lot.
I see that now.
And if we don't answer you verbally, we'll tat it. We'll tat it. We'll text it in the chat because we'll get really deep and heavy on tonight. I can guarantee it. So.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a long one. I can tell. All right.
Go ahead.
I know we had the delay, so we'll try to keep up with that too. Explain that to the people that there's a delay when you're live streaming. So when they chat, if we answer, it's gonna be probably later in the chat, and we'll try not to interrupt each other like we always do. We don't mind though. Basically, I made a video responding to Casey Neistat, and I know we spoke about doing something earlier, but I was on vacation, and plus I had work and all the other things. But now I'm back, and we're definitely going to touch this subject. He's a big-time YouTuber, vlogger, great editor, great storyteller. But the way he did his video, when he basically called out all the big YouTubers to make a pro-Hillary video, he didn't give the choice, which I put in my actual video. He didn't give the choice of the other two parties that are available. He didn't list, anything. All he said is basically, if you don't vote for Trump, if you don't vote for Hillary, then you're basically messing up. And that's putting it politely. You can probably edit those clips and put them in there if you want to. But I felt I needed to take a stand, basically not just for Trump, who I'm pulling for, but also for the other two parties, because there are other options. And there's the option not to vote. It was never even discussed. What's your take on it?
Well, I was trying to get my chat to work. It kept sending. I had a message on.
It's hello chat.
Huh?
It says hello chat. I see where you just put hello chat.
It wasn't saying it, and I had to refresh it. Now I refresh it. Now I'm seeing a black screen, and I'm able to chat. Hey, Miss Miley.
I'm seeing a black screen too.
That's all right.
Welcome to our podcast.
Yeah, welcome to our podcast. That's what we're going to start calling it from now on until we can freaking get this video thing figured out. We can see each other, so I guess that's all that matters.
Right. You know what? Speaking of that, I want to give a shout out because, I tried to reach a lot of these big YouTubers in this time frame. I listened to another, granted, some people are going to get mad that I even mentioned this, but I listened to some other big YouTubers in a podcast that they did. They have an excellent live detailed thumbnail that actually it's an animated moving live thumbnail that they use on their podcast. It's clown. It's actually I don't know who owns it or runs it, but I'll just use these people who are on it. It was Killer Keemstar, Daniel Keemstar, and that night they actually had Leafy on. Leafy is here, and there was a couple other YouTubers who were there, and they were discussing, the issues and the problems that they were having. Those things that divided them and, how they could work out their differences or not work out their differences. The following night, the same podcast, which is called Dated, had H3H3 on it. And and I have to say, Ethan from H3H3, these are all grown men. They had an intelligent conversation about pre-YouTube, pre-money, getting paid, doing it for the love of it. And hearing it from these guys, you know what I mean? You could hear the love of the craft, love the money that the craft can give you.
Well, in my opinion, back on what you were talking about, the Casey Neistat thing, we're just going to leave this video thing alone. If it gets video, it gets video. If it don't get video, it don't get video. I think there's one thing I have in your opinion and basing it with facts than just giving your asinine opinion and not having any kind of facts whatsoever to back it up. And then you go watch him on different, you do your paperwork and you go over the paper trail and you see that he has been endorsed by the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation, and then going to lie to his fans in the world that are watching his videos and say he wasn't endorsed. No, you were endorsed. It's just simple, plain fact. You were endorsed, and then what you were trying to get people to go out there and vote for the person you want to vote for, and then you have no facts to back it up. See, I have facts to back up why I think the way I think on any topic I touch on. I cannot stand people to do that and have no basis to why. And if you don't have the evidence, you shouldn't go hot. You shouldn't have your mic on. You shouldn't have your videos on.
Right. Yeah, I've seen a lot of trolls, basically, in Casey and other, from both sides, from both sides, from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, third and fourth parties, trolling a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of social media sites, including Facebook, etc., Twitter, and a lot of them are new accounts. You know what I mean? These people are just cowards, in my opinion. If they're going to make a new account, they're not going to use their actual account to actually be accountable for when they make these harsh, rational I shouldn't even say that. I shouldn't even word it like that. I should just say when they make these derogatory comments. That's not how you win an argument. You win an argument with facts. And both of us have discussed facts that are out there against Hillary, and that are, some of the actual issues that may concern people who may be on the fence or whatever with Trump. WikiLeaks has, tons of documentation against Hillary. There's a ton of documentation on the internet, basically against her. It's, facts that has been brought up, and we all know what that entails. Do you want to add to that? I don't want to. I see you commenting there in the comments.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my fans to get more people in and join in on the stream, because this is something that most people and most channels try to steer away from. Even a lot of the so-called political channels, they try to steer away from this kind of shit, and they do because they don't want to kill their channel. But then they call themselves truthers. Well, how can you be a truther if you're afraid to speak the truth?
Right.
That doesn't make no sense to me. It boggles my mind.
Let me ask you, why do you think we lose the Oh, I think we're back up now. Or we're frozen. I see something up.
What do you see?
Well, I'm not even gonna touch that. As long as I see some screen, we're good. I'm not even gonna comment. I'm not gonna jinx this. Don't touch it.
No, I know, but what do you see here? I'm trying to see. Oh, that's the chat. I was like, what the heck is that up on my screen?
The white part? Yeah, I see that. Yeah, don't touch it. As long as I see it, we're good. So anyway, where we leave off?
Oh, yeah.
Facts?
We actually had this stream
start
planned
there?
for a while, guys, and we were going to do it last weekend, and we both got busy and ended up not doing it. And yeah, we actually had this planned out and had. See, that's the thing, guys. Is if you go over your legislations, that's the book that you get. And if we get video here, you'll be able to see this. If not, I'm just showing Rebel, which he already knows.
Yeah.
It's your ballot, your election guide, and it's very important, guys, that you go over this with a fine comb. At least read the props. Okay, and go over that and look at the pros, the yeses, the nos, the pros, the cons, because it's like anything else. If you only read part of it, then it sounds good. But when you actually read it down deeper, you realize that it does not sound good. Take one, for instance, here. Let me get it here. The Prop 59, which is it's the Corporation Politics Spending Federal Constitutional Protection Legislative Advisory Question. And it says, ask your California elected officials should their... Oh, I gotta plug my laptop in. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, I'm still here. I just gotta plug it in.
Right. Okay.
It says, okay, now we're plugged back in. All right. Should their... ask whether California elected officials should use their authority to propose and ratify an amendment to the federal Constitution overturning the United States Supreme Court. And then if you go down to the second half of that, I'm not going to read all that mumbo-jumbo legal stuff. Shall California's elected officials use all their constitutional authority, including but not limited to proposing and rectifying one or more of the amendments of the United States Constitution to overturn Citizens United? Okay? The way I read that, with my mind, is they're trying to get us to vote that it's okay for them to change our Constitution, which is not just going to affect me. It's going to, in my state, it's going to affect our country to where our Bill of Rights, our Constitution can be changed at any given time. I'm not okay with that. Those were put there by our founding fathers to protect us from big government.
Yeah, I agree, but they always make amendments. And every time they make an amendment, usually we look right to the truth, in today's time and age.
Well, and then you got
we have to fight for that right that we thought was, that that was just known. You know what I mean? It was something that we actually.
The problem is we take too much for granted. That's the problem. It is we we know the Constitution's there. We know the Bill of Rights is there for our protection, and we just assume and we
Right.
take for advantage that we have freedom of speech, we have freedom of thought, we have the free will to do whatever we want to do, and then we don't try to protect it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I agree
For
with
the most
that.
part.
I agree with that.
Before I get to this other amendment here, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, there's arguments on both sides of the fence for that too. But basically, and I don't believe this one. I don't believe this one at all. But I will use it as an example. When our founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they signed that Constitution. Had they been unsuccessful, they would all have been hung for treason, basically. But since we didn't sign that Constitution, those laws don't protect us. That Constitution is not for us. I don't believe in that, but that's an argument that's brought up. It's an argument, you know what I mean? I look at both sides. When we're talking about the political debate, with all the candidates, I look, I evaluate what is and what isn't with facts. But to our Constitution, it's hanging by a thread currently. There's something you mentioned earlier about gun control. Basically, is what Hillary's trying to that agenda is trying to be pushed. Second Amendment is super strong. That's how we defeat tyrants, or even our government. Should it come to that, the state I'm from, disrespect, I'm just quoting history. The state of South Carolina is still in the law books that you're supposed to carry basically a long rifle, a gun, or a shotgun. Basically when I say a long rifle, not an M16, AK-47, assault rifle, whatever. But it's basically still in the books. You're supposed to carry it to church with you on Sunday. Now the thought was to protect yourself against Indians, invading, because up and down the Carolinas, there was war between Native American Indians and whoever the settlers were. I'm just using that as an example.
Okay, well, and a lot
I think
of
the Second Amendment. I think the Second Amendment is there to protect us, and I think we need to make sure it stays in place. Even there's a video out on YouTube now where one of Hillary's guys are saying if she becomes president, it's going to be an executive order, and they will make those changes to try to either ban ammo, ban a weapon, ban parts of a weapon, to make things to make it harder. I've even heard that one of the last foundries, a foundry that makes actual bullets, and I may be using the wrong word, but that's what it is. If you stockpile the ammunition supplies, whether it's the gunpowder, whether it's the lead, whether it's the copper jacket or whatever, if you're one of the last foundries to get bought out, now they have to ship it from overseas back to our country. Now they can regulate it. Now that they can ban it. I think we need more armories that make and manufacture A, weapons, and B, bullets in each state.
Oh, I agree. See, and most people, they misread the Constitution, and we'll go with the Second Amendment because that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Is the way it's written is we have a right to bear arms. We don't need open carry or closed carry permits or any crap like that. We have a right to bear arms to defend ourselves and our country. And the right to bear arms is we have the right to have the same firepower our military has. Now, granted, tanks and jets and stuff like that, no. But firearms, because we are to be able to defend our country from foreign or domestic terrorism, including from our own government.
Right. Even though it's not said, but it is said. You know what I mean? It's because the English language has changed over the years. Like we were having a conversation before this live stream. The wording. Our founding fathers didn't know certain things are going to happen today. Like when Edward Snowden, released documents of us being spied on. You know what I mean? I'll more detail on that. We'll hit on that subject next, but let's stick with the Second Amendment. 1984, Orwell. Anyway, the Second Amendment of the United States reads: a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I think that's clear definition. Like you're saying, I think it's a clear definition. And but lawyers, I won't even get into the Bar Association yet and all that other stuff. This will be a long live stream. Hoping my battery lasts, because we're burning more battery than we are charging at the time that we're doing this. But when it says shall not be infringed, I think they're infringing when they say, listen, you need a permit for concealed, open carry, all these things. They try to regulate in any way possible. Because if you're government and you want to control your people and they're armed, you don't have a chance. If you disarm them, it'll be like any other country that was ruled by a dictator.
Well, and that's what I touched on some of my videos. That's what they want. They want us separated by race and religion and different things like that. They want us separated. And if they get us separated, fighting each other, we're not fighting them. And then they disarm us on top of that. We're sheeps to the slaughter.
Well, I mean, they separated us when they separated church and state. It was the first divide, one of the first major divides in this country. I mean, it was religious freedom.
I agree. They should have never taken God out of this nation, like they're trying to do.
Oh yeah.
That's just my opinion, and I'm going to stick by it. And I may lose subscribers and views on that, but our viewers on that. But they should have never taken God out of state, and never, ever, ever try to take him out of this nation.
Even religious freedom. If there's a choice for any part of any other sect of Christianity, I mean, because some people, they'll debate whether you're a Southern Baptist or a Catholicism, if you're a Catholic or a Protestant, you know what I mean? I mean, Hillary's. Did you see those? Did you see the recent WikiLeaks? Their one where Hillary basically bashing Catholics.
Just so you guys are all aware, I said it was rebel state sovereign, but it's not rebel state. I am doing an interview right now with R2D2.
Did it really break up?
You're breaking up pretty bad, bro.
That's horrible. You want me to say it again? I'll say it again.
No, we got the gist of it. And every time you start talking, you break up. So.
Oh, that's horrible.
That's funny. But yeah, I mean, they, and then you got that no-fly list thing to where anybody that's on the no-fly list for any reason whatsoever they have to go under scrutiny to be able to own a gun. No matter, they could have took a bar of soap that the pilot didn't like, and now they go on the no-fly list, and all of a sudden now they can't own guns. That's part of the gun grabbing. But then you go into the Prop 63, requires background check and Department of Justice authorization to purchase ammunition, prohibits possessions of large capacity ammunition magazine, established procedures for enforcing law prohibited firearm possessions by specified person. It can't even talk. Required Departments of Justice participation in federal national instant criminal background check system. How dumb would you have to be to vote yes on that? But that's tied into that no-fly list, and then you can't own a gun. That ties into that. See, that's what a lot of people don't understand is it's a big puzzle. It's a game, and they're strategically putting their pieces of the puzzle in place to where we fall for it. Majority of people fall. for it. And we voted. We voted in office. Twice every time Obama's ass. Twice. How do you get voted in twice?
Every time we give up a freedom for security, and that's how they pitch it to us. You know what I mean? Whether it's the Patriot Act, any of them. Basically, a lot of those amendments that we're speaking of. I mean, there's some good amendments that are out there. Don't get me wrong, but some of those some of the newer, amendments and these changes, whether it's a presidential order or whatever, that's what they're saying that Hillary's going to do is a presidential order. And that's coming from her cabinet, What do you do at that point?
Well, see, and that's where the problem lies. See, and again, we're going to go back to the Constitution, the way it is written, is that if your government is going on treason, and I'm going to call Obama treason, Hillary treasonous. They're both treasonous. Some of our cabinet's treason. So, a lot of our government is treason. Okay, and the way the Constitution is written up says that if the President of the United States is known treason, and it's been proven that he's been so many acts of treason, it's not even funny, that the Vice President is to stand up and remove him of his duties. That's part of the Vice President's job. Okay? If the Vice President doesn't do it, then the Cabinet's supposed to stand up and take him out of office. Okay? If they don't do it, the military's supposed to stand up and do it. If the military doesn't do it, it's a chain. If they don't do it, the police department steps in. If the police department don't come in, then people like me and you good luck getting past over the gate of the White House. But we have the power and the authority to go lock his ass up for a citizen's arrest for treason. But not a lot of people understand that. That's how the Constitution is written for us to do. We have more power than what they're saying we have. They want to keep people.
Yeah, well, they've taken a lot of power too, and people have fell for that scheme, that scam. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And people have voted for it. Because the legalese that you just read off in that proposal and those memorandums, the legalese are always skewed for whatever agenda they want to push. And most people look over it and they're like, I don't understand it. Because it's written basically in a foreign language. It's written in a legalese for law. Unless you're a lawyer, unless you study, to try to pass the bar, most of the time you're not going to understand it unless you go and look up all of those. And I'm speaking of the average American. Would you disagree?
No, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. It's the Wizard of Oz effect, is what it is. They don't pay no attention to the man behind the curtains, behind the smoke and mirrors, which is the Illuminati, and they're pulling the strings. Yes, Obama does have some power, but he doesn't have all the power that people think he has. If he's a good little puppet, he gets to pass certain laws, or he gets to do certain things, or go on certain trips, or whatever he decides he wants to do, but he has to be a good little puppet. See, you mentioned in your video, the last one that you put up about Casey Neistat, is that they should give the option to a third party. Well, when I watched that, I was like, in my mind, and I even said it as I was watching the video, I was like, Trump is the third party. Think about that. Democrats hate him. Democrats cannot stand Trump. Okay.
Oh, him personally, the person's the third party, not him as a Republican.
No. Check it out. There's a method to my madness here. The Republican Party, not people like me and you. I'm talking about the people in office. Majority of the Republican Party hate Trump. I'm not talking about people like me and you. I'm talking about people that are already in office, that are pulling strings. They hate. Look, they're fighting to try to keep him out of office. That would make him a third party. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So he is the third party because his own group, and I'm going to specify, not people like me, Rebel, the general public. I'm on the Trump train, and you can unsubscribe for me, choo-choo bitches. You can unsubscribe for me. You can stop watching me all you want, but that's who I'm voting for. And the one thing my people love about me is I'm honest about how I feel and what I think, and I'm not going to stop being that way now. Okay?
Right.
But when your own group don't like you, and the Democrats don't like you because you're fighting both groups, you're calling them treason, you're saying it's a rigged system, you're saying this, you're doing all this stuff that Trump's doing, you are the third party. There's no question about it. You are the third party. Yes, you've got Republicans backing you.
I wouldn't say he's the third party. I would say he's the odd man out because he's not that career politician. I wouldn't say he's the third party.
And that's what I love about it.
The GOP has been the grand old party, the Republicans have been around forever. The Democrats around forever. There are two I know we have other parties, but generally speaking, they don't get as near. They don't have the money, because they're new and upstart. Let's call them companies, because they have an agenda. They have things that they want to do, and they basically want their politician, their president, whether it's the president of their company. Let's use it in those terms, to become president of the United States.
I'm listening.
That's why they push those agendas. But like, wait, let me touch on this real quick. If I'm correct, I may be wrong. The actual wording in Article 5 is that the Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall make amendments to the Constitution. Now, supposedly Obama was a constitutionalist, supposedly, but he worked his magic to get around those things. Other presidents have done similar things. I can think of one in particular, and I believe it was Roosevelt when he did the Rough Riders. And he actually rode. Man, this guy was on a horse. He was, he was a tough SOB. You know what I mean? But he did it for good. He didn't do it for bad. He wasn't trying to, basically rob our future generation of by increasing, the tax deficit, our world economy. As we live a pretty privileged life in this country. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with the freedoms that we do, we have to exercise more of them. I think what you were saying earlier, we have to exercise more of those. We have to stand up for them. We have to use them, whether it's voting or whatever. You got to go back and look. What year was it that women were allowed to vote? You know what I mean?
If you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and touch the elephant in the room here that I'm sure you've probably been thinking about talking about, and I'm sure everybody in the room's going, should I ask about this? Should I? My opinion,
Sure.
What I think, and even what you think about the Trump hot mic that he didn't realize he was being recorded when he was on the bus with his son.
Right.
Okay. Now, do I agree that on what he said? No, it was wrong. It was absolutely 100% wrong. Okay. But again, that was 11 years ago. He apologized for it. He's made several apologies actually about it.
Right.
One, he apologized if he offended anybody. And I was watching one again today where he apologized about it. It was on Facebook. He apologized for saying it. He said, we all say stupid things. We all do stupid things. I'm learning every day. I grow every day. I've been around this country, this great country, talking to people and seeing women, out of jobs and women, he was opening up his heart and saying he felt bad for what he said, and guys, be honest here in the chat. When have you been sitting around with a buddy or a brother or cousin or whatever? It doesn't matter. And the same thing with you girls, and you were sober or you drinking or whatever, and said some stupid stuff like that you were like, I'm glad this wasn't being recorded, or I'm glad somebody didn't hear this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
all human nature.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's human nature at this point.
I will go on record and say I have never heard Trump apologize for anything. Anything, ever. His famous thing was, if you don't like me, you're fired. Remember, he even had his own... he never has apologized for anything.
On The Apprentice? Yeah.
Yeah. So, for him to say he's sorry...
I think it shows of his moral character. I mean, even his kids show of their moral character. You know what I mean? None of his kids have ever been on him. And here's the biggest damning thing that the Clinton side, that side, the Democrats can come up with to denounce, Trump as a good person. And here's the thing: everything that the Democrats have accused, Trump for, her husband or her are guilty of. Everything.
Oh, let me interrupt you real quick. Did you hear that shit that Arnold Schwarzenegger said? Remember, he was on the train back and forth. I don't know if I want to back Trump. I don't know if I'm going to back Trump. he comes out and says, because of that recording 11 years ago, that he's not going to pull for Trump now. Okay, now back this up a second.
Mm.
Wasn't it Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was governor of California? No, I like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I like his movies. I voted in for California, governor of California. But wasn't
Right.
it him when he was in office slept with his maid?
Pay child support and female to get in trouble about it. Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you forget that and you want to point your fingers at Trump for saying something 11 years ago that he didn't know was being recorded? And he apologized for it? You want people to forgive you for your mistake, but now you want to point fingers at Trump? It wasn't something that just happened. Now, I'm going to tell you, I've got 2 daughters. Okay, I've got 2 sons and 2 daughters. And if he was to say something like that about my daughters, I'd punch the fucker right in his face. No questions asked. Like I said, there's certain things he says and does that I don't agree with. He apologized for it, move on, okay? If he does it again, then we're like, okay, your apology wasn't sincere. But look how many women have come out and said this was all false flags. It was all faked. It was all rigged. He never touched this person. He never touched me. You know what I mean?
Alex Jones just uploaded a video today, well, actually tonight, that touched on that. That I think 6 out of the 9 girls, don't quote me on that, 6 out of the 9 girls had emailed or contacted Trump in the last 1 to 3 years, asking them to meet with them, or for if he was in town to come by their restaurant or something along that nature. You'll have to go look that up for yourself. Don't take my word for it. It's Alex Jones, and the information's out there. Come to your own conclusion on it, but it looks like it's getting denounced, and Trump has asked his aides to go through all his and rack the emails up, and if, because basically from what I understand, the Clinton organization has gone to NBC, who did The Apprentice, and they've contacted every single female, and out of thousands of girls, and all the things that he did on TV, they were only able to find these 6, 9, whatever, and most of them are announced from basically with facts again, where they've tried to contact him in the last 1 to 3 years, and he's got his aides looking through his emails and showing those.
Yep, and I've seen
and Alex Jones is saying basically they just want to be in the limelight again, to be famous again. They were on TV for a while, now they're not. I don't agree with but you hear that. It's locker room talk. You hear that with your buddies. It happens, He apologized for it. I'm glad. You know what I mean?
And I believe it. I believe his apology was sincere. I do.
Yeah, I do too. I have a daughter, and I feel the same way. If I'd have heard that, I would have had to back lane also. You know what I mean? I would have had to check him.
Exactly. You have to hit check his ass. But
right.
But the thing is he apologized for it. You know how many dumb mistakes that I've made in my life in 37 years of being on this planet? How many dumb things I've said, how many dumb things I've done personally on videos, on recordings, on audio, personally with family and friends, live streams, whatever. Dude, I'm not going to ever quit making mistakes. I know this.
No.
And if I want forgiveness, I gotta show that same common courtesy. If I see that you are doing everything you can and you apologize for what you did, I'm gonna accept that apology if I see you're sincere.
Right.
I think it's a government smokescreen.
Just don't do it again.
It is. They're
right.
They're trying to dig up dirt on him, And if he said it, he said it. He didn't deny he said it. He agreed that he said it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So. I don't know. That's been bugging me and stuff, and I wanted to bring it up on the stream, because I'm like, dude, most people probably don't even know he's apologized. Oh, and stop using the wall thing against him as racism. He said in his last stream he is going to build a big, beautiful door on that's open for people to come in legally, not illegally. So, stop trying to use that as as something against him. That's again trying to divide us as race. You know, you I don't know. And I was saying, how long did I say that, Rebel? How long was I saying that before he came out on that live stream? That's what he was talking about closing the board. It saves our manpower, military and cops. These same illegals, and I've got nothing against go watch my videos, and you'll see. I've got nothing against Mexican. I got nothing against foreign. We're foreign. Why do you think they call a Native American Native American?
Right. Right.
Think about that.
Even though you're born here. Yeah, your heritage. But I mean,
we're all
it's
foreigners.
one planet. We should. Yeah.
But we can't. We've
Well,
got
I mean,
laws in place, and you've got to follow that law. If you don't follow those laws, you have no place being here. I don't give a shit what country you're from, Mexico, New Zealand, China, wherever. If you can't follow the American law, I'm not going to go to your country and not follow your laws.
Right.
Go to another country and fly someone's flag and see, fly your own. Go to another country and fly an American flag. Watch what happens. Try it.
It better be a different country. To the United States.
Try to go over there and step on their flag, poop on their flag, wipe your butt with their flag. Try not to stand up during their national anthem. Matter of fact, when I had a full-time job a while back, my manager at the time, my supervisor, said he went to Mexico, okay, on vacation.
Right.
And during the national anthem at what we call soccer, they call football.
Right.
Which makes more damn sense if it's... come on, the only time you really ever kick a ball is like a punt or a field goal or whatever.
Right.
Your soccer's always on the ground, usually it's football. It makes more damn sense.
Right.
Anyway, don't get me started on that. During their national anthem,
great.
Even the babies stopped crying, he said. That's how... Are you serious? Why can't we have that here for our national anthem?
Well, I think the generations, over generations, we haven't had to fight for the freedoms that that our fathers fought. They're rolling in their graves, seeing the things that they've done. The blood that has been spilled, whether it was against the European superpower at the time. England, Britain was a superpower, and we won our freedom fighting them. You know what I mean? That is David and Goliath story all day long. It truly is. But the new younger generations have it so much easier than the generations of the past. And what I mean by that is, I'm going to use different examples. We had an industrial revolution. You know, here now today. Here's the stat. Let me give this. It takes two parents, basically, if you have two parents, whether it's 1 through 5, however many children you have. It takes almost two parents to work. In the 50s and prior, usually it was the father who went to work, and the mom was able. You could things. The cost of living were different. You look back at your grandparents, depending on whatever your age is, or your great grandparents. I'll use that. Just so I can kind of cover everybody in like great grandparents. If you really, but whoever that was, the male figure of your distant relative cousin, whatever, had to go to work because houses only cost so much, cars only cost so much. All materials on the planet that you needed to buy, gas, food, whatever, has gone up. Inflation. And now, without the mom in the house to basically give some principles, or because the kids are in school and the mom's still working. If it's a single mom, God bless her. I've been there. You know what I mean? My parents.
You were a single mom?
No, I was raised by a single mom for a while. So my mother, God rest her soul. And
I didn't know you were going to say. I didn't know you were going to say about your mom when I said you were a single mother. I didn't know you were going to go. You said, you know what I mean? So.
But you're good, man. You're good. We both know each other's history. We're good. But I don't think the lessons being taught because the parents are both in the workforce now, and even though they have it so simple, there's other countries that even children. I've seen children helping make dinner and take to dig a well to get water in some of those countries. You know what I mean? and you have to carry the water. You're fighting off flies, and hoping not to get malaria or whatever, and you're making bread. Takes you all day. It takes the women all day. Once they've collected the materials to make bread for the community. Small huts, small villages. I'm just using those as examples. Without that parental structure, always in the household, because like I said, America, we're pretty spoiled. I'm not complaining about it. We are. We're not. When's the last time a real war on our soil? I don't want one. I don't wish for one. We're very fortunate. You take countries like Israel. You know what I mean? You take the Gaza Strip. We use that. Palestine, which is not even there anymore. It's still Palestine, but they don't call it that anymore. There's so much fighting over there. It's the day-to-day. Kids have to go to school. They have to learn. The education is different there. There's a survival rate. You know what I mean? And those freedoms are the husbands in our past. It's so far in the past. I think people have forgotten, and they misuse it. They without because of not having as much parental structure in the household to go, hey, look. You don't need to talk that way. You don't need to cyberbully. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. I'm just using those as examples. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is that, and they're similar to yours in a lot of ways. Actually, all of what you just said, but we've gotten to the point, and we have been for too many years, where we let technology raise our kids. Laptops, yes. Video games, computers,
yes.
Different stuff like that, instead of going out fishing, going out hunting, going out working on cars. That's what the dad did with the sons and the moms, and that's just some of it. And the mom,
right.
The mom would stay home and teach the girls how to cook and sew. And I'm not trying to sound all like a bigot or anything. No, I know how to cook. I know how to sew. I know how to crochet, and I'm proud to know so. I can knit. I can do a beadry work. My grandma taught me how to do all this stuff.
Right.
I'm not talking bad about women getting out in the workforce. No, that's not what I'm saying. But back in the time, like you were talking about in the 50s and 60s, they didn't have to. They stayed
You're
home
right.
and took care of the
economy was
home,
different.
And
right.
if you got a full-time job, and I know my wife doesn't want to have a full-time job. My wife has to go out and work her butt off almost 365 days a year, almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She gets 1 weekend off.
Right.
You know what I mean? Works her ass off. I don't want that for my wife. You know what I mean? I want to be out. I want to be the major breadwinner in my family. And that sets an example for my kids. Hey, this is what my dad was out there working his ass off. He was a hard worker. I want to be the same way. You know what I mean? It conditions your kids. It really does. By everything you say and everything you do and stuff like that, when it shows that, there was a saying I saw on Facebook a while back. I said, all I really want out of my life is for my kids to look at me and go, my mom and dad really loved each other.
Right.
It's similar. Everything you're saying and everything you're doing, your kids are picking up, and that's stuff they're going to remember after you're long dead and gone. You gonna
still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was waiting to finish. Yeah, I agree. It's about married again. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Trump summed it up best with that slogan. He did. He truly did. And I would like to see the things instilled in future generations, because we came from. Because history does repeat itself. It does.
Well, see, and the
things go ahead.
The things that he was touching on too was nothing is going to be built outside of America again. Everything needs to be built here on the soil. And back when my dad was a kid, it didn't say. Matter of fact, if you go listen to the songs and stuff, like Charlie Daniels, has one. I believe he has one, and it says, "If it's not made in America, I don't buy it." Because back then, everything was made in America. I mean, you had your little every
Yeah.
occasional had stuff slip in, from out of seas, but that stuff kills American jobs. And you got people that are coming over here illegally and working for pennies on the dollar, you know, and stuff, and then they don't have to pay all the Obamacare and different shit like that because they don't even know they're on the books. Why do you think they made the law that any company that gets caught hiring and working an illegal citizen will be fined and possibly have their doors closed? That's a U.S. law
Yeah.
because certain people are getting tired of that because it's taken away from our job system, our money, and which is taken away from our household, which is making everything all screwy. You control the money, you control the water, you control the food, you have the power. Simple as that. You have the power. So, yeah.
Breaking up there for a second. I didn't want to interrupt.
I'm breaking up.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
breaking up.
You were breaking up on me, but I got the gist of it. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
All I'm saying is that if you want America to get worse than what it already currently is, and don't get me wrong, I'm not talking shit about. I love my country and I love my military, and anybody else puts their asses on the line for our protection.
Be right back in 2 seconds. I can hear you. I'm gonna step over and get a drink.
Okay, go get something to drink.
I'm right here. No, I'm right here.
I got you. Go.
You know I'll take a second.
Anybody that puts their ass on the line for our safety and our freedoms and to keeps me and my wife and my kids and my family and friends safe, you got my 100% support. Okay, what I'm talking shit about is that the government coming in and trying to destroy all that. You know what I mean? They're trying to destroy every ounce of what we have, and I forgot where I was going with that because you interrupted me. My brain thought went woo.
That's fine. I'm going to touch on a couple of different things too. The honor and respect, you were talking about jobs. Yeah, and we got the difference with inflation, things of that nature. Trey Gowdy, he's from South Carolina. My dogs are. He's from South Carolina, and he told a story one time about one of his closest political friends. His name is Tim Scott from South Carolina. Tim's, I'm guessing he grew up probably pretty poor. From the story that I was told, I follow him. I follow Tim Scott and Trey Gowdy for lots of different reasons because they're both connected to my state, and I like to see what they have to say and what they have to offer. Trey is one of the guys people know that was he's going to try to prosecute Hillary Clinton on the Benghazi thing. Has and probably will in the future, depending on who becomes president.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought
he told
that
a story.
Up. When you get to do it,
I'll bring it back up. But he told a story.
What you're saying, I'm gonna touch on the Benghazi.
Yeah, this was real easy. So Tim Scott is he's an older gentleman now. He's not a kid anymore. But when he was a little kid, Timmy used to sit there and watch his dad hold up the newspaper, and every single morning he would hold that newspaper up. So Timmy would see it, like he's reading from the newspaper every single morning. Timmy saw that. He's instilled that thought into Timmy, even though Timmy's father could not read, from what I've been told, even to this day. Even to this day. That says a lot about the character of his father. Do you follow me?
Yep. And that's what I was saying earlier. Everything we say, everything we do, our kids pick up. And
that was setting an example.
Exactly.
That was setting the example. Exactly. Exactly.
Now we're going to talk about the Benghazi incident here for a minute.
Okay.
That's why I keep calling her Hillary. is well, you already know that. Um,
Right. That's why I was laughing.
they it's been proven over and over and over and over and over and over and over again that Hillary and Obama, or Obama, how I call him, he's your
Right.
president, not mine. We're having secret
Mm.
conversations back and forth um, eh, in emails. They thought they deleted them from
Mm-hmm.
servers, but the FBI found them later.
Right.
That's a little note just so you guys know that just because you guys delete something doesn't mean it's gone. It's always saved somewhere, especially in this cloud world we live in. They found them when they finally got her to open up and say yes, that those were her emails. She blamed a YouTube video.
I know.
A YouTube
That's
video, really? So her and Obama are the ones that got the 4 soldiers in Benghazi killed, okay? Then we have Trump,
right.
who sends his personal plane over. I saw this on Facebook today, too, and I've seen it before. Sends his personal
Uh-huh.
plane over to help 200 stranded Marines.
Now he did that before he was elected president. He did that back in his civilian career long ago.
If my memory serves me correctly, yes, he hadn't even been running for president.
Right. There's nowhere president. Because he's been asked his whole life, would he? And he said, he had hoped for, someone to come along, like another President Reagan, basically. He didn't say President Reagan, but he said basically, like another Reagan. He'd hoped for somebody who would fill that spot. And when he didn't see it, he decided to fill that spot himself. Maybe he should have ran when he was younger.
Well, for 30 years, I saw a video today, for 30 years, Trump has been saying, now you go back 30 years, I saw some old videos. That was way before he even thought of running for president. Matter of fact, around that time, he had been asked if he wanted to run for president, and he said no, he didn't think he would ever run for president. Okay? Around that time, he asked, why are we still sending our soldiers over to police other countries?
See, that's one of the things that I was telling you about.
Let me finish. He says, why are we doing this, and why are we doing it for free? If we charge them, then we can put that money back into our own country to help build our country. That's the reason that they're doing so well, and they don't have to worry about having this badass military, is because we're doing it for them. We're wasting our money, we're wasting our time, we're wasting our manpower. We're getting innocent people killed, we're getting soldiers killed. For what? Let them police their own selves. If they need help, fine, we'll go help. That's why you have people that are your allies. You help each other out when in time of need. That's fine. Nothing against that. But to go over and constantly be policing somebody else's country, especially for free, let them do that themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Let them build their own military. You know what I mean? Not just some little piss poor military because we got the badass military and they know America's going to come running and protect their asses. You know? And that was pretty much what Trump said. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. Yes, I know there's more to that, Train.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're trying to touch on a lot of different subjects, so we're just giving key points.
Well, there's the quid pro quo. Can't get it out today. Tongue-tied. There was a bid to bury the Benghazi messages, that was passed back and forth with Hillary. Now, I was telling you earlier about Trey. He was selected to Benghazi. And I told you he's from my state.
back in the room again.
Say again?
R2D2's back in the room again.
Okay, I'll start over. Hear me now?
Just like Verizon.
Is there any? So the quid pro quo it was basically a bid to bury the Benghazi messages. The State Department, denies all this. The official pressures from the FBI, blah, blah, blah. The classifications that Hillary tried to get her, some of the documents changed. This was evidence. You don't change a classification of a document after the fact. You follow me?
Yep.
And that's what she basically, in some emails have been released by WikiLeaks. She has offered positions overseas for FBI agents, to go overseas. She changed some emails from classified, top secret. You know what I mean? But you can't change it after the fact. Basically, that's a bribe. Even doing that is it's basically treason. If she's getting paid to defend our country, I mean, we can go all the way down through Title 18s. I can go through those United States codes if you really want to. But I'm going to go back to what Trey Gowdy said. That's, like I said, he's chairman on that Benghazi committee, and I agree with a lot of things. He said. Now, Benghazi happened. What was it? September 11th, 2012. Right? Check me on that. I'm not sure. And long story short, Trey asked the questions. Why were they there? After everybody had pulled out, after they asked for repeated backup, lots of backup. They asked for backup repeatedly. Why were they still there? What were they doing there?
It says, Miss Miley says, and the video shut up saying offline, but I'm going anyway. YouTube's funked. And then she said, fuck. She rechanged her word.
That's funny. But,
every time we try to do this, every single time, YouTube messes with Dark Matter. He does his live streams. Not a problem. Not one problem does he have.
we're going to have to do one on Dark Matters. We'll have to do a live stream over there.
Yeah, he don't touch on this kind of stuff. Remember?
I know, but maybe we use his equipment. I don't know. But, I mean, there's evidence there. I mean, if that's true, there's factcheck.org. There's all these fact-checking sites. WikiLeaks is probably one of the best. You know what I mean? And there's so many smoking guns on those documents. Who knows what? Because every day, every hour, they keep putting out stuff. Like, holy crap, you find out about this, you find out about that.
I don't think it's the equipment. I don't think it's the equipment.
I think we should touch on a lot of that. But, I mean, basically, let me go back to Trey. Trey was talking about why were the guys there? When they asked for help, why was it help sent? And Clinton said they didn't see a point, basically. You know what I mean? It was already over. Well, how did she know it's already over? Because that fighting could have gone on for 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what you should do?
Why not send help? They never sent help.
No, I agree. And that's why I was wanting to bring up the Benghazi. Is because they had our military said that we were on standby with a green light. All we had to do was get the okay from the government, from the Pentagon. The green light was never given. Anyway, what you should do
Exactly.
is share this on your Facebook. The link.
Oh, okay.
Because every time you share something on Facebook, it instantly gets like a bunch of views.
Not really this.
You don't know.
See if I can. All right, I got the link here. Oh wait, I can't. I don't have my Facebook up on the. Oh, I see our video's back.
Oh, it's black screen.
It's falling behind. That's okay.
Yeah. It's black screen now on mine. But see, I don't think it's the equipment. I think
it's got a long delay, but that's okay with that. That's cool.
I think it's our topics. Every time we try to live stream, it's our topics. I think that's what's getting us messed with. My views show real low. Now,
nice.
My subscribers keep getting taken from me. My likes keep getting taken from me. My last video that I put
Who's watching now?
We have 4 people watching. We had 6 at one time. And now all of a sudden, that last video I put up trying to help Panda out and stuff like that and give those codes away, which we've only got one winner, by the way. I had almost 200 views that night before I went to bed. I woke up the next morning, it was down under 100 views. That tells me YouTube's taking my views. They're trying to silence me. They're trying to silence
what
me.
I find? I'll tell you what I find funny is obviously nobody watched what we're discussing right now because you have 3 dislikes and 5 likes. And I don't see anybody putting any comments that are negative over here on the right.
That's the thing, though. We
Are
had
you
5
seeing
or
that?
6 viewing that were commenting. Those are the likes. The
Right.
other ones are probably like Casey Neistat fans or something.
Possibly. That's correct.
Or Hillary supporters. But I can't say nothing because I do have one fan, and I'm not going to call him out. He doesn't like either Trump or Hillary.
Oh, I got.
No, he doesn't like Trump.
Well,
or
I got
Hillary.
fans that don't like it. Yeah, I got fans like that, and I got fans that don't like Trump.
And
I
so
don't
do
call
I.
them fans. You know what I mean?
And like I told him,
I
the
mean, I
other day,
don't.
I'm not going to stop. God bless you.
Bless me. Hello.
I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to quit being your friend because of your political view.
No, not
You
at
know
all.
what I mean? Do I agree with your political view?
No, I
don't.
unsubscribe. You know what I mean? I did unsubscribe from Casey Neistat, but I have my own personal reasons for that. It's not because
It wasn't because he backed
the way he
Hillary.
came up
It was
with me.
because of how he was trying to tell people to vote for Hillary without having proof of why they should.
No, that's what triggered me. We'll use that word. I like that word. That triggered me. You know, I wanted to defend not just Trump, but the other candidates and the people who want to know that crap. And that pushed a political agenda, and he stepped over the lines, in my opinion, on that. Now, with that said, he's made, I don't know, hundreds of great videos, because he's a vlogger. He's made hundreds of great videos. He made one bad video.
Now you're.
Would you agree with that?
I haven't watched many of his videos, and the one I watched, he looked like a freaking a troll mixed with a fucking goldfish face and a goldfish bowl up against the freaking wall, against the window. That's what he looked like to me. But,
Right.
And his voice is just annoying as shit, and I'm sure I get people saying that about me, and I really don't care. Like I've said in a lot of my videos, I'm thick-skinned. It takes a lot to piss me off or get me triggered or upset or whatever. I can care less what you think about me. And just if you don't like what I say and don't like what I do, thanks, BT. I appreciate it. If you don't like it, the little arrow button right above the video right there on the left-hand side, click it. It'll take you right off my channel. And if you are subscribed to me and you back out of my videos because you don't like them, unsubscribe. It's
Now,
simple as that.
I don't know how true this is, but we know that pre-debate, Trump brought the woman accused Bill Clinton of rape. You know what I mean? Prior to the actual debate, right?
Yep.
I think, I don't know, but I think Trump's going to invite the mothers of Benghazi incident, the victims.
That's what I heard
the
too.
wives?
I heard the same thing.
I think he's going to invite them to the next one.
Well, see,
And he should.
Well, see, and that's the thing. We're a very political, or not a political, a country that is very patriotic. We are. Whether you have the wrong ideas, the right person you're voting for, wrong person you're voting for, whatever. We are a very, very patriotic country. And that's why that's how the government uses things to start war, you know, this fake terrorism attacks and stuff like that, is because, and I'm not saying all terrorism attacks are fake, but majority of them are. And because even Colin Powell said, war is money. If we can start war, we can make money. Colin Powell said that in the 90s. He got caught slipping on recording.
Yeah, it's why we have a war every 20 years. It's good for our economy. Every 20 years, every single generation of children, you know, the next generation, every 20 years we have a war. It's not war, you know what I mean? Whether they're tiny or big.
Do you want to touch on the how can I say this? We were talking about the terrorist attacks and how most of them are staged. You know where I'm going with this. Do you want to touch on that tonight?
Well, yeah, let's hit that too, but let's go back. even in 2015,
I think it was like 2015. I think Mark Rubio said it. I think it was a presidential debate host back then. I don't remember. Anyway, somewhere around there, and I forget who quoted in it, but I know the mainstream media it touched a little bit on it. They must have gone around, the craziest week in Hillary's campaign.
Well, I was going to show you, but I don't think I'm going. I don't know if I want to call this person out. On my
wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
So don't do it. Don't do it. So they were like, hey, this attack in Benghazi was caused by Al Qaeda-like elements. That was how it was worded. Al Qaeda-like elements. And who funded those? Hillary Rodham Clinton. You know what I mean? 4 Americans dead, including one U.S. ambassador, even after everybody else had pulled out of Benghazi, and they left them there. And then after they knew there was more out on our side. Why would you leave them there? The emails go to the emails, follow the money. The proof is in the pudding. And the WikiLeaks emails. Why were 4 Americans left there, basically by themselves, including the U.S. ambassador? Ask yourself that. What did they know?
Can you see your Facebook messages right now?
I see it, but...
Hey, where'd you go, Rebel? Let me see if we can get Rebel back in the call here. I hope you guys are enjoying this live stream tonight. I know there's no video and stuff or anything. And I apologize for that. Stupid YouTube won't stop messing with us. We'll see if he calls back. Anyway, yeah, it's just... you guys, I really hope you guys... I think he just tried to come back in. Let me see here. Let me try to call him again. I don't know what the heck's going on. Maybe he's having some technical difficulties. Anyway, I'll wait. I just got I posted a video today of Trump's apology on my Facebook page. And I got a message on my Facebook page on the comment, and I'm not going to call the person out, just lost my like. That's what I was talking about earlier. People are going to dislike your videos. They're going to dislike you. They're not going to stop. They're going to stop following you on your social media and stuff like that when you speak your mind. And that's why people don't speak their mind. They're too afraid of losing that number, that subscriber, that follower, that viewer, whatever. I don't want to lose any of that. I don't. But if I do, because I spoke my mind and I spoke my heart and I presented the research for you guys to understand better and get a different outlook on something instead of just being one-sided, then even though my belief is, I'm like I said, I'm going for Trump. That's not going to change. But I'm going to give my opinions based on facts. And then let you guys make the choice whether you still guys, if any of you guys want to vote for Hillary, or if you're like, no, I'm going to go ahead and vote for Trump. Or whatever the case is, or whatever video or live stream we're doing at the time. I hope that makes sense. And he's not answering his call. Let me see if I can pull it back up here again. His phone may have died too. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just trying to get him back in the call. I don't know why we lost him. We may be having some technical difficulties tonight, worse than what we've been having. No, we probably will have a... See, and I keep saying that, is that we're going to... Everybody, not just kids, but everybody has gotten so wrapped up and used to technology that if it's been scientifically proven as well that if we lose our internet, our power, or whatever, that we are going to go into World War III because nobody's going to know how to survive like they used to. No one's going to be able to know how to get outside of. You see me? You can see me? No one knows how to get outside of that technology. See, technology is great when it's used as a tool. You know what I mean? When it's used at its proper time. But anything can be done made evil. Facebook, Skype, YouTube, Twitter, anything can be used for the bad. I'm trying to use it for the good. Can you see me, BT? Because I can't see. Let me see here. Let me refresh it. Refreshing. I still don't see it. I don't see me. Let's see if we can get Rebel back in the chat here. Skype wasn't responding. Can you still see me or what? Always technical difficulties. Can you guys still see me and hear me and all that good stuff, or what's going on? Yeah, I'm not. For some reason, it's not letting me get him into the stream, and now we only got 2 viewing. Nobody said goodbye. Where'd everybody go? Did the room kick them, or what's going on? See, Big Brother needs to keep their hands off my stuff. You see if I can get Rebel back in the call now. What happened? We lost you.
Battery. Put us back up. Let's go back again.
We're still live.
I'm gonna take some things off.
Hey, we're still live.
Awesome.
I never
Perfect.
killed
I love it. Thank you. I'm glad. Let's keep going. Now I'm gonna shut some things off on my phone. Give me 1 second here.
We did go down to 2 viewers though.
That's okay. We're back. I want to make a nice long live stream here. Anybody who listens,
we are getting.
Maybe we'll convert them.
We're getting video right now, but I'm not it's like so far behind. I don't know if that's us or what, but.
Well, you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm gonna get a drink. I've got my phone plugged in now. I took it off. I had my hot spot on. A couple of things. When you sent me that email, the Facebook message, he killed it for me. My battery was like, died. But that's okay. I'm glad you didn't kill the stream. I'm so glad, because I was going to say, we're going back again. We're going to do part 2. We're not done. We're definitely going to touch on a lot of different subjects. I'm going to grab some more drink. If you want to let our viewers know that we're still going, and put our links in the description below. Tell them to subscribe to both of us.
I understand 100%.
If they like what they see.
I used it for a good man, yes.
Tell them if they like what they see, please subscribe to our channels. If they don't like what we see, please troll our comments. Have at it.
Yeah, I want
That's
your
how I
opinions.
feel about it. Huh?
I said I want your opinions.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to get my drink. Be back 2 seconds.
Okay, so I know BT, I know you're watching. Is anybody else watching? Because it says we got 2 watching. Let me refresh the page again.
Let's do a fast recap.
Oh, before we go on the recap, I'm gonna bring up I'm not gonna call the person out, but they commented on my Facebook page for Beggars for Paranormal Services. They commented on on my page, "You just lost a like," because I shared the apology video from Trump.
Okay.
That's what I was saying earlier, and I kind of touched about it while I was trying to get you on the phone. I don't want to lose the likes. I don't want to lose the subscribers. I don't want to lose all that. But if I do, because I speak my mind and I give a second way of looking at things, another way of looking at things, then bye. There's nothing I can do about that. You know what I mean? I can't keep
right,
it
but
here, and I'm not going to shed a tear over it.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes down to it, most people don't understand. To be a democracy, we have to have 2 sides. We have to challenge each other, whether it's debate, discussion, or whatever. You have to look at other people's views. You know what I mean?
We do
and there's no reason to unsubscribe for that.
Well, they didn't unsubscribe for
that
me.
reason.
They just unliked my Facebook channel, and if they were subscribed to me, I probably lost them there too. My Facebook page.
Okay.
We went down from 6. See, we went down from 6 down to 2 with nobody saying goodbye, or 4 to 2. Maybe she was one of the people viewing the stream.
She very well could have been.
I don't know, but that's okay, because see, any action is better than no action. Any reaction is better than no reaction at all. So if I'm getting a reaction out of you, that means I've made you think.
Yeah.
We do have video. Or let's see here. Let me check the lag time. I just waved in front of the camera. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of lag time. Lots and lots, because it's going right now where you were going off and on your video.
That's okay. Well, you know what? Let's keep going. I knew what you're going to bring up because you've already kind of hinted to me, but let's stay on the topic of Benghazi. Ironically, the CIA initially, in September 12th, executed an update stating that the initial assault basically escalated from a peaceful protest. That's what they said. But, reports from the intelligence community basically said, hey, listen, even the Libyan deputy interior minister had even quoted, was even concerned and talked about it. The intelligence community for the CIA is phenomenal. They know what's going on in the world. The Washington Post even ran a front page story on September 12th about a protest preceding the attack that happened in Benghazi. Quoting, among others, like I said, the Libyan deputy interior minister. And then it was not until like 10 days later that this is amazing now, that the CIA analysts did not gain access to eyewitness accounts until September 22nd, when the FBI first published their intelligence report on the interviews. And now they're saying there was no eyewitness accounts and blah, blah, blah. Crazy. You know, and with WikiLeaks publishing all the things that they're publishing, I think more information is going to just keep getting out and getting out and getting out. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And for her not to get charged with those things, we got to go back to the facts that the lady who's basically going to end up charging her was the same lady that had a secret meeting with Bill and Hillary in the back of that plane, you know, right before she had to go on trial. And it's the same lady that Bill Clinton put into office. The same lady. It's crazy. I can't see any of the chats, guys, so I'm sorry, because I turned the hotspot off, so I can't see in the chats. I just see you, Chris.
Well, I'm sexy, so that's all you need to see.
That's all I need to see. That's it.
Right now, we got video.
That's good.
It's lag, but we got video. Right now, we're frozen.
Hey, that's great.
No, it's moving. I just don't know what part of the video it is.
I'm not even concerned about it. You know what? It's just like a podcast to me now. I don't even concern myself with that part. Let's get the word out. Let's talk about that. Did you want to touch on that subject? Did you want to go there?
I'm all down to go there. I've got no problem with it because I speak on that. What I messaged you to a lot of people. Always have to be real. There's always a point in someone's opinion. Yep, I agree, BT. I think we lost.
Tell everybody I apologize. If you can, just type it in the. I can't see the comments right now. I'll let in the phone charge so that we can finish this video.
What are you apologizing for?
I can't see their comments, so I can't comment back to them.
Well, they can hear you. They can hear you.
Yeah, but I can't. I know. I just meant type it because of the lag. If you'll just tell them, in case somebody goes, "Hey, Rebel," blah blah blah, and I can't respond until the lag catches up. Did you want to go back to touch on that subject, or you want to talk about Constitution, the amendments?
We can go there. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, there's a lot of channels that talk about it. I mean, even Alex Jones has talked about it several times in his videos. So I mean, and I'm not saying I'm not going back on Alex Jones. I'm just saying a lot of people's touched on it. I mean, even look at the video I sent you the other day. And he put in the comments. I took this down because I didn't want to get backlash on it, but I just don't give a fuck. And posted it. Reposted it.
Right. I think it needs to be up.
No, and I agree.
And I bet you most of the people who will see this video in the future really can't go back and off the top of their head and even name the constitutional amendments. You know what I mean? Or probably can't even recite the Constitution, or probably don't have a copy of it somewhere that they can refer to it. Like close by.
We had a viewer that went away.
That's okay. I'm not worried.
I just thought it was funny. It popped up 3 watching and then 2 watching again. It was funny.
It's okay. Let them go.
Are we gonna keep dancing around this bush here? Or are we gonna go to a different topic?
No. I was gonna say no. We're coming to that. I'm gonna say
okay.
Most people, they probably don't have, unless they're true patriot or American, they probably don't have a copy of the Constitution, even a small one, to keep with them just to use for a reference guide. And I think everybody should know those things. They should know the Bill of Rights. They should know what the constitutional amendments are: 1 through 10, 11 through 27, and the rest, and the ones that are proposed. I mean, there's always these things that are coming up. Especially the United States Senate. Good Lord, they're always looking for ways that to put these applications of legislation in to basically to rob us of our rights and our freedoms. Every single time, whether they're valid and sad. All right, let's hit your topic. Let's go for it. I'm ready.
It ain't my topic. That's why I was asking you, do you want to go there? Because you were tied into this stream, and if we go there, it's going to reflect on your channel.
Well, we get it. Let's go with it. I'm with it. Let's go.
All right, is everybody in this room comfortable about hearing about 9/11 and how we think it was an inside job? Anybody? Anybody opposed? Thumbs down, thumbs up. All right, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it does matter, but that was a joke, kind of. Okay, so here's the deal. Before we even touch this subject, I've talked about this personally with a lot of people. I've watched so many videos and my eyes went freaking cross-eyed and blurry. Seen so many documents and different people, military, police officers, engineers, firemen, city officials, all kinds of people were interviewed for this topic. Okay, and right after it happened, but I'm not saying that the men and women, the fire department, the police department, anybody at military, anything else like that, has anything to do with 9/11. All right, they were just innocent bystanders that were taken out for what I said earlier. War is money. How do you make war? You say terrorism. It's very simple. Okay.
False flag.
Exactly, false flag. Now, and I remember back when I first watched it, I remember exactly where I was. I was standing in front of my TV, watching it, watching the plane supposedly hit the Twin Towers, and my first reaction was nuke the bastards. Nuke them. Level it.
Here's what I'm going to correlate it to. I think everyone remembers when they first heard or saw that incident that happened on 9/11. I think it's one of those days that will live with us for the rest of our lives, our generation. But prior to our generation, the same thing happened with JFK. I bet you can ask your parents or grandparents, or even yourself if you're old enough. Do you remember the day JFK was killed? You know what I mean? Those are things that's happened in our history that are infamous. Everybody should know those things and should investigate them. It should be an open discussion. Definitely. I mean, that was one of the biggest crime scenes, if we're going to call it that, the biggest crime scenes in American history. And every bit of the evidence was hauled off and sent to China. You know what I mean? Yep. Concrete and steel. Even days later, when they were doing satellite imagery, you could see the heat that was coming off of those buildings, or the footprint of those buildings, what was left, the rubble, even days later.
But back to what I was saying, I'm not saying they were in the military or anything else like that. Anybody that lost their lives that day or got injured was not involved. I am not saying that at all whatsoever.
I think it's a tragedy. It's an extreme tragedy in our country.
The thing the powers that be, they do. They even against their own selves. They will kill each other. They will hurt each other and harm each other for the greater good, as they call it. So that's what that was.
It's money and power. It's money and power. Let's call it what it is.
Exactly.
It's about money and power.
The people that lost their lives that day, God rest their soul, and the people that got injured that day, were just schemes. They were to the powers that be. They were just another notch in the belt that had to happen. They don't really care. But now, with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the facts of why we think it's an inside job.
Wait, I want to stop you there. Since we did label this the Casey Neistat response video, I find it funny that after all these years, he finally put up, right before this election, he put up his 9/11 video. He was living in New York at the time. Casey Neistat just recently put up his 9/11 video. He's had that footage. He's documented most of his life for many years, at least 7 years, every day. Of course he was filming that day. You know what I mean? He's a daily vlogger. Granted, he didn't always daily vlog back then, but he did have some footage of 9/11. I'm not saying he had pictures of or video of planes or anything like that. He just put up some video. I'm just throwing that topic out there.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, I think some of the guys, like the fellows who made Loose Change, that's a YouTube video. That's one of the first popular ones to come out. That discussed the conspiracy. I think there was a lot of people in the beginning. You said you were like, let's bomb them. That's an instinct. That's a natural response. But we were already hearing the name Al Qaeda from news reporters that day, who they thought did it from that day.
While we're speaking about names, I got something out here. I'm going to throw something out here for you.
Okay.
At the time, Bush was president. Okay.
Yep. Dick
They
Cheney.
no Bush, George Bush.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna go into that.
No, when he was when he was president during 9/11, he said when they came and supposedly told him, Mr. President, the Twin Towers just been hit, blah 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 blah.
When he was reading in front of the children.
Yeah, reading in front of the children. I think that was just a ploy to give him a place and time to be and act shocked and surprised. That's what I think.
Well, they were running exercises on the same thing in Washington, D.C. And all of our fighter jets were on the West Coast, basically out of reach.
Yep. Well, and check this out. He came on a live television appearance and gave a presidential speech saying, we have no idea who did this, but they will be held responsible for it, blah, 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 blah. We all remember the speech.
I remember.
But what did he do? At the same time of not knowing who they were, what does he do? He takes and sends his personal private jet to go get Osama bin Laden's personal family, his immediate family. Wait a minute. You didn't know who they were. You didn't know what country, what anything. And yet you're sending your personal plane over to that country to get the one that's later fingered as the terrorist group, as the lead member. You know what I mean? That to me, that just threw up a bunch of red flags. It didn't at that time, but when I started researching it more and my eyes started getting open more, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. He didn't know, but yet he sent people over his private personal jet to get the terrorists, so-called terrorists, personal family out of harm's way. Well, why are they in harm's way? Nobody was threatening their family. The Americans weren't threatening their family. We had, we had no idea who the fuck did it, and neither did you. Apparently, supposedly. So why are you going to have to go get them to keep them out of harm's way? Exactly.
That's what we're told.
So, I mean, that's just one of the many, many, many things. The molten lava thing was another one. I'll let you go ahead and touch on that one.
We're talking about from the steel from the building.
Yep, I'll let you go ahead and touch on that one.
Well, I mean, there's so much evidence out there, videos and everything else that they basically explain the temperatures and the correlations between what kind of heat it takes to offset to actually burn steel. I mean, there's been several buildings that's been hit before and after with planes or fire. There's buildings in other countries that were built around the same time, and those buildings haven't been destroyed and come down in free fall status. I think they were 9 and 10 seconds. That's almost free fall status. That is more along the lines of pulling, aka demolitioning a building. And all three of them fell at free fall speeds. 2 were hit by planes. Building 1, World Trade Center 1, World Trade Center 2. 7 was not hit by a plane, and they said it was damaged. And clearly in the background of some of the older videos, if you can look back and still find those, I don't know if they're still out there on the internet, you can hear the Red Cross counting down to get away from that building, You know what I mean? I'm not saying the Red Cross does great things all the way around the world, and they can go behind enemy lines, you know what I mean, around the world. It's been that way since Switzerland back in the day. You know what I mean? It's been forever. And I'm not saying that the Red Cross was involved. I'm just saying that, there's that video where they said, please get away from that building 7. Get away from it. They're gonna pull it. That was actually said. And there was a countdown, and the building fell at free fall speed also.
Well, also when the engineers, they called up the owner of the sister towers that wasn't in the building that he was supposed to be in on that day.
Right.
Okay. And told him, demolition crew said, we have to bring it down. We can't control the fire. We have to bring it down. I've heard the actual phone call. Okay. Multiple different witnesses that put the phone call out. Okay.
Yeah.
And then they go and talk to demolition experts, and they say to bring it down is a demolition term that we're going to plant C4.
Pull it.
And pull it and bring the building down. Okay.
Right.
Which takes blueprints and months of investigations to be able to know where to place these specific bombs. And then if you go watch the video, I've seen plenty of videos where they show a
The puffs of
video.
smoke.
Go ahead.
The puffs of smoke where
Yeah,
you can see them coming down. Yeah.
yeah. Well, they showed a video where they showed the building of the Twin Tower coming down, one of the Twin Towers, and then it also showed a building being leveled, being brought down, being pulled, however you want to call it, and they fell exactly the same speed, exactly the same way. But the official
Near
story
free fall
was,
speed.
yep, the official story was that the rocket fuel from the plane was so hot it melted the structure, and that's what caused it to lose its integrity like that. But
Yeah.
no building, no high rise outside of the Twin Towers in history has ever fell from catching on fire. Not
Right.
one. They've been
Agreed.
gutted,
And
but
and
never fell.
and hit by a plane. Don't forget to include that. There's another popular building that was hit by a plane in New York City. Those buildings are designed to take a plane hit.
Yep.
They're designed for that. Engineers designed for that.
Now you were talking about the puff of smokes. Go ahead and talk about that because that's very scientific. That and the molten,
I don't remember
the molten
the
steel.
Yeah, I don't remember the term for it, but the molten steel, I think it takes 4,700 degrees. Don't quote me on that because that's not my expertise, but it takes about 4,700 degrees. I think jet fuel in the atmosphere that it was in the conditions it was burning, in a high rise up where you can get some nice wind, it's not obstructed, can only get about 1,300, 1,600 degrees. You're talking about a big difference in actual temperature range to make molten steel. Now, granted, the official report said that 9/11 wasn't that there was there was no eyewitnesses to molten steel. None. Zero. No eyewitnesses to it. Even though there's videos that are still out here today on YouTube that clearly state, people who are working there, firefighters, everyone else, even days later when they were removing it, the rubble and the debris, even weeks later, you know what I mean? There was still molten steel down below. That's why I mentioned the satellite, because of the heat.
Yep, and then the smoke that was puffing out from the building, like you said,
Yeah, there's a term
that ties
for
into
that.
molten steel.
Yeah, that's the explosions. When you pull a building.
Yep.
And they tried to pass it off as, air gaps in space and this and this and that, blah blah blah. But I don't, Can I say 9/11 without a shadow of a doubt was an inside job? No. Do I suspect it? Yes. Do I want to see a false flag from Hillary? No. That's why we can't vote for her, or I can't vote for her.
Yeah, she ain't got
I don't want
my
to see
vote.
because she's trying to antagonize Putin now. A Russian president. We have a Russian president who is, basically saying, "Look, I think Trump's a good thing," because he
met with Trump.
knows.
Did you see that when he met with Trump and that went all fucking like peaches and cream? He can't
Exactly.
And Putin can't stand Hillary. He can't stand her.
Can't, and she's trying to start World War III with her, and we can't have that.
All right, now
It won't end good. They won't end good.
Now
It
back
just
to what we were talking about 9/11.
But let me touch on that. Not only has Trump went and visited Putin, but he also went and visited the president of Mexico, and they've already discussed working out the wall with the door.
Yeah, the door, the big beautiful door that's going to be open for people that come over illegally. I can't even talk.
Legally.
That's
Yeah.
what I said, legally.
Yeah.
We got 3 viewers right now. It went from 2 to 3, and apparently somebody's interested in what we're saying because they haven't bounced out. So.
Well, I'm sure that the longer we keep live streaming, the more people you're going to have watching.
Oh, and by the way,
our difference in time zones. It's midnight here.
By the way, this is Rebel State Sovereign, which you already know that. I'm going to put his link in the description below when the live stream's over. But also, if you scroll through, he's also made comments, and you can subscribe to him right off the the thing here
Yeah.
off the chat. You just hold your cursor over the his little icon, give it a few seconds, it'll pop up, then scroll down and hit subscribe.
Mm.
While it's live, after it goes live, none of your guys' comments will show. After it goes not live, after it just becomes a video. Anyways, on the 9/11 thing, there's just so much. There's so much evidence. If you're willing to
I
look for
agree.
it and willing to listen to it, and with an open mind, that shows that 9/11 most likely 99.999% you're the daddy. Proof that 9/11 was an inside job. You love
You're
when
the
I say
daddy.
that, don't you? You love when I say
Yeah,
that.
that's funny. I feel like I'm on a Springer show.
Jerry. Oh, that's the wrong show. This is the wrong
Yeah,
show.
yeah, I agree.
But,
So tell me why you want to touch on 9/11 and
well, because
the current debate.
Because one, it's a video that I've always wanted to make, and I've just been putting it off, especially before I started putting, the videos that I've been putting up recently.
Mm.
And it all ties in together because, as even Trump said, it's a rigged system. It's all rigged. It's all false flags. It's all lies. It's everything we're seeing. I mean, look what they're doing to Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that ties into that. That's our crooked system that we have, using its crookedness to divide us.
Right.
And to pull their power around the country, around the world. And Trump's trying to stop that. From what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing, he's trying to stop that. And also it's something, like I said, a video I've been wanting to put out, wanting to do for a while, and we're live streaming it, so I was like, why not? It needs to be heard. At least put the burr in someone's ear that there is hardcore proof, or under somebody's saddle, as my dad used to say, that there is hardcore proof out there that shows that it was an inside job. And, some people don't even know. They refuse to even listen to it.
I've talked to people that has no clue. When you say they're like, "What? It's an inside job." I'm like, "Yeah." In my opinion, you know what I mean. Here's the facts that I have. Here's a rich individual taking insurance out on those buildings before it happens.
Oh, did you catch the rocket?
Brothers.
Did you catch?
I saw that video that you had. Yeah, I did.
Well, I've seen plenty of videos before where the people that know those planes inside and out said that there was something under the plane that was in a spot that it should not be, and they had no idea where it was, and what it was.
Yeah, I saw that years ago.
Yeah, and
I saw that years ago.
Angles of the plane, and right before the nose of the plane goes into the building, you see something leave the bottom of the plane, and it looks like a rocket coming out and hitting the side of the building. So. And then you got to look at it like this. And there's, okay, and I've talked to pilots, okay?
Right.
Anytime you're in the air, you be safe 2BT. Anytime you're in the air, that cockpit is locked. It's got a code. You cannot get it from the other side. The pilots have to open it, and they open it for nobody except for like stewardess and stuff like that, and they know that's who it is. You know what I mean? They just don't open up the door, and they're not going to open up the damn door.
Yeah.
Even if it's a hijacker, because they're like, if they take control of this plane, then we're going to lose a lot of lives. You know what I mean? We're going to, they can crash us into a building. They can crash it into whatever. We got the people on, in the plane we got to worry about. We got people on the ground we got to worry. They're trained. Do not open that door for nobody.
Right.
Period. So how do these hijackers with box cutters get in there? Explain that one.
Well, we didn't have the locks on the doors that we had back then, too. I remember being as a small child. At one time, my mom worked in an airline just as a part-time job. And, they would let kids come up to the front and look and meet the pilots. You know what I mean? That's been a long time ago. I'm that old.
But also, I've got this book. I showed you it before. It's Above Top Secret with Jim Moss.
Right.
Okay. Anybody who hasn't picked up that book, pick it up, read it. There's a section about 9/11. And majority of the pilots, are the so-called terrorists, were either proven they had never entered United States soil, proven it.
Or they're still alive. Or they were still alive, yeah.
The ones that were still alive, and some of them were dead, and their families produced death certificates before 9/11, and the
Right.
other ones that were here on visas and shit couldn't even fly. They
You
couldn't fly.
you
They could
you
they,
can't
they couldn't even
find
fly a regular passenger plane. They couldn't even get their wings for that, let alone fly a fucking jumbo jet.
land or water. I'll use either one. It's the first time in history that black box in an accident, plane crashes, where the black boxes weren't recovered. And I did quotation marks on that one. You know what I mean? And even you had workers there, all at ground zero, stating that the FBI had pulled, or someone, I can't say the FBI, some government official had pulled. They had found at least 2 black boxes. First time in history the black boxes disappeared on land. You know what I mean? Granted, there was a lot of rubble there. There was a lot of crash, but those guys are trained. And here's I'll touch back on that subject I was talking about earlier.
Oh, and the black boxes, for you to touch on the other subject, the black boxes have beacons as well, so they can be found.
Exactly.
So whether there's trouble there or
I was
not,
going there.
Why wasn't it being found? The beacons weren't going off.
The reason I used the words earlier, I said it was the biggest crime scene. Because if it's an inside job, it's a crime scene. Even if it's a terrorist attack, it's a crime scene. When a plane crashes, they take those planes and meticulously take them apart. They find all the pieces and they put them back together the best they can in an aircraft hangar, generally speaking, so that they can determine the cause, why that plane went down or whatever. I still have not heard the official reason why the plane went down to this day. I mean, I just haven't heard it. I don't know. Because during 9/11, a lot of planes went down, supposedly. You know what I mean?
And just so you guys know that is watching and are going to watch it later or may join, we aren't doing this just to get views. We actually talk like this quite often in live, in just personal chats about the same stuff. So we're not just saying it just so, like some of these video channels, they put up stuff they don't actually believe, and they're putting this stuff up to get views and likes and stuff like that. That's not what we're doing. We are trying to enlighten and open your eyes to other possibilities of other than what you were taught and brainwashed to believe.
Made me laugh, Chris. That's funny, man. All right.
Why? Because I'm too honest, and I speak my mind. I have no filter.
That's why. That's not why I'm saying it's funny. No, it's doing the R2D2 thing.
It's doing the R2D2. Did you catch any of that then? Any of that? Was it any legible at all whatsoever?
I caught. Yeah. I caught it. But it was R2D2. I want to touch on something that may be a conspiracy before it even happens. I don't know. Let's just call it a coincidence. I don't know at this point in time because I'm not there and I don't know. But Julian Assange, the guy from WikiLeaks, because I mentioned his name a bunch already. I might as well tell. He founded WikiLeaks back in, God, what was that? I think it was October 4th, 2006, somewhere around there, if I'm not mistaken. And since these new emails are coming out, against Hillary, basically, you know what I mean? That Ecuador had cut his internet. Now, granted, he founded, WikiLeaks back in October 4th, 2006 in Iceland. And now Ecuador has cut his internet over there. I don't know why. I just got an email. I don't know what it was. My phone is going all crazy. My phone is all going all crazy. I got like all kind of stuff going on. No big deal. But different, I'd like to find out what the facts are with Ecuador cutting Julian Assange's internet access. Why would Ecuador do that? And that happened hours ago, before you and I started chatting here on this live stream. So I'm just kind of curious about that.
Well, I haven't lost any subs yet. My live counter says 1314, so.
I wouldn't worry about it. If you're speaking the truth, you know what I mean?
No, I know. I just was curious.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
No, I'm not worried about it. Like I said, I love all my fans, and I'm glad they're here, and I don't want to lose any of them. But if I lose them because I speak my mind and I be honest and you know, I give evidence that I have. If I lose people over that, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't beg people to stay, and I'm not going to beg people to stay because, like the saying goes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can give people all the
Right.
proof in the world on anything, no matter what it is, and if they don't want to believe it, they're not going to believe it. If they choose to unsub or
Yeah.
unfollow or what, they're going to do that. There's nothing you're going to do. You can't let that determine whether you're going to speak the truth or not, or to speak
Right.
your opinions.
What do you think about those? Since I brought it up, because I wanted to touch on that topic, about Ecuador cutting his internet access over there for WikiLeaks. Do you think there's something tied in there that might be connected to their government? From Obama or Clinton? Because I mean, some of those emails, definitely consider the POTUS. President of the United States.
Yeah, I've heard bits and pieces, but I haven't really had time to sit down and do extensive research on what you're talking about, so I couldn't give my opinion on it.
Right. Well, most of those emails. I mean, there's so many, and Hillary's claiming that Russia's trying to rig the election here. That the Russian hackers are trying to hack into. Got all those John Podesta. I think it's how you say his name. It's Podesta. I think ESTA. Yeah, that's right. And my dog's walking by. Sorry.
Yeah, I heard his nails.
And basically, they're long. He's a big dog. I got hardwood floors and tile because I live in a beach area. You don't want carpet. Not with sand, man. Sand destroys everything. Sand destroys everything here in this climate, in this atmosphere.
Lube Blog said what? Or wow. I said, wow, what, Lube? Glad you're here, bro. And he hasn't messaged back.
Okay.
EDT6G, miss anything good? I'm going to say this whole live stream's been good. I would suggest going back and watching it with an open mind.
Yes.
And like you do all my live streams and videos and make your own decision, but just trying to give a different opinion on a lot of different topics. And some are widely held.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff is widely held. A lot of people know about it, but refuse to speak about it because they don't want to be shunned.
Let's touch back on what we made the title to be.
You ought to be glad we do not have any video going right now. I mean, it should be going, but it's not going because the look on your face when you froze.
I'm not worried about it. I'm really not. Tell you the truth. I don't care what I look like, as long as I'm speaking the truth. You know what I mean?
We have two. It never goes below 2 on our watching right now. We have 2 people that are watching like religiously right now, like coast to coast AM is show. You know how I used to when it was our bell, especially with George Norrie, and lay there and listen to the radio coast to coast AM when I was going to sleep, and listen to it off and on while I was. When I'd wake up, 'cause I got insomnia real bad.
Right. And they haven't commented?
We're getting comments here and there, but I still want to know what, Lube, if you're there, if you're listening, what did you mean wow about? Because he came in right as we were talking about 9/11. So I don't know if that's what he was saying wow about or what. If you're there, what do you mean wow about, bro?
Well, you got that lag, you know what I mean? It's going to take a while for him to answer that, so you just keep looking in the comments below.
Well, I messaged it too. I think I said, wow, what, Lube? Glad you're here, bro. I even I messaged it because I know there is lag in video and audio. So, but I am really glad that the ones that have showed up tonight and the ones that are still here listening to us. Can you imagine doing this all night, dude? We'd have to have some kind of sponsor or something that would pay us because we'd have to get some sleep during the day and to be able to. stay up all night every night, like like some of these radio shows do.
Hey, I think it could be something we could touch a different topic every day. This is the easiest. I think it's the easiest platform to express opinion on, and possibly from news. Not necessarily mainstream. Not mainstream media, but you know what I mean. Like anything.
What do you think Casey Neistat's going to say about my comment I said at the beginning?
What do I think he'll say? I don't know which comment you're talking about. You were a little harsh there. You're a little harsh there.
Might have a hand.
If you're gonna,
Clinton may have a hand in what? ET or ED? I'm sorry if I'll just call you 6G. How about that? 6G. No disrespect, none but love.
I'm gonna get a drink.
What do you think Clinton had a hand in? I'm kind of curious on what you're talking about there.
Maybe he's talking about the Ecuador with WikiLeaks cutting the what I said earlier.
That's why I'm asking, because we've touched on so many different topics tonight, and I know he just popped in, but I mean he could have rewound and listened to like bits and pieces of the stream. I do that all the time when I go into a live stream. I'll take it all the way back, just kind of hear bits and pieces to kind of get caught up to the live. You know what I mean?
I don't. I watch to the end, and then I'll go back and see what I missed.
No. I do that.
That way I don't miss something.
No,
Yeah,
I do the same thing.
Get a drink.
Go ahead. I do the same thing. You know, I'll come in, I'll skip a little bit, through the video to get to live, and then I'll go back and watch the full live video later, or when I go to bed or whatever, I'll put it on and listen to it and go to sleep listening to it. Because I don't watch Coast to Coast AM anymore. I gave my opinion on that in one of my videos.
I haven't watched them in a very long time.
Did I mean watch? I meant listen, not watch.
Or listen. You made me say it.
See,
I brought the drink with me this time.
See, that's the power of suggestion, and it works with anything. I said something, and without even thinking, your subconscious mind picked it up and said it, even though you knew damn well it's a radio show.
That's why I was correcting it too, and you were doing it at the same time.
You mimicked me without even realizing you're mimicking me. And that's how the powers that be. That's how they do it with the subliminal messaging and stuff. It works on your subconscious mind. You know what I mean? Consciously, you knew what I said, but subconsciously, your brain picked up the last thing you heard and repeated it.
I think it's the other way around.
And it could be, who knows? We've already been streaming for 2 hours, and
Right. That's true.
that is
long time.
No, your subconsciously is what picks up, like babies and kids and stuff like that. It picks up things consciously. Consciously, I know I'm waving my hand right now. You guys in the stream can't see it, but consciously, I know I'm waving my hand. But if my phone was to go off, subconsciously, I'm reaching for my phone. You see what I'm saying? Because it's a learned habit. It's a learned trait. So I did say that backwards, and I'm glad you caught me on that, because I did say that backwards.
Move on. No big deal.
I'm humbled that we got 2 freaking viewers that are let me refresh this, because it may have more. I have at least 2 viewers that are just sitting here listening to us. Can't even see us, so they can't see what we're doing.
I think it's probably us. We're probably the 2 viewers. You should see the look on your face when I said that.
No, but that's the thing, though, is people are commenting, here and there. They're commenting.
Yeah.
So how are we only having 2 viewers when we got multiple people commenting? That doesn't make any sense.
I wouldn't worry about it. I think you got the lag. I think there's problems with it. But the thing is, I think you're going to have a great live stream that turns into a video. This is probably the biggest video, longest video you've ever uploaded. And it has a lot of important facts. There's a lot of good information in here.
Well, it's either going to do one or 2 things. It's really going to help our channels grow, or it's going to kill our channels. I've said that in a few of my videos when I make stuff.
I'm not worried about it either way. Honestly, I respect other people's opinions, and hopefully they do the same.
I agree. Give me 1 second.
It's funny watching you talk into the air.
I talk into the air all the time.
I understand.
Most of the time it's directed up, though.
Right.
Are you still live?
Yes.
Thank God for this little mute button on my mic.
Right.
Hold 1 second. Be right back.
Let's see how I have a feeling. Okay, we're still on that. Let's see here. Let me scroll down. See. I'd be down to join in on that stream. Laugh out loud. In the yeah, he said I'd be down to join in on that live stream, and he was talking about the Ecuador blackout. Is what
Ecuador.
he thought Clinton was
Gotcha.
involved in. You see, and that wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me at all. Clinton is a female version of Obama.
Well, I mean, they're on the same team. They're on the
Exactly.
team. He's going to bring her because she's going to continue to fulfill that agenda of his health care. Basically, the whole Democrat side. You know what I mean? She's going to continue to follow that agenda.
No, I agree, and that's why he's pulling for her.
Oh, he's been out lobbying for her. He's been. Even in his one of his last presidential where he dropped the mic speeches. He's still slamming. There's already slamming Donald Trump saying he's not qualified. The problem with that, you've been president. Unless you've been president, there's no such thing as qualifications. There's no qualifications. There's no pre-qualifications for that job. I don't care what anybody says. Reagan was an act.
Actually, the pre-qualifications is you got to be a United States citizen, born and raised, is one.
Right.
You've got to prove that.
I'm on the second one.
The second one, you are supposed to be the commander-in-chief, and you're supposed to have some kind of military training.
No, you got to be a certain age.
Well, I know, but you're supposed to have some kind of military training as well. If you look at all of our presidents from the past, majority of them all had military training except for Obama.
Well, no. Well,
they were military of some kind, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the military part didn't really have to do it because they're in the executive branch. The president's in the executive branch, and that's the same branch that the police are in. You know what I mean? That's the same. That's the police really get their orders from him.
Yeah, but
Really?
it's something that a lot of people say this should happen.
But the actual qualifications are, you hit it right on the net. You have to be a born United States citizen. Not to run for any other office. And I'm speaking on a state level. I mean, you mentioned somebody there, Arnold Schwarzenegger. When he was governor. You know what I mean? Here's Sonny. You remember Sonny from Sonny and Cher? Sonny was, you're from California. I'm using your California ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was a singer, and a producer. You know what I mean? It's pretty funny. There's no qualifications really there. But back to what I was saying. But to be president, unless you've been president, you can't say whether or not somebody's qualified or not qualified. Reagan was an actor. That's what he did. You know what I mean? He was one of the greatest presidents we had. We've had a bunch of good presidents. Carter was a good president. Most people think, oh, he's a peanut farmer, blah, blah, blah. And they'll talk trash about him because they don't remember. Most people don't know it. Carter, actually, he was an engineer. They just think, oh, he was a peanut farmer. He liked peanuts, blah, blah, blah. Reagan liked jelly beans. You know what I mean? They'll fall into that.
I think he liked the black jelly beans as well. Like, I love black jelly beans. Those are my favorite.
The licorice ones?
Yep.
That's funny. But there's all those little hang-ups, or what makes people. You know what I mean? President or not, they put their pants on the same way we do. But I think you're right. You said something earlier. I think that as American citizens, we need to stand up for our rights. and limit government, and they should fear us because we're their bosses. We're them, and here they spend our money without asking. There's oversight committees. They keep looking at taxes. I mean, Hillary's looking at, remember what Obama said? Jeez, about healthcare. There's $180 billion. You're going to raise our taxes so that we can pay for your healthcare?
That
No.
that EDT-T6G is a subscriber of mine. He said he'd be down to join this chat.
Can you add him without just disrupting this? Remember what happened last time? Let's think about it.
I don't know.
I would love to have.
Let me see if I can get. Let's see here. Can you add somebody else into the?
I would love to add.
Yeah, you can add people right here. It says add people. If you go into the conversation.
You want to try it?
We can give it a shot. We can try it for a few and see what happens. What's your Skype name? Or you can look at mine. It's I want to believe 08. And that's BELIVE, the number 0 and the number 8. And instead of TO, it's the number 2.
I don't know if I can give that out.
Why? It's why I started this Skype account.
Okay.
I started my Skype so that my YouTuber, my fans could get a hold of me.
Right. I was trying to get a hold of some big YouTubers this week. I tried calling them out on this whole Casey Neistat.
We got one.
And I mentioned
now,
those.
That's probably 6G.
and I'm calling out some big YouTubers via Twitter and everything else. Like I was saying earlier, I tried to call out Keemstar. I tried to call out H3H3. H3H3 put up a video, though, after I did call him out. I was like, you guys are not going to touch on this Casey Neistat issue? You know what I mean? And I tagged a lot of guys in that. I tagged a lot of, some big YouTubers. And, I mean, there's YouTubers that are bigger than Casey and smaller. I mean, I can think of one off the top of my head that's bigger than Casey. But he has he's never uploaded a video that I know of on that particular, because he's got 2 channels that I know of. And he's probably got more. But he's got one channel in particular. He's got over 8 million subscribers and growing daily. And I guarantee his channel will grow faster than Casey's. For one simple reason. Everybody needs his channel. Not everybody wants, everybody needs his channel. And he has 8 million something subscribers that I know of currently. The last time I looked. And the last time I looked, he had like 3 million. You know what I mean? But I'm saying that's how fast he's grown. This person's channel, it's a young fella. But he has it as set up as a corporate kind of deal. That guy's channel will outgrow Casey's for the next year. I predict easily. Easily, I predict that. Do you want to know what the channel is?
What's that?
So a young kid, he's young. He's younger than us. He wanted to he's a gamer. He wanted to be able to stream and not get copyrights every time he put music with his videos and everything else. So this young kid came up with the coolest channel called NCS, No Copyright Sounds.
I thought you were going to say mine was the one that was going to be up and coming.
We don't have 8 million subscribers right now.
Remember when I told you the other day, I'm going to be famous? I'm already famous. People just don't know it yet.
Yep.
And see, that's the thing about the Skype thing. If it becomes like, if I add somebody on my
Did
Skype,
you add him?
I sent him my Skype name here on the chat. I texted it to him. But see, here's the thing. It just like on my YouTube channel or whatever else, it becomes a problem. You become a problem, I can delete you and block you. It's not a problem.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but that was the main reason I started my Skype account, was so that I can do collabs. I could talk to my YouTube fans. You know, people can get a hold of me with paranormal problems or issues like we're talking about right now. You know, I didn't start it for a personal thing. Even though I use it that way now, but that's not why I started it.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to be, you know what I'm saying.
No, I got you. I got you. Hey, we have 3
Yeah.
watching again now.
Cool. You think he's gonna join?
As soon as he adds me, my thing will go off and saying he added me. Um,
Cool.
let's see here is my Skype name. All right. I'm gonna add him real quick. Um, just Skype. Let me see if I can Skype homepage here. 2 hours and 23 minutes, and Panda missed all this. I know, because Panda would be commenting like madman right now.
I know. She would. It's a Monday night, though. No, actually, it's Tuesday for me. Still Monday for you.
Cursing or something crazy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know this. I know this guy personally.
Here we go. I see a split. I see a third screen.
Hey, what's up,
Ew.
Caleb?
Caleb, you're live.
Awesome.
You're live.
Hello, YouTube.
This is somebody, Caleb, that I've known for a long time. I even said it in the stream before I even called you. I'm sure you heard it. He used to date my daughter many
Oh, yeah.
years ago. Caleb, this is Rebel. He's a YouTube friend I met a few months back.
Hey, Rebel.
What's happening?
Oh, not much. I'm outside because I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to be copyrighted by the TV that's blaring in
Nope.
my flat. So I thought I'd be
Appreciate
nice
it.
and take myself out into the cold. But,
Appreciate it.
So yeah, I kind of had to swap over to Skype real quick because I'm on a tablet right now and it's been hectic as shit. So yeah, I missed out probably on like 30 seconds of whatever.
So how long have you been
We've
watching
hit a
the
lot of
stream,
topics.
Caleb?
I jumped on like 5-10 minutes ago. So as soon as you guys were talking about the Ecuador thing, I was well, I have my suspicion that Clinton might be involved with it because if you look back in her track record, she just has countless of like interactions with people, and they just suddenly just die or go off.
Disappear.
Yeah, it was
They
really,
commit suicide with 2 bullets in the back of the head.
it was something like that. Like who was it? I think back in like the when Bill Clinton was in office, Hillary was hanging out with like some senator or something. I just watched it like a week ago. It was a big video for a while, and what had happened was they were like drinking and stuff, and they like she walked away, and all of a sudden he died from like heart. Really suspicious. So
I'll be back in 5 seconds. I'll be BRB. You
alrighty,
guys keep going.
alrighty for sure. It's like
we touched on all kinds of different topics tonight. 9/11 being an inside job, the Benghazi incident, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, I got my fair share on the Benghazi incident. I personally think Clinton is a part of that. Is actually supposed to be what is the word? Guilty. That's the word. I think she's guilty regardless of what she says and what she denies and whatnot because of, well, 2 reasons. One, there was thousands of emails, her personal emails, that were on there. And furthermore, they all of a sudden get deemed classified, like not even a week after they've talked about it. So
No, and they have, and they were, and what was shown wasn't very much. You know what I mean? Until
Mhm.
people started doing a lot of digging and stuff, and coming out and showing it WikiLeaks and stuff like that. And
Oh, yeah.
they were called frauds. Oh, they're just making this stuff up. No, they're not making this stuff up. And then the
No.
actual emails came out, and they're like, "Oh, wait, WikiLeaks weren't making it up." Well, duh.
yeah. Oh, what was it? I was watching one of the campaign ads that Hillary was providing, and it was about how the nuclear strikes, how Trump wanted to just use those to the fullest extent. And they're more worried about Trump using them than Clinton. I'm more worried about Clinton using them than Trump. I think Trump wouldn't even know what to do with himself if he had that kind of power.
I disagree with you on that. He would know what to do with it to a certain extent, but like he says, he's not a politician. But on the same
Right.
hand, he owns a multi-billion-dollar company, and to own a company, you gotta know politics to make your business
Right.
run and work. So,
Well, even if he is a multi-billion-dollar tycoon, his business practices are really, really poor. For a really good example, back in 2008, I think maybe just months before the housing market crash, he decided to open up a realtor business called Trump Realtors. And right as soon as the housing market crashed, his business just literally went down the tank. Like it was like a $2 million investment. I mean, I know that's not much to him, but for a bit of time, it was quite a bit, and it just tanked. That just shows me that he's not essentially good with timing. Like if he decided to,
no, but that's just one bad mistake that he made. We all make them. We all make bad business
Right,
choices and decisions.
but
That was one.
but there's even more evidence. There's at least 17-ish, if not more, business failures. Like, it would be one thing if it was like, oh, well, I'm going to open a realtor market, the housing market looks good and there's no giant flux in buying or selling, but it's relatively steady, and then it drops. That would be understandable. But for him to almost blindly this, like, oh, well, everyone's purchasing houses.
I don't think he
Everyone.
went into it blindly, Caleb. That's your opinion, and you're
Mhm.
welcome to it. But I don't think he went into it blindly. We all make decisions sometimes, business decisions that don't pan out, and this has been touched on by different people. Yeah, he lost.
Right.
He lost. $6 billion of his own money. That was his own
Yeah.
money, not $12 billion or whatever it was of a taxpayer's money. He made a
Right.
personal choice and lost personal money. And like he
Right.
even said in his apology today, he's learning and growing as he's going along and through his presidential, race as he's doing and stuff like that. You
Right.
can't hold that against him.
No, I'm not holding that against him. I'm more stating that if you're going to go into politics, you best be ready to,
He can't
Have
do
every
any
bit
worse
of
than
dirt.
Obama's done
And
to us.
well, we keep our fingers crossed. I mean, Obama has put our face in the dirt. My concern is we're dealing with basically what happened back in 2012, where it was either Mitt Romney or Obama, and that was even a more scarier decision with that election, because it was either we keep going with this rather modest Democrat, or we go with someone who's not only Mormon. I'm not going to bag on Mormons here because that's going to look frowned upon highly, but someone who is like, well, we're not only going to dig everyone out of debt, but we're also going to enforce a lot more of their religious practices per se. Like I said, this is 2012. I'm a little bit spotty with some of Romney's what is it called, his
Political stance.
yeah, his political stance, and more of his what he was intending to do in office if he was elected. But anyhow, with Clinton, it's even more scarier, because if she's willing to just basically get rid of evidence, what makes us think that if she's in office, she's literally going to go out to the Pentagon and just trash 75, 85% of all that information?
Well,
I
and she
agree.
couldn't even run her
I
own
agree with that
house.
statement.
Well, and she couldn't even run her own house. What makes you think she can run the White House?
Yeah, that's a scary thought too.
So,
um,
and just so you guys all know that's watching this or maybe watching it later or whatever, yes, I know Caleb personally, and we do disagree on certain things, and we always have, but we do it as adults. You know what I mean? And I'm glad that you wanted to join this call, the stream, because there's a few things that you've touched on since you've been in this call that don't match up with mine and Rebels, and that's okay. And I'm glad that you have that difference of opinion and that you voice it. And we have a civil debate back and forth, because that shows my viewers, what I've been saying. That I'm willing to talk like this with people. I'm willing to hear the other side. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and do
Me
it
too.
as an adult.
Oh yeah, it gets kind of scary. What was it? The other day, actually, I was just digging through the deep elbow pits of YouTube, and
You're R2D2,
there was a
bro.
video about someone who was supporting Clinton, and they were bringing up. They weren't even talking about Clinton's political views or what she's going to do in office. It was just basically a parade of a Trump bashing in a sense, basically just in a laissez-faire way, hate speech towards Trump. Granted,
I agree with that statement.
Yes, Rebel.
Yeah, that
Beats a criminal.
I could barely understand anything you were saying, bro. You're R2D2 really bad.
Me?
yeah, you're lagging out real good. I
Yeah, it sounds like the
caught
more people we have on the
right
call,
when
the more
you're
it does that. When we're streaming. So, but
yeah.
I don't know, dude. We've already been going 2 hours and 30 minutes, bro. Is how long we've
So?
been live streaming.
So?
2 hours.
2 hours and 34 minutes and 33 seconds to be exact.
That's nothing.
No, I'm not.
That's
I'm
what
not
I
saying
said.
that. I'm just giving it time.
I know. Let's see. So I didn't get a chance to jump in on that 9/11 inside job. I mean,
Yeah.
I kind of
Let's hear it.
tackled this. I kind of talked with this with Chris a while back. I think back in 2014, 2015-ish, right around that time area. And for me personally, granted, it does seem kind of suspicious of how they went, not only for the World Trade Center, but for the Pentagon. But one of the ideas I heard kind of thrown around was that when they were building it at the time, they were using paint laced with some sort of like super thermite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is even a higher concern because being that I was part of the local plumbers and pipe fitters union out here in the great state of California, one of the many, I talked it over to some of the carpenters, and some of the carpenters and such were like, we don't even use thermite. We can't. That's considered a fire hazard. And many. So to me, it's kind of a question of why did that initially get kind of passed through an inspection or whoever was head of project at the time. And
right. I mean, the reason that I understand that it was brought up was because of the ash, the dust was found after the buildings had collapsed. The dust covered everything.
Mm-hmm.
When scientists actually went and they just took, they did a microscopic analysis of that particles of the dust. Mm-hmm. They found traces of thermite, which is, composed of different metals, and I won't get into that because I don't want to tip anybody off on how to make it. You know what I mean? Really.
Yeah.
But this was a new type of thermite. It was micro thermite, and only big governments would have that kind of technology because it's when you build something from the microscopic level up, it's a different organism than when you build it down.
Yeah.
They built it from a single organism up. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's what that's what they were finding. And Chris had touched on the topic. Want me to bring it up about the molten lava and the steel. Out of all the rubble, all the steel, all the concrete that was there, only 6 pieces. I think is what it was. I think it was what it amounted to. Don't quote me on that. 6 pieces of metal were there to analyze, and they still haven't been analyzed.
Right. Yeah.
That's pretty ludicrous. That's
Oh yeah.
And I called it earlier. I called it a crime scene. You know what I mean? And that's how I feel it was. You know what I mean? No matter who did it or how it happened, it was still a crime scene. And it should have been analyzed in every aspect possible.
Right. And
here they found, like Chris brought up the topic that they found. These guys, that suspected terrorists. They were on the screen. All their faces were there. They found a passport, and they can't find an indestructible box that has a beacon on it. It's called
Right.
you
Yeah.
know,
That seems a little suspicious too. Just to touch on this a little bit, and I'm sure people will cringe or either rage at the comments, but
Hold on,
the
pause
whole
1 second, Caleb. Now, all of our views are our own personal views. No one is being coached to say anything or do anything on this live stream. And no one is held accountable for whatever somebody else says. And I'm not saying that because I'm not going to agree with you.
Okay,
I just want
well,
I want it out there to know that this is not staged.
Okay.
Right.
It's not anything else like that.
yeah.
So
Right. I'm just throwing it out there because I know I'm currently learning about blacksmithing and stuff, and I'm learning about how metal works and stuff. And when they were talking about how the jet fuel was melting like I-beams, now,
right.
given that the I-beams are probably like a mild steel or like a mixed steel, whatever they want to go about it, regardless, most I-beams are like typically used if you're setting it up, like just doing a basic setup where you're just stacking the material up on top. It's done with a MIG weld, which some of you, for those of you who don't know, it's a metal inert gas. This is just general welding practice, and it's used quite common throughout most places. Anyway, when those welds get up to about 1,500, maybe 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, they start to wear and melt away, given the proper circumstances. Now, jet fuel burns at like 3,000 degrees, 3,500. I'm a little unsure, but I'm guessing that's probably the accurate number there.
I think it's a little lower. I'm not sure on that. I think it's about 1,600 degrees.
Okay, so
we'll split the difference. We'll call it. I'll even give you some. We'll call it 2,500 degrees.
Okay, 2,500 degrees. Okay, so mild steel, like I've been working with like rail spikes and angle iron, that usually heats up between like about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's usually when it starts hitting critical temperature. And for sake of argument, we'll say that the jet fuel combusted and it burned
jet fuel burns 2,750 degrees.
Okay.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. 2,750. So that's our that's our main number. So given that the I-beam is probably about 1.5 inches thick ish, we'll use that for sake of argument, about 1.5 inches by maybe about 1 foot wide. And if it's using a MIG weld, we'll call that, we'll say about 2,000 degrees. So if those MIG welds fail, initially you're going to have about 50% of those I-beams fall. Now, what they're stating is that it's quite literally burning through metal. To do that, that heat needs to be severely concentrated. We're talking like almost like an oxyacetylene welder, where it's just basically this tiny little blue flame being focused down to like this 0.001 like thousandths of an inch in order for it just to punch through.
Right.
And if it exploded, then it wouldn't be able to do that. It would literally disperse and probably melt the MIG welds. So you would still have 50% of your building up.
That's what happened in some of the other buildings that burned for days and hours. You know, depending on which country we're talking about, which building. There's one that burned for 10 floors of it burned, and it just warped the metal. It still stood.
Like
no office fires ever taken down a building, except for those two. Three. One. World Trade 1, World Trade 2, World Trade 3, if we go by the official story.
Mm-hmm.
In history, there's only 3.
So initially, my thought would be this. So if I'm remembering correctly, the first plane hit the north-facing side of the building, if I'm not mistaken, north-facing wall.
Okay.
It hit that initial point, and it hit just basically that 90-degree angle. You should be able to take out about 1/3 of that building. You would basically have a giant hole, like a C shape. And like, best way I can describe it is like cutting into a tree, how it has that wedge.
Right.
Think of that wedge, but it's being more arced instead of it being at this narrow focal point. So it would probably take more than just a 747 Boeing just to completely destroy this building. You would have to probably use almost in a sense a kamikaze plane and then some. On top of that, maybe like Hellfire missiles, maybe even depleted uranium even. Because from what I understand,
because we talked about the bottom of the plane going in before it went into the building, the bottom of the plane having something on the bottom, and right before it hit the building, it looked like a rocket got shot from underneath the plane.
right.
Oh,
I'm sure Chris knows about depleted uranium rounds and how they function, but for you and the rest of you guys, what depleted uranium does is when it hits like armor or steel or anything just reinforced, it actually starts burning through it. It's more like a
Magnesium burn.
Yeah, it's almost like a magnesium burn, but it's more intense and a lot more hotter. So if said missile was made out of this depleted uranium, then it would be able to easily eat through any sort of basic metal, like 1075 spring steel, which is basically what's on cars. Even we'll go as high up as like 1090 high carbon steel, which is really hard and it's in, but it can last a lot longer than like 1065 or even nickel steel.
Did you see the videos with basically the foundry of molten lava that was steel?
Lava. I don't think I have. I've watched like the Jesse Ventura conspiracy theory, and they touched on that like for 30 seconds, and then they went on about how the box was at Hangar 17.
Yeah. I saw that on live TV. Matter of fact.
We need a commercial break.
Okay, tea break, guys.
There's no commercial though.
Damn it! This video is sponsored to you by like Patreon or something. I don't know.
This channel is brought to you by no one. The three of us.
Well, the host is going to be gone for a minute. I got to use the restroom. Pardon me, guys. I will be back to you after this short announcement, break, commercial thingy, trigger, whatever.
Intermission. We'll continue.
There you go.
We'll continue. You go ahead. That's what I had to go do earlier.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. There's some videos up. There's some videos that were from that day from 9/11. Some actual reporters, and there was a Port Authority guy when the guy walked into one of the World Trade Centers, and the first guy he was met with he followed a fire chief in. They met outside the doors. He asked the fire chief if he could go in. The fire chief said yes. He said as he was walking through the doors, he looked over to the right. There was people actually on fire. Their skin was coming off. This is on the ground level. He said he couldn't bear to film that. You know, and he witnessed it firsthand. And then he was met by the Port Authority people on the left. So he kept the camera to the left because he said he was horrified when he saw it. He said this should not be on national television.
Right.
Now, there's been plenty of people who reported, actual, like you said, let's say it takes off a third of the building, from a plane crash in the top, which those buildings are designed to take that. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're reinforced in a lot of different ways. Oh, yeah. Now, there's if you're in construction, I can go into those details. Not just the bolts, not just all the things. And those buildings are made this way. Now there's another building in New York. It was clearly hit by a plane. Most people have forgotten. That building is still standing today. And you're welcome to go back and look at that one. You know what I mean? It's basically the same size plane. It would carry almost the same size of our amount of fuel. Now jet fuel that we were speaking of earlier can be compared to different fuels in its basics. I'm using a general term. Kerosene is basically jet fuel. Right. There's not a lot of difference. It's pretty close. The propane. Well, I can't say the propane. They
like butane.
Butane that's in your lighter is very similar, but kerosene's more along the lines of that diesel. Now that's a rolling bomb basically, or a flying bomb. And once it explodes and it does its thing, there's only so much that can burn in there. That structure, there's been reported that from firefighters and other firsthand witnesses that they heard explosions. downstairs and things of that nature. Because if you're going to take that building, because that building had been attacked before with a van that was full of explosives from the bottom. You know,
right.
When the first time 9/11, you know, well, I shouldn't say it's the first time that the World Trade has been tried to attack.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have to say, for that building to come down, even if it took off a third, that building fell at free fall speed, 9-10 seconds to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. That's incredible. That's the
yeah.
first time in history that's happened. And neither one of those buildings fell off to the side. You know what I mean? It didn't lean over.
It almost looked like a controlled demolition. Like I've seen a couple of little videos where they did controlled demolition.
Agreed.
For that to initially take place, just for I think, if I remember correctly, they did a controlled demolition of a stadium, and it took about well over 200-ish pounds of dynamite alone just to level this building or the stadium. So for something of that mass, given that it's more linear in height, it would probably take a little bit more, maybe about close to a short ton in a TNT, which is either a little under or a little over 2,000 pounds.
I would have to say that if you took out the ground levels, if you took somebody's feet out from underneath them, you sweep their feet, like in any jiu-jitsu, karate.
Right.
You take their feet from out from underneath, they're going to fall. Just gravity. I think that may have been contributed in that building coming down because, like I said, there's been buildings that's been hit before, buildings that's been on fire before, built around the same decade that one was. You know, those two were, and they've sustained and still up today. You know, there's only three in history that's happened, and it happened on the same, basically, footprint. You know, of that area. Kind of weird.
Right.
And then you got, then you got, Lehman Brothers and et cetera, that, that have ties to it, and people getting insurance on those buildings before that happened.
Oh, yeah. There was there was probably a large sum, probably within the trillions of insurance policy just on that building alone.
The government, our government kept documents there, and there was an actual hearing on money that was missing going on right around the same time. You know what I mean? And this news report kind of overshadowed it when everybody just talks about the Twin Towers, but there's 3 buildings going down. When because that was America. Whoever did it, whatever organization.
Yeah. Yeah, I vaguely remember about that trial. It was touched on a little bit by like Fox News and some of the other major news corporations that were running around at the time about the whole 9/11 tragedy. And they were talking about how there was like 14, 15, a rather ridiculous amount of money, we'll put it like that, just randomly missing from the insurance claim. Yeah. And there was. Sorry?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go on ahead because I'm slowly turning on the brain here. But go on ahead. What you were?
Yeah, there was gold that was supposedly missing. That was actually eyewitness loaded up in trucks. That some of it got gone, some of it didn't. It was underneath because that was actually a depository, kind of like our Fort Knox, that was there. It was actually gold that was stored there underneath those buildings that is missing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
I know they didn't just haul it off in the rubble to China when they loaded those freighters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They had 400 dump trucks running a day. Haul off crap.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
This is pretty good. This works. I mean, I'm aiming to put YouTube videos up soon if I can either A, get a camera, or B, find my old crappy camera that I got from like 2010.
Well, the reason I said that, Rebel, is because he made a comment one day, about shouting his video out or something on my channel. So.
I don't think he could give you a better shout out because, and here's why, because this is my part of what I do. The analytics for this, I don't mean the analytics like most people think. Talking about the ratio. Because the time frame on this, it should, in the views it's gotten so far, but the time frame that's on it, because of the length of this video, once we stop it, it will become a video. It should rank, and it should rank this week. That means he's going to get a lot more subscribers. You'll get a lot more subscribers. I probably will too, because
I'm sure.
the longer you make a video, and if he has it monetized, which I hope he does,
I do.
he should see a lot of money. This,
Yeah,
he should see a lot of money
Chris
off
is
this.
going to probably get a lot more money than I'll probably ever see in my current, little 15 minutes of YouTube fame.
You don't know. You don't know.
YouTube won't
Yeah,
leave me
well,
alone, though.
you
They
never
keep
know.
messing with me. They're taking my views, my likes. They freezing my money. They're messing with me hard.
Speaking of YouTube, have you guys heard about YouTube Heroes?
I got a video about it.
Yes.
Two of them,
Me
actually.
too.
I watched a few by some more popular YouTubes like Chris Ray Gunn and some other guys, and they're relatively fumed about this, and so am I. I watched the video about it, and I'm like, oh wow, not only can I lose my channel if I say something completely insensitive, but I'll probably lose everything I worked for. Good job.
Yeah. YouTube
Nazis.
YouTube narcs. YouTube narcs.
YouTube Nazis.
Oh yeah.
You get paid to be a narc. See, here's
yeah.
the thing. I mean, YouTube's owned by Google, and they're two of the biggest search engines in the world. Google's first, YouTube is second, but more videos. Everything's leaning towards the future of being video.
Oh yeah.
With that said, they can't hire a staff to actually. I mean, granted, I understand how many videos are uploaded every second, every minute, every hour. It's crazy. It's because it's a worldwide platform. It's a lot of information, and I know they can't go through all of it. They expect us to basically regulate it.
Right, but that seems a little bit fishy. I mean, for example, I subscribe to a really wonderful character who is rather backwards in his ways. He's known as the Vigilant Christian. Granted, I know, Chris, you're a Christian, and I'm sure, Rebel, you are too. But for my personal sake, I watched a handful of his videos, and some of them are just so far left that they ended up like beyond.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I unsubscribed from him a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I just recently subscribed to him just because I want to just watch his videos and just cringe. It's so much cringe-worthy stuff. Like for a really good example, I watched a video where he did where he basically said Kurt Cobain was like and his daughter were like part of a satanic cult, and a good friend of mine and myself, we were watching and listening to this video, and we're like, no, this is wrong. There's a police record. There's evidence. There's more to it than just, oh, well, he's part of the 27 Club. That's a satanic cult. What the crap are you going on about? But anyway, aside from that tangent of wonderful, wonderful video.
That is, that 27 Club is an odd bunch. I mean, there's a lot of good people that's in there. Like, who's the girl who died recently? Amy Winehouse.
Yeah, Amy Winehouse.
She's in it. I think Jimi Hendrix is in it.
Yes, he
Don't
is.
quote me on this.
Yeah, he is. I
research these facts.
I double checked.
Kurt Cobain, of course, and a few others.
Right, and
Crazy. That's weird.
Mm-hmm. And
Hold was Rebel Without a Cause. What James Dean. How old was he? That's before my time, really. You know what I mean? I know who he is.
Yeah. I remember doing a project on him. I think he died a little bit past 27. I think he was in his early 30s, and he was riding in his car, famously known as I think it was the Little Bastard or something.
The Little Bastard. Yeah, it was a Porsche. Yeah.
He died
red.
Yeah, he died super late 20s, really early 30s by that car
I
accident.
was thinking he was in that. I was thinking he's possibly in that club too. There's a lot of famous people.
Oh, I'm sure. And
but I mean, they all die. All good die young, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to initially say oh well, his daughter is a part of this satanic ritual. It's a little bit too extreme. I mean, granted, I'm sure she's living pretty comfortably on Kurt Cobain's wealth, but
Yeah, but a lot of the rich, powerful elite either get sucked into the Illuminati or they're made famous by the Illuminati. If you do your research.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
you got to think. You got to think who his wife was. Girlfriend, then
Yeah.
wife,
Yeah.
Courtney. And the issue she, there too. I don't know how much money would actually be there.
Now, am I saying that every
Right.
single actor, singer, songwriter, whatever, is a part of the Illuminati? No, I didn't say that. But a majority of them, or a lot of them, are because they're hit up and say, "Hey, you want to be made famous? Look at all these people that are made
Right.
famous out of nowhere, have no talent whatsoever, but yet they're
Yeah.
famous." You know what I mean?
Right.
What,
I
the
think
reason
just-
I brought
Go on.
you go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. But like for sake of argument, I mean, if he's going to go that far into initially like think that, Kurt Cobain, mind you, he was kind of like I wouldn't go that far, like the prodigy of like garage.
Yeah, grunge.
Yeah, grunge in a
Yeah.
sense. And to be like, well, Illuminati made him famous. Well, I wouldn't go that far per se. I mean, a really grand example is when Nirvana released the album Nevermind. There was a lot of kind of backlash by the more conservative community about a naked baby being in a pool as their front album cover. So for that, and for more open-minded people, I should say, kind of like notice this on the news or whatever sort of media at the time they were using, they're like, well, hey, this seems a little off. Let's actually take a look at this and see what it's all about. So I think I don't know what lighter is. They probably walked off with it back inside. Or am I speaking?
Oh, wait, no, it's up there.
Is it just me, or does it seem like the stream is on ADD?
Yeah, it probably is. Probably the monkey wrench and everything.
That's all right. Let's keep going.
But just even then, and on top of that, Courtney Love was just all sorts of crazy, just back ass crazy. Like, I understand Cobain was on a lot of drugs and probably didn't even pay much attention to what the hell was going on. But
right, I don't know for a fact, but I think he was on lithium to control some of his, emotional stuff.
Leave my fucking husband alone.
Mm-hmm.
Hang up real quick.
I see. Why is her cat out?
That's okay.
Sorry, guys. We have a cat. Come here. Oh, come here, little one. Say hi to YouTube. Say hi to the YouTube world. Here, you want to take her inside?
No, it's not Gigi.
I know, but still, take her inside and show Mom or something. Yeah,
I'm
that
still here, guys.
kind of,
I'm just pausing the video. I'm going to step outside.
Mom, come here. Hurry up.
You were
For
frozen
sure.
anyway.
Friend.
I'm sorry, Chris. What was that?
I said he was froze anyway.
Oh,
Thanks.
not a problem. Where were we? What?
Kurt Cobain.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a different cat. A little cat who came up straight to Caleb.
I just lost my train of thought. Gosh dang it. This cat distracted me. How dare you, cat?
We just hit the 301 mark.
Woohoo.
That's beautiful.
But,
All right, which one is the one viewer? Is it any of you guys?
No.
Plus Gigi's is longer, and her tail is this.
But, yeah, I think maybe,
Come on here.
yeah, I think, like, the first and foremost rule with most famous people is that sometimes they stick their dick in crazy, and Courtney Love is a prime example of that.
Wow. Right on.
Like think about it. Like, after Cobain died, she released an album, and the album almost tanked.
Yeah.
And for someone that, no, hey. Cat was trying to get away. This cat. In the ass cat. Anyway, now that's gone. But yeah, it almost tanked. It probably made like 1.5 million. And
right.
it was really rough. But like, this was probably weeks, maybe a month after Cobain's death. So that's what I think initially is like
Oh yeah.
for
Fuck.
Cobain to think that was a brilliant plan to marry Courtney Love of all people.
Well,
I
you
think
can be
she had a
blinded
hand
by
in- I
love.
think
That's
she
for
had a
sure.
hand in killing him. To be honest.
Oh,
with you.
I don't doubt that either. I mean, I have my fair suspicions about whether or not Courtney Love had a hand in killing Cobain. But I think that suspicion is a little bit, kind of conflicting with some of the evidence, or not evidence per se, but the police report that was given.
None of the police reports matched
No.
with the crime scene at all. None of them.
Right.
The way he was laying, the way he was holding his gun, how they had seen him that day. I watched all the stuff about it. Nothing matched whatsoever to the police report, and the way that crime scene was handled.
Yeah.
We got to remember it was 20 years ago too, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there's also audio record where Kurt Cobain's wife had.
What's she have?
You don't cure insomnia, Guzman. Unfortunately, I have it. Anyway, where she had hired a private investigator, and she was trying to put a hit out on him.
Oh yeah.
And he's got audio records of phone calls and everything else. Hey, Sniper's back. Phone calls and stuff like that. He of audio messages. He had a recorder when he went into her room when he met her privately, and he played all the tapes. And she is guilty. She is guilty as he made a whole documentary about it.
Well, plenty of guys have killed themselves over women. You know what I mean?
But he didn't
Yeah.
kill himself over a woman. She killed him to get his money.
Yeah.
It's very possible. It's very possible. That's plausible.
Yeah, I think when when
You're
Smells
talking
Like
about-
Teen Spirit came
Talking
out
about
and
Kurt Cobain's suicide note? Is that what you're speaking about?
Yes, that's what
Yeah,
we've
okay.
been speaking about. Where you been?
Well,
Yeah.
you didn't say note. You didn't say note. You said like video.
No, there's
we were talking about
There's all kinds of video and audio out that shows that she's had her hand in that she killed him.
Yeah, because I remember him quoting. I mean, in that note, he said he was too sensitive. He said, "No, wait." He said, "I'm too sensitive. I need to be slightly numb in order to regain that enthusiasm I had once as a child." I remember him saying that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that note was proven not to be him. A lot of the words he used in that was words that he would never use.
Right.
Yeah. When Smells Like Teen Spirit hit the top 10 on radio, the top 10 like musical whatever they had it up at the time, it probably was number 4, number 5, and it probably would gross about $12 million within just a 24-hour period. So, and if that was played throughout the 90s and up until his death, he probably had a lump sum of cash just from singles alone. And then on top of that, his albums that probably sell billions on top of billions.
But he had to split that with band members also.
Right, but just Kurt Cobain alone probably made at least well over $1 billion-ish.
Is it just
With-
me, or did this whole live stream go completely off what we were talking about before?
Yeah.
Hey, that's okay. No, because we're talking about conspiracies, and that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think if Courtney Love sincerely wanted to get at it, I think she would have probably attacked it a lot sooner than the current suicide date.
She has rings on her tail like Tigger.
So, I mean, if I was Courtney Love and I realized, Kurt Cobain was making $1 billion annually, I would have probably taken him out like 2 years later, not this long, extensive period.
Okay, someone in the comments says, because I asked a question, anybody got anything they want to ask? And Bob
Okay.
Guzman says, a burning question, how do you cure insomnia? Laugh out loud. And I said, you don't. And then we have Sniper said, do you believe in psychics?
Sure.
I'm a little iffy about psychics. I mean, granted, the outer world can communicate to us, but I have a very difficult time personally when I watch things like what is it called? Like the Hollywood Psychic, or like what is it called? The Dead Files. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that, the Dead Files.
I haven't.
Basically, this woman, for Rebel, basically this woman in her like 30s, early mid 30s, it claims that she's a psychic, and she has like a former NYPD detective with her, and they go around to like different locations, like houses and stuff, and they try and explain like what the hell's going on. And for me, that is a little bit skeptical because of how not only the video is portrayed, it's more theatrical. It's more like a traditional setting, not with like a
scripted.
It almost looks scripted, but I think in a more legitimate stance, I think that she actually does semi-understand the afterlife. Hey, sure, you're cold, so come here.
Since we're talking about the conspiracies, I want to touch on this really quick.
Hold on.
And we're talking.
Hold on.
What's up?
Well, because they've asked him do you believe in psychics? So I'm gonna give my opinion on that. I believe that we can be guided, good or bad, by spirits, by God, by the devil, by demons, whatever. We can be guided, and we get what's the word I'm looking for?
Influenced?
Premonitions of things that are going to happen. Now, am I going to sit here and call those psychics? No, I'm not going to sit here and call them psychics. I'm not talking shit about psychics. I'm just saying we are not meant to know the future, and that's what a psychic is. We are not meant to know the future.
Well, they could be talking about the past too. If the psychic is reaching back for somebody who's passed, who's dead.
Well, that's different. That's not called a psychic. A psychic is someone that looks up and looks into the future.
That's the mediator, right?
Yeah, the mediator. What do they call it?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. So, do I believe in psychics? I believe, like I said, I believe we can be guided by outside forces. But I do also know that there's just like anything else in this world, especially the paranormal realm, a lot of liars, cheaters, and manipulators that will use media to gain attention and money and fame, and they will and script things and do things that aren't necessarily true in fact. Let's see here. Another one, same person, Sniper, said, I think she had something to do with Kurt Cobain's death. Yep, that's what we've been saying, Sniper.
Yeah, I want to touch on that really quick since we're talking about the money. Yeah. So, and it's a conspiracy. Tupac.
It's funny you said that because Sniper just said, do you think Tupac Shakur is alive?
All right, I'm going to touch on it.
Go ahead.
I'm going to touch on it.
Hold on before you do. Let me finish reading the question, and then if you can touch on it, and I will.
Okay.
Do you think Tupac Shakur is alive? Question mark. If not, do you think who did it? Do you think Suge Knight or the government had him killed? One at a time.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go on ahead. I know you've been burning to say something for a while, so I'll let you go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. You were going to touch on Tupac. And I wanted to get that out there so that you could give your opinion on it while you were touching on Tupac.
I'll cover it really fast. So when Tupac died, we'll call it that, because he could still be alive. When Tupac died, his family thought that, he should have a ton of money. Like what you were saying earlier about Kurt Cobain. Turns out his mother has come out and professed there's no money. None. Zero. How odd is that? Now, granted, your record label, which Suge Knight had, they take a percentage, but you make a percentage on every record and everything else. Tupac is one of the greatest rappers and artists of that genre to actually live, period. Yeah. A lot of people emulated him and still do to this day. Now, he did put out records after his death, which is crazy. But, I mean, he probably just had them pre-recorded. Same thing with, like, Prince. Prince had a bunch of stuff pre-recorded that he never released. But he was always busy in the studio. So it was Tupac, from what I understand. But for his mom to be like, there's no money?
Yeah, that seems a little suspicious. I think, personally, Tupac, if he is alive, then holy crap, Batman, he hasn't aged a bit.
Facelifts.
But I honestly,
It's called facelifts.
I would call it plastic surgery. If
Same
somebody
thing.
shot me not once, but twice, I'm going to go ahead and get my plastic surgery done. If I was in witness protection program from the federal government, I'm going to demand that I get, plastic surgery.
Yeah, but look at 50
Yeah.
Cent. Look how many times 50 Cent got shot, lived, and don't look like he was ever shot.
yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna be the way the shooting took place, and I
Yeah.
think it was Vegas and whatnot.
My opinion is I think that there's a possibility he is dead, but also a part of me says he's
Yeah.
not dead, and
Right.
he's in either hiding or he is in with the government, and they're keeping him hid off for their own personal agenda. It's one of
I
those
wouldn't even
three.
say it's the government. I think he would. I think he would want to. He made his money.
No, I didn't say it was
Yeah.
the government.
Supposedly.
I didn't say it was. I'm giving one of the theories that I've heard. But
Oh, okay.
I think he's either dead or he's in hiding. Is my personal
Yeah.
opinion. But
Right.
he could be. The government could have him hid off somewhere.
Right.
That's just one theory I've heard. But I think it's one of the two. He's either been killed or he's still alive and he's in hiding somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, and he should be. You know what I mean? No reason to come out and show your hand when you can live another day. You know what I mean? The rest of your life in hiding. If you have plastic surgery, you can definitely come out. Granted, he had a lot of tattoos and stuff, which can be removed, laser surgery and things of that nature. But
Yeah,
I think, as much as the love he had for his mom, even the songs he wrote, "Dear Mama," things of that nature, I think he would probably send some kind of message to her, via the mail or whatever, and be like, I love you. You know what I mean? I'm
yeah,
still alive, and I'm hiding out. Don't tell nobody.
yeah. I think if he was gonna hide out, I think there would be a bit more. Sorry if I'm too close. I got a cat in my arms, or a bending cat right now. Anyway, but if he was to go AWOL or just kind of fake his death, I'm sure there would be a lot of people trying to find him. Like, for example, if Jesse Ventura has been up and down saying he's going to go off the grid, I'm sure there would be lots of people going after Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
gotta keep in mind too. Look at all the actors and stuff that have went off the grid in hiding when nobody knew where they were, and then appeared later, and they thought they were dead or what. Like Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle did stuff and disappeared one day. Was gone for quite a
I
long
love
time.
Dave.
Yeah, nobody knew where he was. He came back out of hiding and said that he hid because the Illuminati had come after him and threatened him. And so did Cat Williams. Cat Williams did the same damn thing. And that's what I'm saying. He could be in hiding and can't get the information out to somebody because the Illuminati came at him and said, hey, you either sell out and come with us, or we make your life a living hell, and we kill you, or we kill your family, or whatever. You know how they do. And so he went into hiding,
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're keeping their tabs on us right now as we speak of them.
We've hit some of the key trigger words.
Bob,
Some of those.
Okay, I had a psychic friend came to my house that was haunted. I let her walk through the house alone, didn't tell her anything, but afterwards she knew things that I never told anyone, so I believe. That's what I was saying, is that we can be guided, Bob, by the outside scene force, whether it's good or bad. There's times where I've heard things that no one else has heard, and they matched a question that I had, or something, I knew personal information nobody else could have known. I'm not a psychic. I don't claim to be a psychic, but I was guided by an outside force that was not seen. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not talking shit about psychics. I'm just saying,
No.
I don't think they are what people think they are. Even though she couldn't help with the Powerball numbers. That's funny. Tupac has surgery. He is now known as Kane. Bob, that's funny.
Ask him if it's Big Daddy Kane from the '90s. That rapper.
Is he Big Daddy Kane from the '90s? They could hear you. What are you talking about?
I meant to type. I don't have my computer up. I can't type right now. I'm just working off my phone.
If he responds to what you're saying, then I'll answer. I'll tell you.
The lag on this thing takes like a week.
right?
I can't believe
Um,
I've streamed video games this long, but I've never live streamed like we're doing right now for 3 hours and almost 18 minutes.
That's a mistake. I think. See, I mean, here we go back again. The title is the same a lot of YouTubers have done. The time that's on this video, I don't think there's another one. Well, since you got your computer up, look and see if anybody else has a Casey Neistat response video that's up over 3 hours. I doubt it. I hope it goes to number one.
I don't
Hope
think
it goes
there
to
is.
number one. Let's pray it goes to number one.
Do you think Marilyn Monroe death was a suicide or was she murdered? My personal opinion on that, hands down, she was murdered because she was in bed with JFK. That's a well-known fact. She was his lover, and I think she was taken out.
I agree.
I agreed to that with that. If I remember correctly, she was found in her bathtub
With pills and etc. Yeah.
right. So
Actually, I think it was bed. The bed bathroom.
around that area. And just to kind of throw a little bit of a monkey wrench into there was also claims and or reports, I'm unsure, that she was bipolar as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. And
I don't know.
I don't remember ever hearing that, but I could be wrong.
But if she was, the amount of swings that she probably went through, she probably just hit one real good and just kind of, opted out.
I don't
But
think
if JFK had a finger in it, given that he was a part of the Navy and all that, I'm sure he knew some pretty.
No, you misunderstood me. I don't think he was taken out by, or she was taken out by JFK. I think she was taken out by somebody else within the little realm of powers that be. Just like Martin Luther King was too, because him and JFK were buddies at a time where you were not friends with a black person, especially the president of the United States.
Oh yeah, and especially being that JFK was Catholic, I mean, I'm sure there's some pretty hardcore rules and regulations to being a Catholic back in the 50s and 60s.
Actually,
you got to look at.
Go ahead.
I would say you got to look at JFK's history of how that family, the Kennedys, the Rockefellers, all those people got their starts. It wasn't legal. You know what I mean? That's pretty much documented. I'm not slandering anybody there. That proof and those facts are there. That and when Kennedy got into office, the whole family, even to this day, the ones that are still living, and most of them are dead. They've all died of tragic accidents. Ted Kennedy had issues. You know what I mean? The girl dying right there in the bridge.
Hey,
all kind of things.
You're number 33 when you type in Casey Neistat challenge. You're number 33, Rebel, that pops up.
Awesome.
Right on.
My live stream ain't popping up yet.
What am I like? Well, it's not uploaded yet. You follow me?
Yeah.
I got you.
Not yet.
Yeah, because it's still live. It's still going. It doesn't have a chance to rank. That's why I said the longer you keep it going, the more.
I'm looking under the live section right now. They got the little live section. I want to see if it's popped up in the live.
Is anyone done a live stream on it? I doubt it.
I don't know.
I hope we're the first.
I clicked on the live right now where you got the live section, and I'm looking. I don't see any. I see a bunch of presidential stuff, but
yeah, just to catch me up a little bit. Who is Casey Knight?
Neistat.
Neistat.
Go ahead.
He's a vlogger. He's a big YouTube vlogger. He has approximately 5 million and 400 some change subscribers. He does daily vlogs. Him and his brother started off, his brother's van. They started off, he basically is the grandfather. And I saw his face when somebody called him that before. He's the grandfather of vlogging. You know what I mean? But he was vlogging before YouTube was even a thing. He made, recordings of his life, at least the last 7 years. He has documents almost every single day of his life. But he didn't really start uploading daily until, do you know who Roman Atwood is?
Kinda.
Smile more.
Oh, yeah.
Pussy Tube are good friends.
Oh, wow.
But Roman Atwood is a vlogger also, and he told Casey, he said, listen, if you want to, if you really want to increase, your subscribers and everything else, he told him 3 words: upload more.
Oh yeah.
Upload more. And hey, look, he started doing it daily. He went from like 2 million to 5 million, in less than a year and a half. You know what I mean? And
Bob Guzman says, what really convinced me, she knew about a reoccurring dream I had as a kid about the basement at the house. There's something to this psychic shit. Again, I'm going to go back to,
Okay.
And if I'm wrong, and there are real psychics and stuff, I don't mean real psychics. I mean, the way psychics are put out to be, then great, prove it to me. But
Well, let's say it's plausible.
that's
One
why I
out
say
of
prove it to me. If I'm saying prove it to me, is I'm not counting it out completely 100%. But what
right.
my outtake is on it, like I said, is that she can be told that this person has said they're psychic. And any of my psychic fans out there, I'm not again talking shit about your ability. I'm just saying from what I've seen and what I've heard and my research, this is my personal opinion.
Mhm.
Okay.
BRB. BRB.
Okay. She,
Okay.
she was guided, and that's what psychics say. They're guided by outside forces, by the spiritual realm. That's what
Mhm.
psychics say. All psychics say that they're guided by the dead. Okay.
Mhm.
So if there was somebody in a spirit in your house, a ghost in your house, was talking to this person, then she would know about your reoccurring dream.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? If the ghost was in your house overheard you talking about it, or they were causing the reoccurring dream, you got to take that in
Mhm.
consideration too. Was the spirit in your home causing the reoccurring dream? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I mean, you got to take all that. I mean, it's too big of an area for me to pinpoint whether like I said that I've seen so many fake so-called psychics. It's not even real. They've been
Well,
proven to
let
be
me
fake. What's the one
let
guy
me
said
touch
they made
on.
a big TV show back when I was younger, back when we were younger? He had the real short hair, and the problem that I have with psychics is they try to narrow it down. I'm picking up somebody that had a dog. Uh, Over here, okay, and they half the crowd, and then I'm picking the dog had a red collar at one point, and the process of
Oh,
elimination
oh,
and they
I know what
narrow
you're
it
talking
down.
about. Yeah, like back in like
It
the
was
2000s, that like revamped itself. I know exactly what you're talking about. What that's called, what I believe that's called, is it's kind of like a trigger word. Basically, they're going through like their little alphabet of specific words.
right.
I'm sure most Chris, you've experienced like with like trigger objects in a sense, like using a special object that was used at that time to kind of revamp the spiritual energy. It's kind of the same idea with people. Like if let's say, for example, Chris, do you have two dogs? Initially, that kind of like tells you like, oh well, he knows that I have two dogs because well he had to tell someone told him. That's not the case. I just randomly guessed, and
Oh, and by the way, don't use
for
my
that
last
argument to
hey,
happen.
don't use my last name in my streams or videos or in your streams or videos or anything else like that. But I know what you're talking about, and they're called trigger objects or trigger words. Paranormal investigators use them all the time. My problem with it is though is it's a process of elimination is the way it seems. You know what I mean?
It,
It's
that's what it basically is.
they use something so vague that they're going to get
Yeah.
somebody in the audience or somebody that's listening's response.
Mhm.
It's been proven time and time again. There's plenty of psychics that's come out and said they do this as a living and it's all fake.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
not saying every psychic is fake. I'm not saying that isn't that ability out there. What I'm saying is just got to be careful because there's so many people out there that are making these lies and these statements to get their money and their fame.
Oh yeah. One of the big things that I noticed with oh man,
I wish I could remember
the
his name, the one that I'm talking about, and has been proven a fake and a fraud. He's got
oh
dark
yeah, it
hair.
was
Let me pause you here. You keep using the word psychic, and that's why I clarified it earlier. We talking about a mediator that came into his house, or a psychic who predicts the future?
well, I think given our like the current
What's the
times, like,
what's the comment say?
He's saying psychic.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so
That's why I wanted to clarify earlier. That's why I asked the question in a it was a rhetorical question actually.
right. Just to, I think for just kind of in a sense of an argument, not to create an argument, but I think given our time, psychic and medium have almost kind of blurred together in a sense.
Agreed.
And, granted, I can say I'm a medium, however, I'm also a psychic. But I think nowadays it's more like, well, I'm a psychic, so that must imply that I speak to the dead.
Yeah, back when I was a kid, they used the word psychic medium. You know what I mean? because
Yeah,
you had two
that was a
different so-called
major-
abilities. So,
Right.
Mhm.
and it's not mediator, it's medium is the word you're looking for. You keep saying mediator.
Right.
To get off
We
this
knew what he
topic,
meant.
what are your thoughts on Jack the Ripper? I'm reading rumors he came to New York.
Um.
Well, I mean, it was
I
so popular. It was. I mean, granted, you do have repeat or Well, let me back up. At that time in England, there was so many of those cases, and those girls were mostly girls of the street,
yeah.
streetwalkers,
Mhm.
and I think we would have seen an increase, an influx of what would happen in New York if he would have moved.
Oh yeah.
There was a case where
John Edwards. John Edwards was his name. I just thought it.
Yes.
Sorry, I interrupted you, but it popped in my head. I gotta get his name. I gotta say it if I forget it
I was
again.
going to tell you his name. I actually knew it, but I was waiting for you to finish.
You.
I was waiting for you to finish. I knew exactly. And what's the name of the show? It was something. Beyond.
Beyond belief. I
Something
believe
beyond-
what it was.
Yeah. That was. Nice.
All right, so back to the New York thing. There was a special case that happened many years ago, where I think Russia had its first serial killer, and they went to the United States and requested our help to catch a serial killer because they hadn't had one. We've had plenty in this country,
Oh yeah.
and it took our expertise to catch that guy. You know what I mean? I think if Jack the Ripper had from left London and came to the United States, I think that we would have a clear history of plenty of people being dead under those pretenses. Because if you remember, Jack the Ripper, they think that he was of money, of wealth, of stature, maybe even
Like an aristocrat.
Yes, there's the word I'm going to use. I wasn't going to use anything higher, but yeah, he could be up even higher
Because
than
his
just
vocabulary
aristocrat.
doesn't go that high.
The reason why,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to flip him off, man. I swear. But no, I just didn't want to I didn't want to insinuate someone of royalty. You follow me?
Yeah.
So because of that, but wait, because of that, even the girls who were found, these prostitutes, there was what's left of the stems of grapes. Grapes were a rich commodity back then. It wasn't something that was there's something he enticed them with. It'd be like enticing a kid with chocolate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or candy.
Right.
So they had to have money to purchase the grapes.
Yeah. I personally think Jack the Ripper probably came from New York, or at least picked up on some Western-style ideology. A really prime example of this was the letter that he wrote to the detectives of England at the time. He was using a lot of American slang during that time era, and a lot of kind of the phrasing of words along with that. So do I think Jack the Ripper actually went back to New York? No. Do I think he probably came from New York? That's a possibility. He probably was in relative poverty and then transferred over to England, where either his family or whoever was taking care of him at the time actually had some weight to throw around in England, like amongst the parliament, amongst royalty, whatnot. And he probably gained more and more royalty, being that he was under that little umbrella. And
it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that he could have been of royalty. It wouldn't be far-fetched.
It wouldn't.
We use the example Henry VIII. How many wives did he kill? You know what I mean?
Well, and that's one of the rumors too, that he was somebody of power and royalty. Somebody that had money.
That's why I use the example of the grapes and things of that, just to give a fact. You know what I mean? And not assume.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, I think from what the photos did show, I think honestly Jack the Ripper was rather sloppy in his way of committing crime. It was it seemed too personal for it just to be like just some aristocrat just executing a harlot. It just seemed like he was rather frustrated with it. Like, I can't believe you're this woman of the street. How dare you show your presence here?
Well, one of the theories that was going around and still is, was that he had a thing out for women. He had gotten screwed over by women and stuff, and so he was taking it out on the hookers.
I think it might have been a sexual trigger too. It might have been the reason,
so many different rumors
the brutality
about Jack the Ripper. It's not even funny.
I think the brutality behind it, like he said, I think the brutality behind it might have been a sexual trigger too, and he might have had a serious hate, or he may just got off on it. The more bloodier, the better.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I think just to dig a little bit deeper into this rabbit hole, I think honestly, maybe his mom probably had a lot to do with the hatred he had or the arousal he had.
I gotta agree with that.
I mean, at the time, which I think was like the late 1800s, early 1900s, it seemed rather okayish to see, like, you marry your first cousin, your second cousin, whoever, and his mother, probably being from the much earlier time, probably early to mid 1800s, probably saw this as rather rather normal occurrence for a mother and son, or whatever the case may be at the time, to be in a rather risque relationship.
Heck, his mom could have been a prostitute from the streets. We don't know. You know what I mean? He may have had a hate for her. She may have abandoned him and left him, and he was raised by a rich aristocrat family, or he became wealthy some way. You know what I mean? Maybe he did travel to the Americas. Back then it was called the Americas,
Yeah.
Bob
So
says,
he may have traveled.
That chick wasn't like that. She knew where my grandpa died. She knew about my great-grandma's room, where I never even let people go. It was so creepy. She knew so much, it was impossible. He's talking about that psychic lady again.
Well, that's good. That's plausible. I would say it's plausible. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing. I
wouldn't discount.
Nowhere in this conversation did I say psychics weren't real.
Right.
You just said it.
I said be careful. I said be
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you.
I said be careful because there's a lot of fakes and phonies out there, and if you're talking about mediums, I believe is what they're called for seeing the future. I think is what they're called. Is it
the other way around?
The other way around, yeah. Then that's a different ball game because we're not supposed to know the future. Period.
Mm.
If you're a Christian or whatever, and the Bible says that everything's already been prophesied out. There's no need for prophecy. You're not supposed to try to be a prophecy.
Right. Here's where I'm gonna piss Chris off.
Go ahead, piss me off. Come on, brother.
Since you brought up Christianity and you brought talking to the dead and future and those things, there is a line in the Bible that says you're not supposed to mess with those things. I won't get into specifics of it because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't say you can't speak to them. It says not to try to figure out the future, not to figure out where, and that's where I think it was King Solomon messed up. Remember, with the witch.
Yeah.
Well, King Solomon was given. I mean, he was given a lot of great knowledge, and basically,
I think it was King Solomon. Remember, and he had that. I can't remember a witch or psychic or medium or whatever, and she was a fraud, and she even scared herself when she saw the ghost. Remember?
Yeah.
What was it, Solomon?
Yeah. See, Solomon was given a lot of knowledge. He was one of the most knowledgeable people at the time.
Solomon in this particular incident that I'm talking about? I believe it was Solomon, and he was warned. He got told by this ghost, "Hey, God told you not to look into the future like this."
Right.
And
I think he wanted to know his own death.
Yeah, exactly. And they pretty much gave him. They said, "Hey, you're gonna fall. You're gonna have your downfall because of this." That's what you're talking about. Talking to the ghost and stuff, no, it never once does it say
don't talk to them.
It doesn't say don't talk to them. It says not to try to get information from them to know the future.
I think just to rather answer Bob's question thoroughly and to kind of initially in the consistent tangents, Bob, I think, granted she might have been, rather honest.
Right. I don't think he's listening to you right this second. He might be, but he said, my girlfriend just woke up saying she pooped her pants, beat her back, laugh out loud.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a personal problem, but just for Bob's sake, so that way if he does decide to come back,
that gets brought up in this stream. This is how comfortable my fans feel with me, dude, and I love it. I love it. I wouldn't want it any other way.
All right, go ahead. Finish your story. I'm willing to listen.
But Bob, I think honestly, if she was, given the information that was perceived to her as a medium, I don't think psychic per se, but we'll say medium for sake of argument, she might have been right. She might have had everything down to the T on accuracy. And are we trying to say that she was lying? No, that's not the case. Personally, me, I have a rather difficult time believing in it because of the rather controversial information that was spread not only between media but through other personal experiences that I've had. And it's rather kind of a, to use the term loosely, fluxing issue where it's, it spikes and then it drops and then it spikes and then it drops. And for that to happen, it does put a lot of speculation upon, whether this is a realistic idea or is it just kind of a, smoke and mirror show for people just to get a little kick out of it.
You know what? I believe in psychics. I believe in mediums. I'm not saying that they're all not phonies. I'm saying there's probably plausible. When I said it earlier, I do believe there are some who can be and correlate and relate to those things.
I believe
if they're trained. If they try and they're trained, I don't see why they couldn't.
And that's what I've been saying through this whole part of that live stream, is that I'm not saying that the people that claim to be psychics are fake. I never said that. I said that people are guided by the spiritual world. And
no, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to say that. I was just saying my personal opinion is I believe that there are such individuals around.
No, and remember I even said that I've known things and I've heard things that no one else has heard and known things that no one else has known, that there's no way anybody could have known. I don't consider myself a psychic, but I feel that I'm guided by the spiritual realm.
Would you say you're a medium?
No.
Then
it's
as if you're speaking to a ghost, as a ghost hunter or paranormal, would you not consider yourself a medium if you're talking to ghosts?
No, because most of the time I need gear to speak to them. I can't just, you know what I mean? But there's certain times that I hear things in my mind or I get a feeling about me. We all get them. Like you feel like there's somebody there and you turn around, there's nobody there. You know what I mean? We all get those feelings and those emotions and those thoughts that we can't explain. You see what I'm saying?
I'm going to pause it. What is your take on psychics? Yes or no? Believe? Don't believe?
Like I said, I'm not saying that people are that are having these abilities are fake and false, because I have these feelings and thoughts myself. Not all the time, but I do have them. And I know things that people don't. There's no way anybody could have known, and I know them. And whatever. But on the same hand, I also know there's a lot of fakes and frauds out there, like if anything else, like I said. So I can't sit there and put a label on, is it a psychic? Is it a medium? Is it some, because to me, all they are is somebody that's being guided by an outside force, spiritual force, whether it's good or bad. You know what I mean? Like these fake prophets, that are saying, oh, I'm a psychic or a medium. They're using these words that are going around, and the world's going to end tomorrow. You know what I mean? So either they're a liar, or two, they're being directed by an evil force, because Jesus Christ himself said only my Father knows when that's going to happen. You see what I'm saying?
Right. What is his opinions? What are your opinions on it? Yes or no?
Like I said, I'm relatively skeptic about it. I mean, granted, like I said, there's rather controversial things, but all in all, I'm relatively skeptic about it. Am I gonna, if someone came up to me and was like, "Hey, I'm a medium," am I gonna deny them up front? No. That's kind of a bad move on my half, because that just makes me look like a dick person.
Right.
But am I gonna be like, well, prove it to me? Then yeah, I'm gonna see if they can prove it to me, and if they do, then that's more power to them. But if not, then I'm just gonna tell them to get the hell out of my way.
Now I will give you there are people more susceptible to the spiritual world. And with their body without no gear, I will give you that.
Right.
And if all this stuff is what you're considering a psychic or a medium, but actually, if you think about it, biblically, the Bible doesn't say.
Let's just call it paranormal.
No, listen though. Biblically, the Bible doesn't say stay away from psychics. It says stay away from mediums. It never says psychics.
Dun dun dun.
Because a medium is somebody that tries to see the future. You see what I'm saying? It's not somebody who's communicating with the ghosts.
I was just pointing it out.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
I'm giving my opinion. And
maybe it triggers you. I don't know. Yeah. I just remember there is something in there. I can't remember exactly what it is. I can't quote the scripture, and I
It's
can't
medium.
look it up right now.
It's medium. Over and over and over and over. It's medium. It's never
Yeah.
psychics. I have never seen
Mm.
psychic
Yeah.
in the Bible. And to me personally, they are two separate things. That's why even when I was going up, they were called psychic medium because they're two different abilities.
Even if I was going to look it up,
Yeah.
I wouldn't look it under. I wouldn't Google it. I would actually probably go under Webster's dictionary. You know what I mean? From the old school. I wouldn't even change the meaning of it. Like I said, like we all kind of agreed, they're all kind of the same. The term has been interchanged.
Mm-hmm. It's practically like the word racism.
Chris is reading right now.
Yeah.
I see Chris reading.
Now, Sniper said, "Do you think the gods ever existed or were made up, like Zeus, Poseidon, or Hercules?" Actually, Hercules was a son of a god, half man, half god. He was never a god. And Zeus and Poseidon, yes, I believe they were a pagan god. I don't think they were real, and I don't think Hercules was real either. I think the myth from Hercules, I believe, came from Samson.
I think the real in this aspect alone. Did somebody believe in them back then and have faith, the same as we have faith as Christians today? From someone who's 2000, plus 2016 roughly years removed from our lives, from back in the day. Possibly, we still believe in Christianity 2016 years later.
Yeah,
I believe they believe because there's two. There's two. You got the Greek mythology, and then you've also got the other one, and they pretty much correlate to the same. They're very similar.
Yeah, but being real to them and actually being real are two different things. He wanted to know if they were real. Just because they're real to them, don't make them real.
Right.
Well, they could have been perceived to be real back then. Would that make them real? If somebody believed them, they had faith, and they couldn't prove it.
No. Just okay. If I have my garage door shut right now,
I'm not saying you're denying God now.
No, I know.
God.
I know you're not. But if I have my garage door closed right now, okay, I'm giving an example. All right, and I had no idea of the time frame or anything else like that. I could sit here all night long, sit there and going, "It's daytime. It's daytime. It's daytime. It's daytime." I open up my garage door and it's still nighttime. Just because I believed that it was night outside didn't mean it was daytime. You see what I'm saying? Just because I believed it was daytime. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? It was still night, no matter what I thought it was outside. But because I didn't have the door open, I couldn't get a clear picture. And so I was going off false beliefs, thinking it was daytime when it was actually still night. If that makes sense.
Well, there's two sides to every coin. We agree with that?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, regardless whether what's on both sides, there's still two sides.
Yeah. Yeah. There's two sides. There's the heads and there's the tail. But it's the same coin. Would you agree with that? Even though it has two different sides?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Whether you're a flat earther or you believe in the globe, the earth, on one side there would be light. On the other side there would be dark.
Yeah.
See that.
You said you closed the garage door and it would no matter what, it would still be light or dark.
But see, that's the thing though.
I'm looking at it as perspective.
No,
as your perspective.
I get what you're saying, Rebel. I really, really do. But you can't use that as an analogy, because if you got one side over here believing one thing and one side over here believing the other, but they're both fact. If the sun's not up in one spot, it's going to be dark. You see what I'm saying? That's fact. That's based on fact. Okay.
But would you not say it's fact from your perspective?
No, it's fact because one side of the earth is dark and the other side of the earth is light. It's fact. That's not perspective. That's fact.
But,
perspective
I'm saying
I have my garage door shut and not knowing what it is it's outside, and I'm assuming it's daytime, and I open up the garage door and it's night. You see what I'm saying? That is perspective. The other is based on fact.
But see, you're knowing once you close the door. I'm saying your perspective would be if you're in a dark room. If we put you in a dark room and you had lost, you were unconscious. You woke up. You didn't know if it was night or day until you opened the door. Correct.
Bob, I wish I didn't believe in ghosts, aliens, pimps, and hoes.
Uh, I think to answer the previous question, whether or not the Greek and Roman gods were real in a sense, I think in a sense it's not really necessarily about the deity itself, like the being. Granted, we could go at this all night and all day about whether or not they're real, but I think it was more. I think it was more of like a labeling agent, kind of like, well, why does the sea, act so angrily, and why does the clouds get really dark and heavy? Why is there such great wisdom in our commander? Why is there, why do we have wine for sake of argument? It was kind of like I think of it more of as a labeling agent than it being a real thing. Even to use
No, it was a labeling agent, but to them it was a very real thing. I'm not disputing that.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. From
And they would
perspective.
die for it.
Their perspective, it was daylight, and I
Okay,
believe
but
they
he
believed.
asked our perspective. Did they exist to what we think? Do we think they are real? No, they were not real.
Oh.
Just because they thought they were real doesn't mean that we have to say that there was a possibility they were real or whatever. No, they were fake. They were not real.
I believe the same argument could be made for Christianity today, though.
Oh, that argument has been beaten so hard. It's like the Internet Explorer.
Right. I think
icon.
the same thing. I think it falls under the same thing. That's why I said from their perspective. Whether you're Zeus,
Yeah.
Poseidon, Apollo, Aphrodite, Hera, Athena, Titus, Atlantis, all the Olympian gods. You know what I mean?
From
I
my
mean, there's so many more.
perspective, they're not real. They are fake. They always have been fake. God is real. His son Jesus Christ is real.
I knew you were going to say that. But
Yeah,
from
that was kind of expected.
but given their time frame, they probably believed it. Same as the pagan religions that were morphed into Christianity.
Yeah. Pretty much it, like, just for a bit more context in, whether or not a god or gods are believed in. Personally, I think it's more of like a coping mechanism for sake of argument. I mean,
Right. I agree with that.
we can look at
As
it
an
from both.
explanation.
Yeah, it's basically like a really, really convincing explanation for many people. I mean, honestly,
For
in
the
my dark,
masses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but see,
in a dark-
I don't see as being a Christian as a coping mechanism. I really don't, because
We're talking
No.
pre-Christianity now. We're talking pre-Christianity. We're talking Norse gods. We're talking Roman
no,
gods.
I think
talking Greek
Caleb was
mythology.
talking about Christianity. Anything outside of where you're believing in a god of some sort.
this was for context, for what we're talking about, like how the Greek and Romans were basically again, in a sense, like a coping mechanism or a labeling agent. I think, in a sense, Christianity is similar, but not exactly the same.
Right.
Granted, there's a following to it. Like, if today someone came out and said, Zeus is real, do you know how many people would backlash against that?
A lot of
It
people
would be-
still think Zeus is real,
Right.
but it's not a coping mechanism to me. It's a belief in my heart. It's a belief
Right.
that Scripture matches what I see, matches what I hear. It makes sense when you and we've talked about this before, Caleb.
Oh, yeah, we have. We have.
So anyway, what are your thoughts on UFOs?
Um,
I'm just reading the question.
oh,
Okay.
no. Just to give an answer, yes, I do. And I have not only anecdotal evidence, but Chris and I have gone on night watches before, and those are pretty cool. But just recently, back in September, actually, a friend of mine and I were messaging back and forth, and I call him up on Skype, and I say, "Hey, guess what's outside right now?" And just literally like looking up towards the east side of where I live, there's this big giant glitter like anomaly, like basically lights that were alternating colors from like red to blue to purple to yellow to green to white, every single color of the rainbow, and it's just sitting there nonchalantly, and it's this little cluster of them. It was really, really interesting, and it would literally go back maybe a few hundred feet, and then it'll come up again, and it'll go back a little bit further, and it'll come up a little bit further, and it'll go back a little bit further. And this happened for like an hour, 45 minutes to an hour of nothing but this kind of back and forth motion, and then it just kind of stopped, and it just almost felt like it was staring, like, these humans are doing something, we just don't know what the hell it is.
I believe if we use the term UFO, unidentified flying objects, do I believe in unidentified flying objects? Sure. Do I believe in aliens? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now my opinion on I've seen too much not to believe, and I've gotten into many arguments with people about it, and they're classified airplanes and blah blah blah. Well, first of all, where do you think we got the the technology for this stuff, and use the reverse technology or engineering to reverse the technology for where it was usable for us? There's been plenty of people coming out. What was his name? Phil Schneider was one of them. Look him up if you guys haven't seen him. Actually, I've got a playlist on my YouTube channel called Phil Schneider, and where he talks about it. And he was a man that killed an alien. Was how I found him. But for us to think we're the only living life forms out there, we need to get over ourselves. Period. Yes, as a Christian, I believe in God.
Oh, yeah.
He created us, and we're all special.
I agree with
and all that. I also believe that
add
God could have
a little bit more extra
outside of this.
deliciousness to the conversation.
I believe God could have created another life form outside of our universe or outside of our planet. And who says that they haven't gotten
Agreed.
More civilized to where they can get to us?
I think
the universe is too expand. It's too big.
Why does it say stream complete? Stream resumed.
We still good?
It said stream complete, stream resumed.
Let's keep going. Don't stop.
Keep it chugging, lugging.
3 hours and 54 minutes is how long we've been streaming.
Woohoo!
That's a short time.
No, it ain't. That's a long time.
That felt short. Like, I know I only jumped in halfway, but that felt short. I mean, Skype alone only an hour and a half.
But my thoughts are that UFOs are real. Aliens are real. Most abduction cases are real. Yes, you're going to get your frauds and your phonies. And yes, you are going to get your UFOs, your unidentified flying objects that are man-made and stuff like that. I give you all that. But I do believe UFOs and aliens are real. They're not from this planet. They're not from this galaxy, most likely. They could be from this galaxy. There are different forms of aliens. You got to look at it like the human race. You got your doctors, your lawyers, your medical professionals, your engineers, your scientists, your bad ones, your good ones. They're no different. They're just not of this earth.
I look at it like we have so many species on this planet that we're still discovering. You know what I mean? We haven't discovered them all.
Just to throw it out there, like 2012, Discovery Channel did a theoretical experiment, but it was on like a more 40-minute stream TV show. It was about a planet called Darwin 4, and what they had discovered was based on the Hubble telescope readings and based on what information they gathered from their current technology, was that there is a 95% chance that there's life forms. So they did a really big hypothetical about it, like how they would launch and what sort of technology they would use to do this experiment with. And they were saying how most likely there would be some intelligent life forms and some that were rather basic, like the T-Rex or like really primitive apes at the time. And so I think that would, if we were able to do this sort of exploration, I think they're launched like 2014, but I'm unsure.
Do you think we should make contact with alien life forms if we're able?
I think we already have. times, and I think some have turned out good and some have turned out not so good.
Right. I think the probability of us, if they haven't already come here and contacted us, if us sending a message into space and someone was to return it, it may not be good for us, planet Earth.
I asked them how's the stream? Should we do more? Sniper said the stream is good, but I'm all out of topics.
It's okay. We'll figure out some.
I'm never, dude. I got so much crap running around in my head, and I'm never out of topics.
Oh, I'm sure we can probably go on for hours and hours on this. I'm sure we can probably break daylight with it.
I agree.
I'm sure I could too. I mean, I'm running out of cigarettes, so that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
You got to transfer your phone. Or you know what? You just go to the store. You just go to the store. We'll continue talking.
Gotta have money.
Just
to go
do a
to the
store run. Yeah, do a store run.
You need a ski mask. You need a ski mask.
Oh man.
Hurry back though.
I'm actually happy how this stream's turned out. I really am. Whether we, I'm glad you're here, Caleb, on this one. But,
Me too, Caleb. Me too.
The different points of perspective, and that's what I'm all about. Looking at all the evidence, and I've said it over and over and over in my videos, and personally with you guys, I look at all sides and then make my conclusion. And it worked out that this stream happened in that go in that direction, to where we got all these different questions and stuff, and the stream itself in the chat, and then we all have the same opinions but yet differing opinions on certain things, and that's good. That's what makes America America.
I think it's what makes us human.
But and the thing about me,
not just American.
Caleb knows this, and I agree, human. Caleb knows this, and Rebel, you're getting to know this. I stick my ground. If I believe in something full-heartedly, I stick my ground. I don't mean I'm not listening to you.
Yeah.
It just means I'm sticking my ground because you haven't given me enough proof yet to change my mind.
Right.
But yeah, not a problem, Chris. If you want to tag me along in some more of your live streams, just let me know, and I'll give you a call just before the live stream to get everything all situated.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a great idea.
Yeah,
I do.
We'll see what happens. We're doing it. We were trying to get a show going called Coast to Coast PM, me and Rebel, and it's just I got so much going on my end. You know some of it, Caleb. He's got so much going on his end, and it's hard to get something planned. We planned this last weekend to do this.
Oh yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty much free at the moment. I mean, I'm still job hunting and stuff, and that's just oodles of fun. Just oodles.
Hopefully Trump will fix that. Keeping jobs in America.
Fingers crossed. I mean, yeah. I'm probably going to be unionized anyway.
On the prehistoric era. Well, the prehistoric era. Well, the Bible very clearly says, and go back to the Bible again, there were dinosaurs that walked on the face of this earth. One of them was called the behemoth. Look it up.
Yeah. And just to add more extra gravy onto this topic, we have fossil records dating back years. I won't get in too much in depth into this, but millions and millions of years ago.
Right.
Even further back. Granted, they're not fascinating as as what you and I perceive, but I still find it very fascinating if we find things that have been around for almost 4 million years, and we can confirm that.
Plus, we've got carbon dated cave paintings.
Yep. Oh yeah, we have those as well.
And fossils.
Yeah, and fossils. They go back that far. That are carbon dated, where cavemen are clubbing freaking dinosaurs and shit, and fighting dinosaurs and stuff like that. So I believe the dinosaurs existed. I believe they walked the face of this earth, and God wiped them out. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, do I think it would be interesting to see a T-Rex walk amongst us? Slightly, but I would be more worried about it eating me. But aside from my concerns about being swallowed whole by a T-Rex.
Everything has a time and purpose and a place, and their purpose and place and time was done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
maybe it was a meteor that landed in in Russia. Maybe it was a meteor that landed in Mexico. That's where the spark plug tips. That's only one places on Earth it comes from. Maybe it's a metal or a mineral or something not of this Earth. You know what I mean? That's the only place it's found on this Earth.
Yeah. And I think just to tackle some more theoretical ideas is one of the big things is that about how the moon is fake. I'm sure some of you guys have heard that one before.
The landing?
No, not the moon landing, but the actual moon, like the actual giant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched a video. I watched a Google Plus hangout, and someone was saying how the moon is just a light, and the stars are angels and whatnot. And yeah, go on ahead. But yeah, that was super backwards, insane in some retrospects.
I like how all your rooms are dark, and then the one in the corner is like really bright.
Ours are relatively lit. He's just inside.
Exactly.
No, well, if I had, sorry for the tangent, if I had the opportunity to go inside, I would, but no, I can't because people are watching TV.
Okay, continue on with your rant.
But yeah, one of the more popular theories that I think is more accurate is that we had a asteroid in same size and mass as Earth, and it hit our molten rock that came together. And the dust and other minerals were pulled by the gravitational pull, and it slowly just got pressurized. I mean, at some of the evidence when we did some of the moon landings and all that, it shows, I don't know how much of an accurate percent rating it is to similar in the similarity between Earth's rocks and the moon rocks. They're practically one and the same.
Yeah.
I think the moon is real. I don't know how much more real you need it to be. But to contrive.
Caleb, I already know the answer to this question. Are you an atheist or a Christian?
I'm an agnostic.
Same thing as an atheist. That's like pleading the fifth, or not the fifth, but no contest. That's guilty.
I like his answer. I like his answer.
I know.
It means he believes in something.
No,
doesn't necessarily have to be God.
I wasn't saying that to attack him. What I'm saying is that two Christians and somebody that doesn't necessarily believe in God could sit and have an intelligent conversation and get along like full-grown men.
It can happen. It's the matter of more of the context of who you're talking with. I mean, for example, I watch a podcast called The Drunk Peasants, and they had plenty of conversations with many Christians, and they did have to go about with certain stipulations. But anyway, aside from that, and they've had some relatively intelligent conversations, and did some of them get out of hand? Yeah, they did. It was almost a screaming match with some of the participants, but in the end, it was more intelligent than victory. And do I think that some of these more conservative Christians need to kind of like let off the gas and kind of hit the clutch a little? Totally. I think that with more than how some of the non-denominational Christians are. Do I think that I lost my train of thought. Give me a second. Do I think Christians are a little bit too trigger happy with saying like, oh well, you're contradicting your statement about God and how things are made and all that? Yeah, they need to let off on that a little bit. But all in all, I think honestly, if an atheist comes in open-minded and a Christian can come in open-minded, I think the conversation can be rather intelligent.
I agree. It can be intelligent.
And that's why I brought it up. It wasn't to attack anybody on either side. Obviously not Christianity. I'm a Christian, but I've got a few bones to pick with Christianity as well. But we're not going to do that right this minute. My point was that.
Go ahead.
My point is that you see so many people where it's like, oh, he's a believer, I can't talk to him, or he's an atheist, I can't talk to him. What? You're retarded. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit a really hot topic.
Go ahead.
And this is my belief.
Mm-hmm.
The telephone game when you were a kid?
Yeah, I remember playing it a little.
Okay, it's just you can do it with a cup and a string, or you can actually tell somebody something and pass that around in a circle. By the time it comes back around to you, it's changed. The 5 major religions of the world. There's 5 major religions.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Hey,
Ism, Christianity.
if I spoke R2D2, I might be able to understand you.
I'm picking up
5
on most.
major religions. There's 5 major religions of the world, correct? Just bring down those.
Yeah,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
yeah, we got you. I heard you. The 5 main religions that there are on this
Okay.
earth.
Yes,
And
whatever.
Mhm.
Do you know what they all have in common?
that they believe in one God, like one singular God.
That's one point. And under that premise, we would all be children of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
With the different sects of, we're talking about, I'm not talking about man and female, sect of Christianity. You have, and then you have an endless list of different churches.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because of the tax, that can be alleviated because of the way, a Christian, or I should say a belief system can be for the nonprofit company and separate church and state. New religions, basically, they're formed every day.
I didn't
Every day.
I didn't know I was going to need a translator.
the speak and spells. I think I'll go a bit deeper on that one, Rebel, and state that I think personally that Catholicism and Christianity are one and the same. I know some people have a beef with that and think that they're two different things. But if you look at the Catholic Bible, I'm unsure of how they go about that, and the Christianity Bible, they're practically the same. The only difference is that one tells you got to work hard and confess and backbend for, just to get in. And the other one's like, hey, if you just say, you're my Lord and Savior, you're done. You're saved. Problem solved. So.
No, the problem is that's the thing. You're saved if you apologize from your heart. You can't give a half-ass apology and say you're sorry and be saved.
Well,
Right.
but for Chris, where Bakersfield Paranormal's coming in, he's basically, does I understand where he's come from? He's still saying that you have to accept Jesus into your heart.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Well, there's a Bible verse that says not everybody calls on the name Lord, Lord will be saved, and there's another one that says everybody calls on the name Lord, Lord will be saved. And people, you try to use it as contradictory, but it's not. If you read...
I said you have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior into your heart.
But
Yeah.
if you read both those scriptures in its entirety, which we were just talking about earlier today, Rebel, is one is saying if you call upon the name Lord, Lord, you call upon the name Lord Jesus Christ, but you don't truly repent, you're not going to be saved.
Right.
And the other way says, hey, if you call upon me, no matter what you've done, no matter what you've said, you call upon me, truly say you're sorry, and all's forgiven. It's going to be tossed in the sea of forgiveness, right up under the rug, and you'll be golden. You'll be golden.
Right there, yeah, basically. But like I said, the difference is that in Christianity, all you have to do is apologize. That's it. Granted, it could be heartfelt or not.
I'm a Christian,
Right.
and I'm telling you what the Bible says. See, if you
Right.
get any other Christian telling you different, they're not reading their Bible.
No, I'm not saying a Christian has told me different. I'm just saying, you just have to apologize. A heartfelt apology, basically
For your
repent,
sins.
all
For
that.
your sins.
Yeah, and
Right.
Forgiveness for your sins.
Right. But in Catholicism, it's more you not only have to repent, but you also have to, go to a confession. You have to basically learn Latin in a sense for most of the scripture. Not only that, but you also have to work your ass off just to be able to get into the kingdom of heaven. And to me, that sounds rather redundant. If you're already a Christian in a sense, you said you're sorry, heartfelt apology, you've repented your sin, you should be able to just initially live life.
Let me bring this up. It may trigger Bakersville. I don't know, but I've been trying to play devil's advocate tonight with a lot of different questions that I've asked, and I've asked them in a particular way. You used the word apology. I said, accept Jesus into your heart as your Lord and Savior. They're along the same lines. We'll just categorize that as the same as asking for forgiveness for your sins, apologizing.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, this is directed more to Chris, and then you can answer.
Mm-hmm.
If you're forgiven for your sins since we mentioned this earlier, in your human form, you're not dead yet.
Mm-hmm.
You ask for your forgiveness in your human form. On the day of judgment, why would you have a judgment if you absolved or forgiven for your sins prior, as a human, still walking this face of this earth? Once you're dead, why would you have a judgment?
You're not having the judgment. See, we're in a way you are. We're being judged good.
This is my devil advocate part.
No, we're being judged good and for all of our good deeds, bad deeds, for everything. Okay.
Right.
When you show up and you're standing in front of your Maker and His Son, you're standing there right square, nose, eye to eye. He looks at the book and goes, "Okay, you're in the book of life. You in. You, Bob, on the other hand, not Bob Guzman. I'm just throwing out a name. Well, Caleb.
Oh, okay.
Oh Lord.
It's okay. It's
You,
okay.
Caleb, on the other hand. Well, see, I know he won't
sensitive.
take. I know he won't. He knows I'm just using him as an example. But you,
Yeah, it's
Caleb, on
okay.
the other hand, you ain't in here. You said you were sorry, but you didn't mean it, or you didn't say you didn't mean it, but you fell again right before I took you off this earth. You hadn't said you were sorry. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's where the judgment comes in.
My question was, let's say you're on your deathbed. You ask for forgiveness on your deathbed.
Mm-hmm.
Which are you resolved of all your sins?
Yes, that's if you make it to your deathbed, though.
Then why would you be judged in the kingdom of heaven, in front of the pearly gates when you go in?
You're not judged. You're let in because you're in the book of life. Everybody's got to go before God and Jesus. Everybody's got to. That's the walk you have to make. We don't make the rules. We just have to follow them. Okay. Mm-hmm. You're not being.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I want to quiz them.
You're not being judged. The people are being judged are the people that haven't been forgiven. You are
the day of judgment.
Kind of like when you go. Look, like
to the DMV?
No, when you go to a bar, and you get a stamp on your hand, okay? That's so you can go out and come back in, right? Okay? When you go back in front of that bouncer, you got to show him your stamp, correct?
Yeah.
You're not having to pay a re-entry fee. You get to come right back in. But you still have to stand in that line. You still have to show the bouncer, hey, I'm good. Your stamp is your name in the book of life. When you stand in front of Jesus and God, they pull that book open. They go, "Yep, you're right there. Come on in. You haven't paid your toll. You haven't paid your fee."
I just wanted to hear your answer on that because we haven't discussed that.
Well, hopefully you like it because it's what I feel is the truth.
More power to you. See what else has been going on in this world?
I like Caleb. I like you.
Oh yeah, everyone likes me, more or less. Have you guys heard about? Okay,
Me less than more.
It's okay. It's okay.
Honestly, Rebel. Honestly, hold on, Caleb. This tells you the kind of person I am. How many people do you know? And I know there's some out there. I know there is. I've got a guy here that dated my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
They're divorced. They're no longer together. Not married. I almost said divorced. They're no longer together.
I almost said divorced.
She's with somebody else in another state, and yet I still talk to him. How many dads you know that do that?
You had a good relationship, and you approved of them.
Yeah,
I still have fathers of exes that would still talk to me.
Yeah. The difference being is that I was the one that was on, trial by fire, basically. That's the difference.
No,
if it was my dad, that would be a different all that.
Caleb, I would never date one of his daughters. Good Lord, man. Good Lord.
Okay, don't give me your crap.
Caleb will tell you, dude. Like I when I first met him, I wasn't nice. Like I was respectful.
No, I'm sure.
But I was on him, dude. Like
The best way I could describe it was like it's basically like if I had Arlie Ermy back in like Vietnam era as a gun research, like Full Metal Jacket, Arlie Ermy. That's basically how I felt. I was like,
Right.
please don't break me over your knee. I like you. You're pretty okay.
Yeah.
But,
I can imagine.
But
I'm glad you survived. I'm glad you lived.
yeah, I survived the barrage of heavy duty artillery and such. But I'm sure you
War veteran.
yeah, woohoo! I got the Purple Heart and everything. Anyway, but
I didn't know you were a vet rebel.
Go ahead, Caleb. Finish.
but y'all heard about the clowns that have been popping out in Bakersfield?
Everywhere.
Oh no, this is better though. They're apparently
Worldwide.
purge on October 30th.
They did the same thing last year, remember? The same exact thing they did last year.
But the different thing is that it's with clowns now. Like they're
No, they were
according.
clowns last year too, remember?
I do not. I remember
It's
last
huge
year
now.
on
Huge.
yeah, last year in 2015, was it 2015?
15.
2015, 2014, it was on Labor Day, and that was a huge thing that went on.
Right before the Purge movie came out.
Some of
they
those
did it
clowns
too.
in different states have been trying to lure kids into the woods, and some of them are just crazy. Hell, there's some YouTube videos up of people faking it, and they're like walking down the street with a chainsaw or some craziness. People pulling up, and hitting them with a bat, all kind of stuff. And there's some of those are faked, but there's a video out. I think it's from the state of Virginia, where the state troopers got together. That's funny, and they made this video where this clown comes up, and the cop pulls up in the cop car, and he's like, "Sir, what are you doing?" Blah blah blah, and he's, "What are you gonna do about it? You in what army?" And then they open the back door of the car, and there's this cops just keep getting out of this car like a
that was great. Music.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And they're telling people, telling them, "Hey, look, don't do this." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You do this, we're coming for you.
Oh yeah, but I posted a picture in a comic section of that thing, and what I did was I did 3 different couple of those demotivational posters. One of them was of a AC-130 gunship. One was of a napalm strike, and the other one was of a GAU-8 Avenger Gatling cannon. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Here's the solution to the problem."
Hold on.
Any questions?
Guys.
All right. And one of them goes,
Warthog.
"Oh yeah," and they're like, "Well, how do you manage to do this?" I said, "Simple, a radio. That's all I have to do." And then the entire
call it in. Airstrike. Call it the airstrike.
Call it in. Like, yep, it's happening. Kingstones everywhere. Couple little fire strips. We'll be okay. Granted, our entire city might be leveled, but it's okay. It'll all be over soon.
Just laser pulling it right on top of Bozo's head. Put it right there.
Oh yeah. I've seen what
guided missile.
I've seen what both wonderful planes can do, and it's not pretty.
Here's the sad thing. What if somebody dresses up as a clown for Halloween and has no idea? You know what I mean? Whether it's Bozo or heck, if it's Ronald McDonald from McDonald's.
Oh,
Croc's invention. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel sorry for that bastard. And in layman's terms, I know it's terrible to think that way, but you had some time to prepare. You had back in May when this thing kind of was like, hey, there's a creepy clown. And then, oh, this is becoming more serious. Crap.
What is that? What is this clown movement actually about? Do you know? I don't know. It's weird.
I'm a little unsure about it too, but I think it's like I know back in like 2013, the band Insane Clown Posse, who they named Posse Juggalos, they were all like wicked clowns. Just recently, they
had some pretty good rap songs too, man. They were all right.
Yeah, I followed them for a little bit when I was a bit younger because I thought some of their music was a bit more edgy, semi-influencing. But they were like, hey, we have no ties to this. We're out of this. Kind of like with the club shooting with ISIS. They're like, hey, we have no part of this whatsoever. We got the message. We'll do this later, but not at a gay club. That's just insensitive.
Crazy.
So
crazy.
This clown thing, I'm like, well, it's probably just a more effective way of how to just basically kill someone. You know, you dress up in a more conspicuous costume.
Yeah.
That Halloween's just right around the corner, so it makes it more comforting.
Scary.
Yeah, it's just supposed to be like a scary
It's
clown.
weird.
Haha, that's funny. And then he like pulls out a shotgun or whatever, and then it's like, oh, I'm fucked.
What is that movie where the guy dresses up as the clowns with a hot clown girl? They're like inbred, and it's
The Devil's Reject?
famous. I think so. I think that's it.
I watched
And,
that, and that's really great.
Yeah, and that's like popular. That's like that's Americana culture.
Oh yeah,
how crazy they were.
Like, oh yeah, they were pretty backwards in their ways, and I think honestly, with this whole clown scare, for starts, we've taken it way too far. We should have just ended this right from the get-go. You know, basically do what Korea does, just execute them on site, and then just chip the bill for it. All right, for sure.
Right.
Chris, I'm sure you missed out on our conversation. We were talking about the whole clown scare that's been going around.
No, I heard most of it.
Okay.
Sniper said, stream is freezing on me, stream froze on me, I'm heading off, I enjoyed your stream, and I left a like, bye, and good night, buddy.
Caleb's going to leave a like now.
Yeah, now this stream's acting up real bad right now. We've been going over 4 hours, though. So.
Oh, wow.
Wait. Why you got it up? Look and see what's the longest. I want to say it's like a 2-day video that somebody uploaded on YouTube. What's the record on YouTube?
Actually, there's been a 24-hour live streams where somebody was 24 hours just sitting there playing the game for 24 hours.
Oh, I believe that. That's simple. But what's the current record?
I know just in like a podcast alone, they've gone about 4 or 5 hours.
I heard a podcast the other day. I mentioned this. I don't know if you heard that, but I heard a podcast between the craziest YouTubers. I don't know if you know who they are. You know who Ethan is from H3H3?
Yeah, I know who Ethan is.
Do you know who Killer Keemstar is? Daniel Keem.
Oh, God. Not Keemstar.
Right?
No, he's horrible.
Wait.
It's just shit.
And Leafy was on there.
Oh, God. No, not Leafy. No.
Leafy. Yeah, Leafy and
Welcome to
Leafy
Drum
and
Runner. Let's get right into the news.
Leafy
I hate that voice, dude. For a long time, it wouldn't get out of my head, dude, because everybody was doing videos on him.
Oh,
Those
God.
guys were going back and forth. Him and Leafy were going back and forth. They had some guys that were they brought up scares. They brought up pyrocynical. They brought up all the things that had happened. And this was like a 2-day thing that happened. But I have to say the conversation was pretty intelligent. It was a little bantering back and forth, but there was some sorries there. They're giving back and forth.
Yeah.
And, I doubt they're gonna be friends again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got one live stream for almost 12 hours, one live stream for 20 hours and 1 second.
Wow. That's we could probably top it. We could probably do a 24-hour live stream.
There's your record.
Granted, all of our devices would fry, but it's okay. We would be able to do it.
Yeah, the longest one I've seen so far is 20 hours.
Oh, wow, 20 hours. We need to push it 4 hours. Just push it.
Walk it off.
That's funny.
I typed in longest live stream on YouTube, and that's the longest. I'm seeing all these different live streams, but that's the longest one that I see on here so far.
20 hours.
20 hours and 2 seconds.
Somebody would have to beat us if we beat that one. Just saying.
We're probably gonna have to try and beat it. We're gonna try and push it to the minimum of like an hour, maybe 4. We'll shoot for a day.
What time is it?
At night. I'm almost out of cigarettes. I'm smoking one
Oh
of
no,
my
don't
lights, and
worry.
then I got another one, but
don't
Caleb
worry.
and I'll be right here while you go to the store.
Yeah, go to your store run. We'll be here trying to keep it all up. Given
You better put that one out and save it.
But let's see.
if we're gonna do that, dude, I need to stock up on some beer or some energy drinks.
Yeah, I need to restock on root beer and some non-alcoholic molasses
You know what we
flavor.
could do? If we get a good
You wanna-
response on this video, on this stream, is Friday.
Right.
I say
Okay.
we go for the record.
Go on.
I say we
Yeah.
go for the record.
No.
I
Get
say we
on
go-
Friday night and start live streaming Friday night and just keep going and see how long we can go without fucking.
Any sort of significant failure.
Brain melting down and
I
shutting
say- I
down.
say we
Everybody
go
has
for
to
the
subscribe
record.
from us because we make no damn sense.
I say we go for the record. I say
Yeah,
we
let's
go for the
do
record.
it. I'm down. I'm sure I can keep this device living long enough for it to operate properly.
Mine's plugged in right now. We'll
Yeah, so
have
is
the tag team.
But
I got it plugged in, charging as we're speaking.
yeah, me too. But
Viewers keep going in and out, in and out, in and out. So I
Oh.
don't know if it's like if people are coming in and going, oh, that's not what I thought, and back out, or if it's like
Yeah.
on my PS4. Sometimes I get
Y-
people that bounce.
You know
out.
why? Because the title. We're talking about Casey Neistat, a popular YouTuber with over 5 million subscribers. In the title, we're talking about the election. And when they see this video, when it's uploaded to video, no longer live streaming, I think you're gonna see some results on this, Chris. It's gonna make you like want to do this daily.
basically, this is probably going to be a clickbait video, hardcore. They're probably going to
At the
watch.
very beginning of the video, we talked
I
exactly
wouldn't
what
say
the
it's
title said.
clickbait. I wouldn't even say it's clickbait because we've covered a lot of different subjects and there's some cool content in there.
I'm sure,
23
but
of
like,
us.
yeah, but I'm sure like by what are we on, hour 4, hour 3?
4 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, hour 4, probably between like the 2nd and 4th hour, everyone's like, what sort of crap tangent are they going on?
No,
Like-
you'd be surprised, dude. Like I get fans that they're obviously asleep or busy right now, but
Yeah.
are on my streams, dude. No matter, I could, like I said, I could be sitting there
Red Panda.
doing anything and they'll watch.
Red Panda.
Red Panda.
Red
yeah.
Panda.
It-
She's gonna shoot him tomorrow. When she has to see this video and it's uploaded, and she's like, 8 hours? I got stuff to do today.
just I don't know if any of your earphones are it. My mind does it. I'll put on YouTube and I'll listen to like any sort of like long podcast or video or whatever, and I'll turn off the screen and it'll keep playing.
I get people
And-
that tell me, you know how humbling is, dude. I get people tell me all the time when they go to bed, they flip on my videos or flip on my live stream and fall asleep to my live streams or my videos.
I think I passed out to
Baby.
one of your live streams when you were doing your PS3 live stream. Speaking of which, I've noticed this, and I've tried to
PS4 live stream, not 3, 4.
PS4, my mistake. But I've noticed this, and I don't know if anyone else has told you this, but when you like comment on your live stream, you're drowned in the game sound. Like you are quite literally just drowned
Yeah, I
out.
know.
Like
I'm
hear.
trying to get, on certain games I can control the audio of the game, and others that I can't. So with the ones that I
Yeah.
can, I turn on the master volume down so you guys can hear me better.
Yeah, like
With that said, I'm going to say this now. With that said, Chris, no matter what, do not delete this one.
I didn't delete the last one. The only one
No,
I
you
deleted I deleted the first one because of the oops.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. That's all I'm going to say. Do not delete this. I don't care what you do. Make sure it gets uploaded.
mhm.
I'm not deleting it.
Okay. I don't care what goes down.
But yeah, I noticed that when I was listening to what was it? Was Dying something.
Dying Light.
Dying, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
It was like number 2 or number 3, and all I hear is yeah, and it's real quiet, like yeah, damn it, I can't do this shit.
That was
God
my sexy
damn it.
voice. That was my sexy voice.
But it was it was quiet because of the main audio from the game. It sounded like, you were like muffled, like, God damn it, motherfucker, piece of shit.
Actually, I didn't say the
And it was so
TV word,
hysterical,
but
'cause
yeah,
I'm, like,
I get
trying
what
to,
you're
like,
saying.
Yeah, so I'm like practically like doing this to my earphones, like pushing it in as deep as I can. I'm like, what are you trying to say, Chris? What are you trying to tell me? Give me more information.
I'm going
Because
to
I know
answer your
we
question.
Huh?
Caleb, I'm going to answer your question you asked earlier. You you asked who Casey Neistat was, and I started explaining he was a vlogger. He started off with his brother. Since we're not going to make this clickbait, we're actually going to discuss this topic. He actually, personally, it's your video. What do you want to do? I'll change the subject.
No, he asked a question. You can answer him, but if you said we're going to address his topic, so it's not clickbait. We already did at the beginning of the stream.
Right.
Yeah, but
I was just saying because,
I'd do it again.
I was saying that because between the second hour and the current time we're on, it's nothing but continuous tangents. And I was saying it was clickbait because it was between the current time. But I'm sure you guys have covered it.
It's not on topic. We went from topic to conspiracies.
Yeah.
But the conspiracy is that was Casey Neistat basically paid from Hillary in some shape, form, fashion, or favor to make this video to support her?
Do I think Casey Knight was paid by Hillary Clinton? Well, let's think about it like this. Casey Knight, we'll even do a more popular YouTuber. We'll use Markiplier, and I'm crossing my fingers I don't get copyrighted by him. But he has like 14 million-ish subscribers.
Mm-hmm. It wouldn't be copyright, it'd be slander, so be careful.
Yeah.
I'm treading on eggs right now. But if some political candidate came up to him and was like, "Hey, I want you to make a video that semi-supports me, but I want you to do it in the regular fashion you do it. Here's X amount of dollars." It could be whatever price tag he wants. I'm pretty confident he would say yes, but again, that's just my personal viewing. I don't personally know him or anything. And if he did do this, that would, and he told his 14 million people, "Hey, why am I voting for this person?" He puts up this video or live streams it, whatever the case, and he explains his case for it, then I'm pretty sure those 14 plus million people would be like, he makes a very good point. He identifies with me. I'm going to vote like this. I'm going to vote like that. So do I think Casey Knight got paid? Not in a lump sum. I'm sure it's probably going to be slowly kind of drawn out of him. Kind of like pulling nails out of a human hand. Kind of like you did one video. Well, guess what? You're going to do another. And I'll give you more money. And you're going to do another. I'm going to give you more money. And you're going to do another. Until you have no more damn nails left. But you're going to keep on doing these videos because you're getting paid for it. So that's my view on it. And do I think Casey Knight's a sellout? I'll put that up in the air.
I'll never sell out, and I don't give a damn how much money they offer me. My views are my views, my thoughts and beliefs are my thoughts and beliefs. And if you don't like them, there's the door.
Right, but
everybody has a breaking point.
Yeah, like if Donald Trump decided to come up to little me and gave me, 50% of what he makes in an annual year, I would probably shake my head yes, but to some stipulations.
I would do it for free.
Yeah.
What if he asked you to come out and say something that you were against or opposed, Chris?
Nope.
That would, even then, that's would be one of the stipulations. I will say, hey, I'm voting this way because X, Y, and Z, but I'm not going to tell them, something that goes against what I personally and or politically believe. Like, for example, if, for sake of argument, if Marco Rubio was still in the race, I would be voting for him because he seems like a better candidate than Donald Trump in most aspects, but it's now the game of the shiniest of two turds, and it's basically biting the bullet.
What do you think about the other two candidates?
Other two? Oh, yeah, that's right. There's a libertarian and someone else.
Green Party.
God, I don't understand why they exist, but for sake of argument, I'll dig at it. Being a libertarian sounds like a very terrible idea as a president for well-substantial reasons, given that libertarians are most likely branched off from Democrats, and given track record, I have a confident feeling that the libertarians would probably be in the same seating as Clinton. Ban ARs, ban AKs, ban basically everything that's magazine fed and, pull a one trigger, drop 200 rounds. The Green Party, I know they're all for, no fuel emissions, no more recycling, less wood burning. I really hate to break it to them, but my current way of blacksmithing is with charcoal and wood.
Right.
And if I had a propane forge, I would probably use it for more bigger projects, but I don't. So this is my way of doing something I have a passion for. If you don't like it, you can happily go somewhere else and curl up into your little
Your safe
green.
zone.
Since you brought up smithing, basically is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the name got popular in America. People coming from other countries. The last name Smith, basically, it was your trade, whether you're a silversmith, a goldsmith, etc.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Smith is so big. The name, the last name, because it was their job.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, with that said, and blacksmith, that's where the Smith is on the end of blacksmith.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I won't say who. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, but there's a candidate. I won't say who, but they have proposed that there's a possibility. Well, I won't even say they have proposed. I'll say someone has proposed that possibly a candidate would change government in the way corporations are protected. Let's use the coal industry in West Virginia. Some of these corporations are protected under certain laws, so that they can do certain things and make certain things happen. Now, coal miners would be able to sue the coal mine if this does happen. Granted, there's certain things in play, but they would be able to sue them personally. That's what I've been told. We shall see what happens. What are your thoughts on, and let's say not just go after them, they may be able to shut down a coal mine, which provides us with heat, electricity, and etc. And would take millions of jobs away from people from West Virginia and other coal mine factories. What's your thoughts on that?
Being that I was a plumber and pipe fitter, and I've talked to plenty of, I've even talked to a guy who worked on Tri-Hydro, one of the oil refineries, and if that happened with a lot of the personal suing, it would basically be kangaroo court. I mean, you went into a job that there's risks and there's bound to be casualties. I mean, yes. I went into a job knowing, I'm going to be playing around with high voltage equipment. I'm going to go into a job playing with fire.
And you're paid for it.
And I'm paid for it too. And I'm sure, health insurance, life insurance, and a couple of little extra bonuses were piled on top of that are there. And I'm sure there's probably a union for coal miners and whatnot, but I won't get into that. But for them personally suing the company because they got hurt or the loved one suing the company because their husband, their brother, their family friend died because the mine collapsed. That just seems a tad redundant. That seems like it does more bad than good.
Under the way our laws are written, a corporation is a person as an entity. So even our United States government would be able to sue, we'll use that example again, the coal mine.
Okay. Well, I'm going to answer that with a question. What does that initially solve? Like, honestly, if the government decided to sue a coal mine because 2 people died, 2 simple people died. Granted, they could have had some influence, whatever. Just 2 people just died because the mine collapsed because they were fracking too much or there was too much material missing. That's bound to happen. I mean,
let's touch that. Let's touch that fracking when you're finished.
Okay.
And your thoughts on it.
But if the government was like, hey, we need to stop the coal mines from producing more coal or whatever, then they need to step up their gameplay in alternative fuels. I mean, I know there's hydrogen, solar, there's the whole list of whatever, but
Right.
there needs to be a more effective solution, not just electric power, because we can go through batteries like no one's business. I mean, a Prius, prime example, runs on a battery almost.
But
And
here's where our technology hasn't caught up is the innovation of batteries. I mentioned earlier in the podcast we had an industrial revolution. Now we're in a technology
Actually, we keep going in
revolution.
and out of video, so we're not necessarily a podcast.
okay,
Cool. So we're basically in a technology revolution right now, but our batteries are not sufficient enough to keep up with. I mean, we could power the whole planet solar. We could.
right.
There's innovations out there. With good comes bad also. And
Yeah.
you take a plant, how it uses solar to feed itself, to grow and everything else. Trees are the only thing we have on this planet that constantly, every day, every second, are defying gravity. It's the only thing on this planet that does.
Right.
Yep.
My thoughts on the suing thing,
you-
if it was a malpractice on the company's part, then yeah, they need to be sued. If it was an accident, no. Accidents happen. You knew the risk of the job when you took the job.
Right.
Well, there's been things that are put out there. I won't get into details of that. I'm gonna hit on that fracking. How do you feel about that? What do you think about that?
Well, if I remember correctly from my earth science, fracking is basically like it was a type of drilling. I remember that, but trying to remember this from like freshman year.
Basically, we had something that was similar way back in the day, and it was proven to be kind of like risky.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, we would drill a hole, we would drop a bomb in, a nuclear bomb, to a small degree, to access aquifers, water and things of that nature. Fracking has caused a lot of unknowns because it's such new technology. There's areas that have issues now with what's going on, earthquakes, things of that nature, because you're going so far down in the earth.
Right.
Let's touch on another thing that since we're talking about California and a couple other things. What do you guys think about HARP?
Oh, you already know what I think about HARP. We've talked about it.
Oh man, HARP! Wow, that's an old conversation. That's an old topic I remember from like high school.
Me and you talking about it quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I remember those conversations. I think, in a sense, HARP is a real thing. Do I think it has enough power to initially do some of the inland things like India or parts of Russia or China or whatever? A little bit skeptical, but I do not doubt it. I mean, it does have enough of a frequency to pick up on certain things like that. And do I think it can be used as in a sense, a weapon? If done correctly, it can. I mean, for example, Nikola Tesla, just to go back a little ways before HARP, he had the earthquake machine. And that was considered a destructive device, technically.
Right.
And then even before that, he had plans designed up for a death ray made purely by solar. Do I think those could be used in a sense of modern technology? Definitely.
Yep.
With HARP being that it uses a radio frequency, just to kind of use some of the things that we have now, we have devices that can cause people to be disoriented and vomit and basically fall to the ground with no ifs, ands, or buts. Now, if we took that and amplified it to the size of HARP, I'm sure someone could take that type of power and control an entire nation with it.
I agree.
Melt your body from the inside out.
Pretty much.
It's a microwave. It's like a microwave.
Right, but given that HARP is just a giant weather machine, it seems a little impractical in a sense.
But you can also.
I think it can be more than just a weather machine.
And you can use the weather as a weapon. Military's done it for millions of years.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's just one aspect of what HARP can do, is being a weather controlling device to be used as a weapon. You said Nikola Tesla. You got Marconi. You got a couple other guys in the back of the day who were so intelligent. I mean, they were looking at ways to use
Dark's here.
what was in it. Can you still hear me?
I said Dark's here. Dark Matter just showed up.
Oh, right on. What's up?
Ew.
What's up, Dark?
You can hear.
But I think there's ways. Even like Nikola Tesla, Marconi, even the guys, when we came through that beginning stages of electricity, since Benjamin Franklin, since he flew a kite got struck by lightning with a key on it.
Yeah.
Crazy. That's crazy. He's lucky he's not dead. You know what I mean? From that, that alone. But I think that they could use it to generate power. Also, there's probably enough there to, because if you capture and you ever seen an ion, a machine, an ion machine? I believe if you're separating, even let's even go back to the simplest forms. Let's use water for instance. Since we talked about fracking and things, there's ion machines for water, and there's ones that separate positive and negative. I mean, there's ways to make electricity out of that, things to power our planet. I think heart can be used for a lot of different things and good.
And that's what it was.
It probably has to be altered or changed. It has to be altered or changed, but I think for what it is now, there's so many patents that were, the things that can be done from previous people who actually invented it, because heart was invented by somebody else. The government, when they see something they want, they just take it and use it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Who's going to sue them?
But like I said, do I think HARP can be a really dangerous device? Yes, it can. Do I think it's practical? Not necessarily. I mean, like I said, we have more effective and more predominant devices that can control small mobs with the matter of seconds, with high-pitched screeching and disorientated flashing lights. A thunderstorm comes by and it's like, oh, that's a thunderstorm. Goody.
Our videos all froze up.
It's okay.
Darn.
Still podcast.
It's okay. It's fine. But so I think HARP can be useful, but I think there needs to be a lot more redesigning. Like, for example, if they were wanting to be more effective, I think it should be more geared towards what we have now. Like, if it wants to send out drones, then it can send out drones. If it wants to disable a counter-strike, then it can disable a counter-strike. So, and just given that it's on a radio frequency, which is a super slow wave of energy, I guess would be the proper term.
What makes you think that is slow?
Just given how most radios work, like AM and FM, it's basically really low, in a sense, slow frequency. It's not like a X-ray or gamma ray where faster and more frequent. So it's
now
more.
With that said, that's why an antenna on a vehicle is about 36 inches, about 3 feet for AM and FM.
Yeah.
A cell phone antenna is about that big. Different frequency.
Yeah,
Since we've gone from analog to digital, we don't have to have an antenna that big anymore.
Right.
We don't know what frequency they're running over there either.
No, we don't. But if I had to guesstimate, I'm sure it would probably run about the same as the buzzing station, where it was really, really low. I think it was running it was really low frequency. I know that, but it was running the buzz every 25 seconds. It was a really interesting buzz noise. I'm sure you've heard about number stations, Chris, the buzzing stations that the Russians used back in Basically, it was. I'm sure it's probably running on the similar frequency as the buzzing station. But with that in mind, it's a relatively slow frequency.
And you can change attitudes. You can change their well-being with different frequencies. That's been proven from a guy from way back when who invented it. That at a certain frequency, feel happy, or you can make them feel sick and sad.
Right. Yeah.
Frequencies. For your ghost hunting. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So, but
that was like 1800s. The guy invented it.
Yeah, that was. But the main problem is how far can this frequency reach with enough power to cause harm or good. Granted, there have been storms. Granted, there have been things that have happened with HARP in mind. But
Right.
think about the time span that it kind of took just for it to happen. Granted, it could be minutes. Those minutes could matter, like,
Yeah, but
like
that's
on a battle.
that's one of the things that they use the chemtrails for, is spraying the aluminum chips in the atmosphere so that it supercharges HARP. When they use HARP, it bounces off the chips. Engineers
used to
saying that.
They used to seed clouds with it's basically silver. It's silver nitrate. They would seed clouds, and when they would seed clouds, this is before chemtrails were really spoken about. This was published in the 70s and 80s. They would seed clouds in arid desert areas to make it rain with silver nitrate, because it makes the cloud heavy, starts making it precipitate and actually rain. And they could have rainfall in arid places.
Yeah. Silver nitrate and aluminum, granted, they are good conductors of electricity, but if they wanted to be effective, really, really effective, they should be using gold or something of that similar material. Because
I think gold's so precious, though. I mean, here's the only thing about gold. Gold, for a conductor, is not as good. For it not rusting, every other metal pretty much rusts. You can leave gold in the earth forever. I mean, when we dig it out of the earth, it's shiny like gold. It's the only thing that keeps that color. Everything else, even our stainless steel today, over time will deteriorate.
Yeah. But like in most devices, like phones, computers, most laptops,
people recycle the gold out of it.
Right, because it's a good, really high conducting electricity. Like if I touched a transformer box with gold gloves, I'm sure I would feel it 2 times over.
Yeah.
So that's why they use copper and gold and stuff like that in the wiring and everything. Copper's the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
But gold is more.
It may be that the gold is too heavy. Or it's too expensive to seed our clouds with.
But they also use the chemtrails to spray poison on us. And that's a well-known fact as well. So.
Well, you know what? I mean, even people don't believe in chemtrails. Let's go there. Let's say there's not a non-believer in chemtrails. Okay.
Okay.
That no airplane has ever sprayed chemicals ever on anybody or anything. Then I would have to point them in the direction of logic. I would say, hey, look, farmers, they spray crops.
Yeah.
First for insects and usually fertilizer if you're covering a big massive area. Those 2 things.
Yeah.
During Vietnam, since you brought up Vietnam earlier, I'll use that as an example. When Monsanto, Monsanto owns the same company, Roundup, which is pretty much banned in a lot of other countries except for ours. Imagine that.
Oh.
And
their
watered down version of of Roundup. That's really what Roundup is Agent Orange. Agent Orange is a derivative of DuPont's / Monsanto's. Yeah. That's one of the worst chemicals in the world, and they did it to kill vegetation so that they could go in the DMZ and see what's going on, because there was just so much jungle in Vietnam.
Oh yeah, and the backlash for it is birth defects. A whole slew of things. Like I remember seeing one picture of a Vietnamese man having no skin. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh yeah. Do we have any more questions?
That's chemical warfare. Chemical warfare at its finest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh goody, let's answer some.
What's Dark saying?
Oh boy, I wonder what he's saying.
He told me I spelled Casey wrong, and it's because I forgot the Y. I left out the Y by accident.
Oh shit!
Darn. Grammar.
Sure when you do it, add it.
No, I already fixed it.
Okay, perfect.
But so what other questions do we have in the chat room?
We don't have any right now. We got 5 watching. Woohoo!
Woo, 5. Awesome.
Who's watching?
I don't know. Dark said, "Okay, well, sorry I missed the show, buddy. Have a great night."
You have to
There's
leave.
5 people watching right now. None of them's commenting yet.
I wonder if they're pro or against anything we've spoke about.
They'll have to go back and watch the once it becomes a video, or they could even, if they wanted to miss what we're saying right now, go back.
That's
Yeah.
sad that you can't see who's watching. All you can do is see the number, and you can't see who it is.
Until they comment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, on like Facebook live streams, you can see who's all watching. But I think I think YouTube should do that. Like they should have like. But I at the turn of the coin, I think that's going to lead to more problems with the YouTube heroes and whatnot. Because if they see a name they don't like, then they can just flag crap out of them.
I mean, they could be flagging us now, and we don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're probably trying to spam flag this entire video because of what was said.
I'm sure.
We touched a lot of subjects. I mean, somebody's not gonna like.
Someone's bound to be triggered. Oh man, I was watching a video, and it was like a little puppeteer, and it was about like in a college setting about people who are triggered, and there's this like little computer that kind of notifies the instructor whether or not someone's triggered. And it was like
if
every
you watch
other.
enough of my channel, you'll get triggered somewhere.
Somewhere along the line, there's bound to be a trigger warning.
we just dropped down to 2, from 5 to 2.
Uh-oh.
Oh well. They were probably triggered by my speech there because I was mansplaining.
I get triggered just by looking at you.
Oh Lord.
Man. I'm sorry. My face is so hideous. I might need to get a paper bag or something going on here, like just put it over my head and put like a mansplainer.
Clown makeup and a big floofy hair and some clown shoes.
Oh, right, yeah, there we go. Just dress up like John Wayne Gacy. Sure, no one will be triggered by that.
Every time I see him, I'm like, dude, Halloween's over. You can take off the mask. And anytime he goes, I can't. That's my face.
Puns. I was watching a Adult Swim the other day, and I was watching like Mike Tyson's Mystery, and I was trying to remember who the voice actor of their like little pigeon character was. It was his name is oh my god, what was his name? It was something McDonald.
Ronald?
No, it wasn't Ronald. It was like it was short for something. Remember that. It was
We're at 5 hours.
Whoa, 5 hours. And still going. But anyway, I decided to listen to him on his on like Pandora or whatever, and he was talking about the courageous battle with cancer, and I'm sure people are gonna rage quit so hard. But the way he was describing it was basically like this courageous battle, which I'm sure it is. I mean, I haven't had cancer myself, thankfully, but and how his relative was basically fighting cancer, and how it's supposed, and he was not in a sense of mocking it, but making it into more of a satirical thing, and I thought that was kind of funny in my opinion, about how we kind of build up this ideology of cancer, of how it's this terrible disease, which it is, but we don't take time to be like, well, how bad can we get,
Well, me and Rebel had touched about this in the last live stream that we did, and cancer is a man-made disease, just like a lot AIDS and all that other shit. They have the cure for it. They just won't give it to us.
I'm sure they do. Watch the cure be something so obscure that it never touched on anyone's like mind. Like watch the cure be like like a mass amount of ibuprofen.
Scurvy was cured with vitamin C.
Yeah, and that's why we have we call a lot of the English speakers the wonderful Britons limeys.
I think this is the longest stream I've ever done.
Oh, new established record on your show there.
On my channel, yep.
Yep. Woohoo.
Gaming or otherwise, this is my longest stream.
He's sitting back like,
Like, yep,
Don't-
mission accomplished, guys.
yep, don't sweat it, dude. It's awesome.
Oh,
I
So-
hope this brings you tons of ad revenue.
oh, yeah. More power to you. So another topic that I'm relatively fumed about is the new laws that are coming into play, like the 21 and over law for tobacco products, and then the 25 and over law for alcohol.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Tell me about it.
That's all over the
So-
U.S. That's not just here in California.
Right.
Alrighty then. I guess I heard it wrong, but anyway, for me, being that I'm a smoker, and I still am on and off. But anyway, for me, I find it kind of stupid. I mean, we can vote, we can go to war, we can pay taxes, we can work at even a younger age, we can drive a car.
18.
Yeah. We can do all this stuff at the ripe age of 18, but we can't smoke. I mean,
Or drink.
or drink for that matter. I
You
mean,
can drink- you can smoke at 18. You can't drink. You can die for your country at 18, but you can't have an alcoholic beverage in this country. You can in other ones.
cringe. So much cringe for that. A really good example of this is that in Germany, of all places, the legal drinking age there is like 16.
Yeah.
And then to step it
But
up further,
it's done in
Go on.
moderation, too, though.
oh yeah, right, of course. But even to step it up further, in Spain, I was talking to my former art instructor when I was in high school. She used to live out in Spain, and granted, their meals were a lot healthier than what we give kids nowadays in schools, which is crap. But they were served watered down wine with their meal.
Mm.
And to me, that's shocking because we treat alcohol, tobacco, and I'm sure plenty of other things like as this demon, like, ooh, don't touch this thing, kids, it's bad for you. But in reality,
It's ATF.
yeah, but
Alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
yeah, but just to add more salt in the wound, it's basically like gun control. It's like, ooh, this gun is scary. It carries 30 rounds and shoots 500 a minute. And it's an object.
Have you ever heard... Oh, wait, better yet. Have you ever seen the movie Thank You for Smoking?
Yes, I have. I love that movie.
Well,
Who
actually,
dat?
no,
Me too.
I want to see it. I said yep, but I want to see it. I've seen the previews for it.
It's an old movie. You've got to... I mean, you could probably look it up on... I won't say what sites. We'll talk about that offline, but I would look up and watch the movie Thank You for Smoking. The lobbyist for Big Tobacco, he was such a good spin artist because he waged war basically for tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a debater, and he would always win his debates pretty much. Even when he remember when he was kidnapped and put in the van, and they stuck nicotine patches all over him, and he survived, and he was able to spin it, and because the doctor said if you had not been a smoker, that much nicotine would have killed you. And he was able to go out, say, look, if I didn't smoke, this would have killed me. He was able to spin those things. And right before Big Tobacco, gave up their hold, you're talking about R.J. Reynolds. And granted, R.J. Reynolds owns a bunch of other companies also. Same thing with all the guys in Big Tobacco. Kind of like Big Farm today, big pharmacies. But he went to work for the cell phone companies right when he got out. And he was like, he started telling people, oh, no, cell phones won't give you cancer. You're holding it this close to your head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why when you sit a K2 meter or something next to it, it sets it off.
Yeah.
Go beside a radio. It starts making noises.
Yep.
Yeah. I think one of the best things about that movie, Thank You for Smoking, I'm sorry to do this to you, Chris, but spoiler alert, so if you don't want to hear it, just take off your headset real quick, right now. I'll give you that. But I think the best part about that movie, spoiler alert for everyone else, is when they're at the courthouse and he's debating and they're like, well, what about your son? And he's like, well,
oh, yeah.
If my son wants to smoke, I'll buy him his first pack because it's like, it's an object. Knowledge is power in a sense. You can put it back on, Chris, if you want. You can.
Yeah, I love that part because he was trying, and then he was, I think it was the great state of Wisconsin. They had that guy playing that role, and he was like, oh yeah, and how much cheese has your state, cholesterol? How many people have you killed? Things like that. That was a great debate.
Oh yeah, it was a really great movie. But yeah, I think honestly. Go on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What I find funny is that we're making these objects with labels or whatever into these demons. I mean, to be fair, it's like to put it in perspective, it would be like saying Justin Bieber is this holy man, and he's divine, and even though he thought Anne Frank would be a believer, which is horrid, and I want to kick him for. That's aside the point. That's basically what we're doing. Is almost kind of demonizing these inanimate objects with no real intention. Oh, someone died by a DUI? Well, that sucks. It's like, oh, well, this car, this giant quarter-ton piece of steel, yeah, I can kill you. But we're going to let you drive it at 16, with your hormones and your just mood swings, the whole 9 yards. You're allowed to drive this hunk of machinery regardless at 16. Drink and smoke? No. Those things cause cancer and liver disease. You can't do that.
Right.
It's like sometimes I think our lobbyists are like tumors. They just make things worse and worse, and we can't do that.
That's government being paid off and being bought.
Yeah. Hopefully Trump removes.
Obama's wife worked in the healthcare industry.
Oh, don't get me started on that. I'm sure you guys remember this back in 2009, 2010 when Michelle Obama was going on her healthy food campaign. Oh, there was some serious beef going on between the school unions and what Michelle was trying to do. So check this out. Back in kind of the transition period of 2009, 2010, a school in Arizona posted a kind of like this policy where a kid can't have greasy fast food for lunch because they were trying to advocate with Michelle Obama. Well, what had happened was a kid brought in a PB&J sandwich, the most basic healthy thing we can fathom. I don't know how much healthier you can be. You can start mashing your own peanuts and whatnot and doing that shit. That got taken away from him. The simplest healthy thing imaginable got taken away by someone. I don't know who. I think it was someone part of the school union. And to me, if Michelle wants to advocate healthy eating, it should start with basic ingredients, fresh ingredients. For example, Southern California, we have plenty of fruit. We have oranges, we have limes, we have anything can almost grow in California. Almost. Right. And if we can advocate, fresh fruit a lot better than what we do now, or even in some states, they've started putting out fruit baskets for kids to have as a snack or whatever.
Even Halloween.
We can start advocating with that. Granted, there might be some backlash, but if we can do it right, then that can advocate. If we can advocate, in a sense, moderation, I'm sure they
should come from home, though, not from everybody outside of home.
No, but I mean, even if it's from home, it's kind of difficult to kind of understand what it initially means, because your definition of moderation and my definition of moderation could be completely different.
And that's fine.
Right.
You moderate your house how you want to moderate your house, and I'll moderate mine the way I want to moderate mine.
Right, but but in a sense, in a more to give a better idea or grasp, a general knowledge of it, not this exact verbatim of hey, don't play with guns, hey, don't touch anything that doesn't belong to you. Be more in a school environment. There should be more of a general broad spectrum. I mean, a good example of this is with science and history. There's a very broad spectrum of saying, yes, this is the theory of evolution is a theory, but there's also the idea of, creationism. They do a very broad general spectrum of that. Why can't we do that with basic moderation? I know, granted, I was taught a lot differently than Chris or you, Rebel, but
are you talking about trying to get rid of gluttonism, basically?
Kinda, not entirely, but in the sense of how like how most underage drinkers drink really heavily. That I wouldn't call that, in a sense, that is gluttony, but no one taught them moderation. Whether it's from the household or from the school, there should be a general broad spectrum. And if the household wants to get in depth into that, that's fine. That's more power to them. But I think, in a sense, the school should be able to teach a sense of general perspective, like, hey, you know, this is a thing that happens, like drunk driving,
Right.
pot, smoking cigarettes. That's a thing that happens. If you want to do it, that's fine. I'm probably going to stop you because it's against our school rules. But if you want to do it at your home, outside of school, whatever. But do it in a sense of where it's not going to like kill you, like you get liver poisoning because you drank a
I
handful of
think
vodka.
everything in moderation.
Yeah.
Anything in excess is usually bad for you.
Yeah, but
Oh, yeah.
see,
In a general term.
the statement you just made, Caleb,
Mhm.
that's the school giving the child the authority and the okay to go smoke or go drink or go whatever at their age, because the child looks up to that teacher as somebody that's teaching them that has knowledge. Okay? So again, that falls back at being at home. The school could teach them, yeah, tobacco's bad on your lungs or in your mouth or whatever. And
Right.
this is what happens for smoking. They should never, ever say it's okay to go smoke off school grounds. That's not their
Okay,
place.
fair enough.
No, that's not
But-
their place. That's the parents' place.
Right. Right, but I'm not saying they should say okay. I'm stating if the underage minor teenager from like 14 to 17, personally, as a human being with a mind of its own, decides to smoke, granted there will be repercussions, but they shouldn't be driving it like as if it's this like sinful thing. Like, I don't know, like, I'm sure you guys didn't really experience it, but when I was in school, I'm sure this is a war story talk, but anyway, when I was in school, alcohol and tobacco were like the two biggest things. They were like sins. Like, if you were caught smoking or drinking, your career is over. It is gone. There is no more of what's your name. Gone. Because you decided to do that. Do I think that's an appropriate approach to what I personally think and believe about either one of those two? No. That's a terrible, terrible approach, because then you instill fear. And what does fear do? It gives them more power to control. That gives them the ability to be like, well, this is okay. That's okay. Perspective, I remember when I was in government and economy, when I took government, my teacher tried to instill very democratic ideas and very liberal ideas towards people who were very conservative and very Republican. And she tried to instill that through a debate. I personally think this is a bad idea. Gun control should be effective as much as possible. And me and a good friend of mine were like, no, we shouldn't. This is a knowledge thing. This needs to be taught. This needs to be...
Right.
This is a tool, not a toy ideology. You know...
I agree with that.
And,
if you're taught how to respect and how to handle, we'll go with weapons, we'll go with Second Amendment, we'll go with guns. If you're raised with them, then you're not going to be careless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree with that. Now, I want to touch on the subject you said before. With Monsanto, from seed, from their GMOs, from seed to our plate that we eat, or whatever, however you consume that food, that genetically modified organism, because they have a patent. Here's the crazy thing. Monsanto has a patent on every single seed. They've modified every single seed on this planet. They have a patent on it. The problem is with some of their patent seeds, that especially corn, that can't get corn. We can't get corn in America that's not been contaminated from their seed. Once that seed is planted in, let's say, in your neighbor's crop, because there's a big conspiracy with that. I'll get into that later. Once that seed is planted in your neighbor's crop, wind can drift it over to cross-pollinate. Once it becomes part of your crop, Monsanto owns it. That's their property. You've basically stolen from them. Once pigs, now that they have the patent on a genetically modified pig, once it starts breeding with other pigs, which you can't stop if they're in the same corral, that becomes all the piglets become their property. They can come and take their property.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Now,
Right. Oh.
who would in their right mind first modify a seed, whether you're Christian or you're now? Granted, I see the benefits of it. If you're Christian, you're gonna say, I always say the best foods come in their own wrappers. Period.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The foods that we have in America, we can't export because they are considered basically a poison.
Yeah.
We can't export a lot of our foods because of our FDA. And you talk about lobbyists again and things that happen there. I mean, these guys, these lobbyists, I mean, when they leave, they can go work for the FDA.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. It's insane. Even the congressmen, even when they leave, they get a position somewhere, or the senators get a position somewhere in one of those companies that probably that they were lobbied. You know what I mean? That happens all the time, which is it's just bribery, and it needs to stop. I mean, it really does. Because the people who have the money can lobby those things.
Making the poorer poorer and the richer richer.
Yeah.
Back to your cigarettes again. With the chemicals that we spray on a cigarette, it's crazy. Mm-hmm. China, the Asian culture, even we'll use Japan, still part of that Asian culture, more friendly to us.
Yeah.
They smoke just as much, if not more, than we do, but their lung cancer rate is not the same as ours.
Yeah, because
nowhere near. Is it their diet, or is it the cigarettes that they're smoking? Because most of our cigarettes are grown in the Carolinas, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Or is it the tobacco and the chemicals that we spray on our tobacco that we smoke?
Well,
you can't take. I love
in that one stream where about the Native Americans, smoking tobacco, that they grow the leaves themselves, and they, 150, 200 years old, don't have lung cancer.
Oh yeah, there could be a lot of things to Japan. I mean, granted, they live on a giant, practically an island, so they get relatively.
It is an island.
Yeah, they get relatively decent air.
It's the 5,000 plus chemicals we spray on it. That's all it is to it.
Yep.
Right. That's probably has a lot to do with it too. But on top of that, it's also a lot that goes into their diet. It's a lot that goes into how they go about their daily livelihood. For example, on a really good example, I watched what was it called? It was on a movie streaming not channel, but a website, and it was about how much like red meat, how much sugar, and how much carbs we consume
like
on
the
average.
Food pyramid you're taught in school, like the food pyramid you're taught in school.
Even worse than that, like this is annually, like in an annual modern day society, on average, compared to like the 19.
That food pyramid. I'm sorry, I was gonna say that food pyramid's not is not accurate at all.
No, it's not. But on average, in sugar consumption, from the 1920s, we consumed about like 300 pounds of sugar annually.
Right.
And that's in a normal household, so like 4 or 5 people. Now it's like 600 pounds of sugar annually, which is a lot.
Because our food is bland, it tastes so bad, we put sugar in everything. Our ketchup has sugar in it. All of our sodas have sugar in it.
Right.
And
Actually,
what's even worse,
it's not because it tastes bad. It's the addictiveness of the sugar, the man-made sugar, and that's why you
man-made sugar. Man-made sugar. I'm talking about raw cane sugar that we still use, in the combination of the two.
Mm-hmm. Another really
addictive.
It is, but to throw
especially the sugars that have been invented, other than raw cane sugar, we have the high fructose corn syrup.
Yes.
This concentrate is sweeter than normal sugar. The offset is the chemicals like saccharin. You take we use Coke. You take a Coke, you pour it out on the ground, the ants will come. You take a Diet Coke, do the same thing, ants will not go near it. They know better. They're smarter than us.
Yeah, because it carries sucrose. And another really crazy number is our red meat consumption. I know
Yeah.
I'm talking like a vegetarian, but keep in mind, I like my steaks and I like my pork. I like
Me
bacon.
too. Me too. Me too.
In the 1920s, 30s, our average red meat consumption ranged between like 120 to about 240 pounds annually. That
But given most of that's thrown away because most Americans waste.
right?
We'll
I
take
agree.
more on our plates than what we want to eat,
Yeah,
and then we'll eat about a quarter of it, and the rest goes in the garbage, disposal, or trash can, or fed to our dogs.
right. But
And we have more people now than we did then here on
Right.
this in America.
Right.
Just use
But
America.
And that too.
yeah, that too. That was considered into this study. But in 2013, I believe it was 2013, our red meat consumption has almost tripled in the past 50 to 60 years.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah. So initially,
have you seen the cattle farms? The inhumane way they put them out there in the desert in the mud and just
I've
it's
seen it
horrible.
all.
Man.
I've seen it all. And compare that to like Japan, where their main diet is a lot of some really heavy starches. Like they use potato starch and they use rice. They use some grains like barley and wheat. Their proteins namely consist of like a duck, fish, namely fish, certain chicken, rarely beef, like little to none, because around there beef is considered a delicacy.
Right. You know what's
And-
going to be considered a true delicacy by probably about 2060 to 2080.
Water.
Chocolate.
Yeah, I can see it.
We're going to run out of it.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I'm with you on the water. Water's, I mean, 2/3 of the planet's covered in water, but unless we can desalinate it on a massive scale and keep it clean, yeah, we're screwed.
I'm sure we can. It will just take some time to figure it out. I mean,
triggered somebody my live count. I went down to 313. Either that or YouTube took another view or subscriber from me.
darn it, YouTube, you commie.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or, like I said, I triggered somebody or we triggered somebody in this stream, and
I'm sure something I said must have pissed someone off, but it's okay because they can go back.
I'm with Caleb.
They
It's
can go
okay.
back to their little safe space and cry.
I'm
like
not
a
crying
snow-
about it. I keep
I'm not,
saying.
I'm not telling you to cry about it. I'm talking about the special snowflake that left.
Do you watch Undoomed?
Yeah, I watched a few of his videos and I laughed hysterically. Did you? I'm sure you've probably heard about it, but the Lyft driver that got bashed for having a hula girl in his car.
Yep.
Yes.
That was horrible. That was cringe. That was nothing
Yes.
but cringe. Every word out of her mouth made me just want to just take all
And
the
he
drugs.
lost his job, and then he showed the video, and you know,
Wow,
Mhm.
Rebel, you went up to 1019.
yeah, my thing's been clicking. I see some people keep subscribing on some old videos. They're leaving comments.
Awesome. Yeah, that was.
Because they
Bad.
don't even know I'm on this channel right this moment. You know what I mean?
Oh,
You might lose those by the end of the night.
Thanks,
All
buddy.
I'll probably be in like the negatives. I'm sure of it. I'll probably like instead of it being 0, it'll be like negative like 200.
Caleb, -200. That'd be funny, dude.
Oh, that would make my day. I would take a photo of that and put it up on my wallpaper on Facebook. I would
Heck
enjoy it. Let's see. Oh,
Wait, hold on.
okay.
Bakersfield, your YouTube subscribers are dropping faster than your grades in school, man.
I'm not even in
That's
school.
quick.
Yeah, right? Sad part is I'm not even in school. Left that party. What else has been happening? There's the whole terrorist threat from Black Lives Matter. I mean, I'm sure everyone's ecstatic about that.
You said it wrong. You said it wrong. Black lives matter.
Oh, my mistake. Black Lives Matter. Okay. But yeah, I'm sure that's going on right now. The trigger warnings for all of them.
Oh, I've already touched on that on some of my videos.
Oh man,
My
I
videos.
watched. I watched one of Thunderfoot's videos about it. One of the teachers was like protecting them or something. But anyway,
All lives matter. Not
All
just,
lives
not,
matter.
not just one
Oh.
race.
the human race, is that the correct answer?
Yep.
Okay, good. But anyway,
And the
this
animals
ideology
and
of black.
and all that good stuff. Yeah. All
Yeah.
lives.
I think what Black Lives Matter is missing is the kind of like our little pie chart of the human race, like what makes up what in the U.S. Namely,
Black Lives Matter is a black version of the KKK, and we touched on it in the last stream that we did, me and Rebel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I might as well shoot my opinion down in here. Just to give some numbers, white humans take over about like 60-ish% of the United States, and there's about 12.8% of black people that take up part of the U.S. Now, given those numbers, black on black crime is skyrocketed. It's probably like 85% black on black crimes, roughly. I'm sure that number is probably horribly incorrect, but that's the number I'm going to stick with. And to compare that to our, white on white crime, where it's, probably almost the same, but given how small of a population the black people are, it's catastrophic. To solve that is
Do
not to.
yourself a favor. Look up FBI statistics on the crime ratio on black, white on white, white on black, black on white,
Yeah.
and you'd be absolutely
Surprised.
surprised.
Yeah.
It's not what media is saying, not what the mass media is saying at all.
No, and Trump's taught. Trump has taught. He said he's going to fix the inner cities. He's gonna help that situation.
I wish him the best of luck, because the one thing that comes to mind is downtown Chicago, East Side LA, anything well deep into Miami, New York City, namely downtown areas. Queens.
My state, 2 counties actually excelled in the homicide rate.
Crazy.
Predominantly black. It's sad. It's
It
really
is.
sad. I saw a video that a guy put out today, and he was bashing Obama, a black guy. Great video. And he works in the cities, inner cities, and he's pointing his neighborhood out, and he's showing how his brother got shot and different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad, man. It's truly sad. I do believe the less fortunate. Before we go fix other countries with our dollars, we need to fix our own country, especially our vets. You know what I mean? If they gave up their time, you got to fix our vets.
And that's exactly what Trump's been saying too. You know what I mean?
Fix our cities, inner cities especially, the less fortunate. Keep our money at home. We don't need foreign oil. We don't need those things.
No.
But that's how our dollar is so strong, because of. Granted, we underhanded that. I mean, that's kind of why we were at arms with Russia, because Russia said, "Hey, look, we're going to start selling oil." Obama he's pushed his agenda. He's dropped oil prices. He's made everything. Every country has, if they're going to buy and sell oil, they have to do it in American dollars. That way, every country has to carry our currency.
Yeah,
it's part of that pact.
Right.
All the Arab nations.
Right.
OPEC.
I think, granted, this might sound a little extreme, but I think we should pull what Wilson did back prior to World War I, where we did isolationism. Granted, that sounds like a really terrible idea, but hear me out. Hear me out. Hold on.
Okay.
Think about it like this. If we basically stop all export-import trade, granted, this might cause a bit of downtime, a lot of downtime even, maybe a 10-year gap-ish. We'll say 10 even. But that 10 years gives us to basically increase the American dollar. That gives us time to put more jobs into our states. That gives us more time to basically prep for payback towards like China, towards Japan, towards basically everyone we've taken debt from and made loans out to. That gives us time to prep a little bit, not a lot, but at least enough to kind of be like, here's like $2.2 billion to China. Here's another $2.2 billion to China. Granted, our tax rates might skyrocket through the roof because everything's American made now, but that goes towards a lot of things. That can go towards schooling. That can go towards our military. Well, even though our military is ridiculously funded, but we'll not get into that. But that can go more towards.
Well, actually, it's not ridiculously funded. You're way off base on that one. You need to do your homework some more, Caleb.
Go ahead, Caleb.
I know people in the military and that are serving and currently serving now, and they are so underpaid. It's not even funny.
I'm not talking about the rate of every soldier. I'm talking about how much we put into certain things like the technology sense, like our drones, like our
I like how Trump said to do it. Stop sending our military to these other countries. Work on us first. If they need our help, they can buy our help, and then we can take that money and put it back into our country.
That's a good thought.
I disagree with the isolation, but I understand where you're trying to go with it, because I'll give two examples: Cuba and North Korea. They isolated themselves, especially North Korea, and they went backwards. They haven't progressed since the 50s.
Right.
Really.
And
North Korea and Cuba.
This little debate here, it's already been 5.5 hours. I think we're going to go ahead and kill this stream.
Okay. Darn.
No.
Don't tell me no. Don't tell me no. Don't make me come up to South Carolina.
Tell him no. Tell him no, Caleb. Tell him no, Caleb. You can't do it. It's because he's tired.
I shall stay here until the tablet just deteriorates in my hand and the screen doesn't work no more.
If you want to go take a nap, man, go take a nap. You can come back.
Yeah, we'll keep it rolling. We'll do like little shifts.
Yeah, no.
you need some cookies, a nap, and a little
like calming that pillow.
little mat, yeah.
Little mats or some Cheez-Its.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I'm not bashing it. I said it was brilliant.
All right, so
I gave curl up right here next to the laptop with a blanket and a pillow and some Cheez-Its, and I'll keep my headset on so I can hear, and every once in a while I'll chime in.
Just make sure your chimney is full of wood and stuff, because I'm sure there's a little back gate right there.
I have to agree. Not isolation, but fixing our trade deficit with NAFTA, and our imports and our exports. We do need to keep more jobs here. I don't know if you saw the last election, the last debate, really. I shouldn't say election. Where Trump said it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It really is. If you saw it, I'm not going to get into it.
I also want to give this video time to process. It's 5.5 hours. It's going to take a long time to process.
Yeah. It is.
I think, who cares? I think it's awesome, man. I think you're setting a record.
Great. It's wonderful. But
the three of us just made a record for that video. How many people are going to watch it?
All of them.
When it becomes video.
All of them.
Because they're going to be like, holy crap, look at this response video. It's 6 hours long.
Jesus, what do they all talk about? I'm sure it wasn't about just the political debates.
If I was Casey Neistat,
and
I saw a 6-hour video about me,
I'd be pretty impressed.
Watch it.
Yeah, right?
Or at least my name in it somewhere.
He's never uploaded a 6-hour video.
I never have.
And it's okay, because now you can say you have.
I've never uploaded a 5-hour video. I think the longest I've gotten was like an hour.
And this is the first time I've been 3 hours on YouTube. Woohoo. We're breaking molds, guys. We're breaking molds.
Yep. You know what it is? He's going through Nick fits. He's going through a Nick fit. All that talk of cigarettes?
Yeah, he's like twitching over there like, I need my fix, man. I need it. I need it.
Scratching.
And this is why, kids, you should not smoke. You, and definitely you in the back. No smoking.
Right.
Hey, Tim, knock your shit off.
I've always wanted to do that in a video. I mean, I've done my little thing like I'm going to get you thing, but I've never done the whole you thing, and I've always wanted to do that. And now I got to do it.
Man.
I agree with what you said earlier, Caleb, about food. I think the food that we provide our children should be nourishing. I think it should, and when I say food is bland, because we've altered and changed it. It doesn't have the flavor it used to have. That's why sugar consumption is so high now. Currently, is because we add sugar to everything to make it taste better.
Oh, yeah. Just to give an example, a couple nights ago when I had the funding, I made stir fry, and I used rice noodles, some pork chops, bell peppers, a couple little extra ingredients.
Sounds good.
It was delicious.
I'll be right back.
And okay,
All right.
and that dinner cost me, in the great state of California, $15, 20 at tops, depending on the price of meat, but 15 at the time. And to really think about that, if it cost me $15 just to feed me and my wife, then holy crap, Batman, how much would it be at like a fast food joint? It's probably going to be more expensive, if not even worse, or even cheaper, but worse for my body.
You got to. That's when you start having those. Remember the rumors of Taco Bell's meat and McDonald's meat with mealworms and things of that nature, and the ratings of.
It takes me back to the pink goo, actually.
Oh yeah, the pink goo.
Oh, delicious pink slop goo. Delish. But yeah, I've picked up cooking so much that I'm like, let's go buy fresh ingredients. Let's not like buy this frozen crap. Better yet, let's just make our own pizza. Like, screw it.
I'm with you, and I'm probably a couple steps. I don't know. I would say ahead of you, maybe, because I grow my own fresh vegetables and fruits.
Oh, I wish I had that opportunity, but I live in a concrete jungle almost. Honestly, I've been trying to just get started with just growing my own seasonings like mint, oregano, rosemary, thyme. Just start with that and just see how well I take to it. And if I had more,
throw a tomato plant in there.
Avocado trees.
If you got a, you can start an avocado in your house. You know how to do the toothpicks and everything. Yeah. I would start with those. I would start collecting seeds now. You can buy them everywhere. You know what I mean? And what I do personally is the food that I grow, I save the seeds. I put them in my refrigerator. I put them in the actual freezer part, and I save them for the next year. And then I take them out about a week or two before I want to plant them. And then I start sprouting them on a napkin with water. Okay. And then I plant them.
Okay, so so you'd probably do that like in spring and then harvest about fallish? Okay.
Well, it depends on what it is, because for me, March 20th is the first day of spring.
Yeah, that's initially how I portray it too. And I know corn usually grows at a really quick rate. Like it's
there's an old farmer saying, knee high by July. I had corn in my garden this year. I had watermelons. I had tomatoes. I had and I just killed all of it because I needed to clean up that area because I had so much squash and big leaf stuff, and I was trying to clean up that area. I just went ahead and just killed it all, get it out of the way, and save my seeds because I knew I was going to be able to eat. I still have cucumbers sitting over there that I've grown. You know what I mean? Tomatoes that I still have sitting over there. I have 3 different varieties of basically, probably you call them cutie pies. They're the little oranges that are seedless.
Oh, like the
clementine.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The Royal Satsumas or whatever. Yeah. I grow 3 different varieties of those. I don't grow lemon and limes here at this current house I'm at because I transplanted a lot of my trees. I brought them here. I have several varieties of apple trees. I've grown some apples from seed, from organic apples. I have nut trees. I have all these things. I grow it all, and I don't have a big piece of property. I don't. Not the current house.
What kind of nuts do you grow? Do you just grow like almond and just basics?
I don't do almonds. I don't do almonds yet. I have 3 different varieties of pecan trees or pecan, however you want to say it. They're small. They're not going to produce. See, pecan trees or pecan trees. The bigger you buy them, the more they cost. If you're growing from a seed, it takes up even a small tree. Let's say a 4-foot, 5-foot tree, a pecan tree. It's only going to be about that big around. See?
Okay, so like a peanut, if that.
Yeah, like a whip. They're called like a whip. It kind of looks like
Okay.
a fishing pole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And more like a sea fishing pole, not like a freshwater fishing pole. It takes about 10 years, depending on the nut tree, depending on what you grow, walnuts, pecans, whatever. It takes about 10 years to produce an actual, what they call a fruit or a nut. So I think it was Confucius who said it back in the day. We're talking way back in the day. He said the best time to plant a tree was I think he said 10 years ago, and he said the next best time is now. You know what I mean? And it's true, because whatever you're doing, I mean, it takes time. You have to be patient to be a farmer.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people have forgotten where their food
Yeah,
comes
I'm sure.
from.
I mean, I agree 100%. Like, honestly, if I had the financial stability and the more knowledge behind my belt, I would probably open up my own little diner or restaurant, and I would have everything homegrown or whatever, you know, as long as it passed little FDA checks and shit or whatever bullshit.
Look up the YouTube. YouTube, there's so many great guys on YouTube that share some of their life and some of the things. There's a thing called urban farming.
Yeah, I've probably...
You ever seen their videos?
I probably crossed by like one or two.
Yeah, I mean, basically, there's some places out in California that I know of. Heck, one of the guys in Arizona, he's got a great gardening channel. I recommend it. I'm giving a shout out here to people. They don't even know I'm giving them shout outs. John somebody, I can't remember. He's got black hair. He travels, Hawaii, pretty much around, same temperament climates.
Yeah.
I would study up on Bill M. Moser. He's from Australia. Him and Jeff, but it's spelled funny, not like the Jeff, the Geoff.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff, but anyway, Bill came up with this idea, and it's called it's permaculture.
Okay.
And Jeff kind of followed up on it. Permaculture is a combination of two words for agriculture, and perma meaning permanent.
Yeah.
And these guys, with their idea, they basically replicated nature and said, look, nature doesn't produce fruit, vegetables, everything else in rows like we do, and we till the soil and everything else. They're the ones who come up with this idea and kind of alter it and change it. Look up permaculture, study that. I promise you can grow anywhere. These guys were actually some of the first guys to actually green the desert. And they started a project there, ran out of funds, because of different issues and regulations. They had to quit what they were doing, but they've gone back and revisited it, and it's still greening. It's reproducing, and they were growing stuff in sand, but they used water harvesting systems basically that are swells. So when it does rain, the water seeps into the swell and goes into the mountain or the hill, and in retention of water, it uses it. They use it in the most efficient way possible. It all comes down in different ways. But study it, understand it, and promise you, even the small thing, you can grow something small. If you've got a windowsill, you can grow something at your house where you're at now.
Oh, I'm sure I could. I have two at my disposal, so I'm sure I could probably grow quite a few things.
I would. I definitely would.
No, he can't.
I recommend it, man.
He can't grow his own hair, let alone grow plants.
Hey, do you not see this magnificent mane going on right now?
That's only because you haven't cut it in a long time.
Hey, don't give me your
Ooh,
crap.
Mufasa.
Watching. At least
Don't-
Chris can grow a beard.
Don't
say it again.
judge me.
Mufasa.
for that.
Come here, baby. Give me, baby. Yeah, that's what I thought.
But yeah. Let's see. So I know you were talking about wrapping it up.
Yeah, it's.
You want to do that?
Might as well. It's already 1 o'clock here. I'm sure it's 4 o'clock there.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, we're hitting the 1 o'clock hour.
Hold on.
Coast to coast.
PM. AM now for me. Well, go do your thing. Upload the video. I can't wait to see it tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then Friday we do the 20-hour video.
Better rest up.
Oh yeah. Thursday just crash out. Full 24 hours. Don't do anything. Wake up. Get the thermos full of coffee. Get like
Yeah. Explain that
10
to my
pack
wife and
IV.
yeah, my wife will kill me.
IV of coffee, just a little drip.
So will I.
Okay.
And your wife.
You would kill me because I decided to, like, 24 hours sleep just for a 20-hour live stream.
Actually, it's 20 hours and 1 second was the longest one I saw.
Okay, so we do 20 hours and a minute.
Yeah.
Like, we do the safety measure.
Why not just do 24 hours?
Yep.
Because that's 4 hours too long. We're not trying to beat it by 4 hours because someone will try and do a 48-hour live stream, and then we'll have to do a 72-hour live stream, and that just doesn't work.
Okay, so do 20 hours and 2 seconds.
That doesn't defeat the purpose. That's still just a mere second.
Exactly.
Do you know how many people are actually going to actually view this entire thing
You know,
for a couple of different reasons?
You keep going, Bill Clinton.
For a couple of different reasons. Do you know why?
Mm.
Because they're going to wonder what this is about. A, we've made the longest video on Casey Neistat
Mhm.
and our political issues, our controversy issues. They're going to watch this thing to the end. This is probably going to be your best video, bro. I guarantee it.
Oh,
For a
I'm
lot of
sure.
different reasons. Because A, we broke a milestone already. B, if we do that second video, people are going to want to beat it. They're going to look and see what we did. How can these guys talk for that long on whatever subject it is? How could they? Why would they?
I can't even hold a flipping conversation.
I say you commercial this thing. I say you put so many ads in this thing, it's not even funny, bro.
Put an ad every, 30 minutes.
Yeah. You can space them out. I think there's a lot of possibilities with this video. I really do.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you take you look at PewDiePie. So many people look at PewDiePie like he has the most subscribers. Well, you know what? What's the guy's name? Psy with Gangnam Style. They look at that video and they're like,
Yeah.
this thing's got the most views. Why does that have the most views?
Do me a favor.
And then they end up watching it.
Look it up, and because you can look on your end right now and see how many views and likes and everything it's gotten, dislikes.
I can't right now. I don't have my. If I turn it on, I'm gonna kill that. I'm gonna kill the feed for sure. My battery's low. It's been plugged in the whole time.
What about you, Caleb?
I can try. Let's see. Please work. Please work. Okay, we're good. We are A-okay. Okay, no one is watching right now.
It shows 2 watching on my end.
Okay, well, right now, no one is watching. The stream started 2 hours ago. I wonder what happens if I hit play.
Oh no! Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll probably screw up the feed.
Can you refresh it and see?
Yeah, now I got 0 watching.
No,
No, I got 2 watching again.
you got 2 watching again?
Yeah, it says 2
And I'm
watching.
probably watching. Yeah, I'm one of the 2 right now, so
I might be the other.
maybe. But
Because it's
yeah.
his live stream.
What's the dislike and the like ratio?
4 and 4 right now. It's all tied up.
Ooh, we got to keep going.
Okay.
Fucking
Well, now
rebel.
it's 5 because I just liked it.
You broke the tie.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Just-
9 more minutes will be 6 hours.
Try clicking.
We can go 9 minutes, man.
All right, we'll go
Come-
9 minutes. We'll make it an even 6 hours.
Woohoo! 6-hour video. Wow! I remember working
This
that
is a
long.
movie. This is longer than a movie. Hey, that makes me wonder what that guy. I mean, I haven't seen the video yet, but I was curious when I asked the question. If he put something up for 20 hours in 1 second, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Now we're all curious.
Oh, that's a good
Oh,
question.
now
I wonder
he
what
was-
he was
look.
talking about.
Curious minds like to know.
Exactly. See, when they see 6 hours on this video, guarantee people, every top YouTuber is going to want to come see this because they've all been challenged to make a challenge of this video. Every single one has been challenged to make a challenge of this video,
Mhm.
right or wrong.
No,
I-
Every
I'm
top
pretty-
YouTuber,
That's pretty
every top
accurate.
YouTuber, every top YouTuber has been challenged to make it. It's that challenge from that individual, Casey Neistat. B, it's political, and all the political things that are going on. I'm telling you, once he uploads this thing, this will be his best video yet. It will.
Oh yeah.
I have no questions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to go to the video right now. Let's see. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. 2 hours later.
Because here we are talking. Because we're talking about a guy that did 20 in 1 second, 20 hours in 1 second, and now we're looking at some guy's record to beat it. We don't even know what he talked about.
We have no idea, but whatever the case may be, I'm sure we could probably come up with
We can surely do it. And I think we can do it entertainingly, like we just did.
Especially if I get a fresh mind on me. My mind's like,
oh yeah.
You can't get a lobotomy between now and then and be in the hill.
yeah, there's no help for me. Well, where'd it go? Well, damn it.
Caleb, where do you live in no, never mind. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me on live stream. I know you're in California. We'll discuss it later.
20-hour live stream. It says
gaming.
No, it says marathon.
We're
beating
probably, that. So it probably is just revolving around like.
No. Oh, stop! No, stop!
No copyrighted infringement allowed on this channel.
No, that's why I was trying to. I was like, stop! I didn't go over the 30-second mark. I didn't go over the 30. You have 30 seconds.
I didn't even really hear it.
Play, and I didn't go over the 30-second mark.
Oh, yeah. It's okay. I know. Okay, I see what it's doing. I see what that guy's doing. So basically, it's basically like a marathon of playing probably a sandbox game. So, for example, Chris, if you decided to do an open sandbox game of Minecraft for 20 hours straight, that's basically what he.
Whatever, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. That's basically what's happening. But instead of doing a sandbox game, we're actually talking, debating, making fun of.
I know one person that'll watch this video from beginning to end, even if they gotta pause it and come back. Is my red?
I think I already called out her name.
My Red Panda. I guarantee, and that's not her YouTube channel. Her channel is Red Panda, but she's My Red Panda.
I see.
I think so too.
You think what?
I think a lot. I think a lot of our local mutual subscribers gonna look at this video and be like, "Holy crap!" If I saw 6 hours, I'd be like, "Oh, there's my day right there."
Yeah.
Like I remember.
But I don't think we've got off topic. We may have jumbled some stuff, but I don't think we got off topic when we had a dead airspace. Not really.
We did a few times, but even like when you went off air
for like 30 seconds.
No, you
for
went
like 30 seconds.
For 30 seconds.
Oh, no. Well, no, I meant, but did you not entertain them?
I tried.
Did you not give a value for their time?
Are you not entertained?
That's a good impression.
I tried. Oh, what was it?
It still says we got 2 watching, but no one's commenting. They may have fell asleep listening.
I think that's us. I think that's okay. Look at myself. Wait, there's somebody comment on one of mine. Aqua Smosh is commenting on one of my videos.
Oh snap!
Okay, now we got 0. Now it went 0-5. Now back to 2.
Whoa, serious flux there, man.
Well, they're probably watching it from the beginning, like, holy crap, this thing's 6 hours long.
This has to be my. Like I said, if we're gonna, I don't know, like the coast to coast PM thing we're thinking about doing. We're gonna.
I'm down for that.
We're gonna. No, that's if we did that, we're gonna have to get
smaller increments on the next on those shows. We'll make it a time limit, but I think we should go for the goal. I think we should go for the record, and I think this is a good trial right here.
Oh yeah, this was ecstatic. Even if I did show up halfway into the show, this was really fun, and I thought, just sitting down for 3 hours was going to be horrible because I'm usually up and about. But no, it was quite nice. It was refreshing. I didn't feel like I was, having to sit down and.
This is how me and Rebel talk all the time when we're in private chat.
All the time. I think we've all went and took a pee break, and we all took a smoke break.
My break's been right here. Everybody knows I smoke. Everybody knows I smoke on camera and streams and everything else. So,
Yeah. Um,
hey, we got a third viewer.
awesome.
Are we
That's
doing like football right now and we're just playing out the clock?
I think so. We're just trying to kill as much time as possible. Like,
I don't think we're killing the clock. I think we should cover some topics while we're still here.
I think the one major topic that kind of comes to me is basically like the one that's been drugged and thrown around since 2008 is the marijuana topic. I'm sure you guys have a bit more conservative views about it, but to me, it's like
I live in the Bible Belt. Yeah.
Yeah. So to me,
you guys live in the Grove Belt. You live in the Triangle.
Yeah, we
Well, I'm voting yes on it, and the reason
I would vote yes.
The reason I'm voting yes on it is because it's no different than alcohol. If you want to use it responsibly, and there's medical uses for it as well. If you want to use it responsibly, sit home, have a couple little tokes while you're watching, your favorite TV show, whatever. Go to bed, maybe have some orange fingers, after eating a bag of Cheetos. I got no problem against that.
I'm gonna disagree.
Okay.
This is why. Alcohol has killed people. Marijuana, there's no cases where it's actually killed somebody from ODing. No one's ever OD'd on it.
That was going to be my next point. No one's ever died from fucking smoking marijuana. The worst thing you do is wake up with orange fingers.
Yeah, the issue with your statement of how it's a bad thing that no one has died from it is because no one has been up. No one has been up long enough to be able to smoke the toxic limit of marijuana. Like if I had 5 pounds of marijuana and I tried to smoke all 5 pounds, I probably wouldn't even get through half a pound. I would probably crash out by like the rounding out of the quarter, and then still have 4 3/4 pounds left. There's no way I'm gonna die from that.
Did you hear Wiz Khalifa was hospitalized for smoking too much? But I mean, he was smoking in different ways. He's the only person I ever known. And he also from the rumor that I heard, he offered to pay somebody. It was like a ridiculous, like 6 figures, like $100,000, just to roll joints for him. That may be rumor. Maybe I don't know. Maybe true. I heard that.
Now I want to know what you disagreed with. What I said, Rebel. What was that? What was the?
You said there was no difference. There was no difference between alcohol and.
No, I didn't mean no difference as like a health difference. I'm not saying that. No, if you overdo the alcohol, yes, it can kill you. It can cause you problems in the future.
Back to moderation.
Moderation, it's healthy for you.
But I'm saying even if you don't do it in moderation, marijuana is better for you.
And just to be clear, I haven't smoked marijuana in years. Just so everybody knows that.
Me either.
For me, I think there's just to go back even way back in the day, cannabis was used for practically almost everything from paper to sails to.
We're 6 hour mark. 6 hours, 16 seconds, 18 seconds.
Keep going.
Okay, keep going. I'm gonna chug through this. We've as humans used it for many different things, and why try and to use it in a very loose term, demonize it as this gateway drug? In reality, the gateway drugs are alcohol and pills. Think about it.
And cigarettes.
Well, and look at the money, the revenue that that weed's going to bring in, because they're going to sell it at stores like cigarettes.
If you're
over 21, you can buy them, like a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
So it's going to bring in revenue into the stores, which is going to make the stores going to be able to lower the prices on their foods and their drinks and stuff like that, and they're going to be able to hire more people.
Oh yeah, and the problem I have with how California is approaching the issue is that, well, according to the state law, it's legal, but if a cop pulls you over, but federally it's highly illegal.
Right. Especially like in California where you're mass producing it in certain places, and you're hoping you don't get robbed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The problem with that
grow houses.
The thing I like about that law, if it passes, is then from at that point on, if you're over 21, you fall within the guidelines of being able to use it, and grow it, and there's a certain amount of plants you can grow. I believe it's 5.
Yeah.
Um, there's no more fucking. Oh, I'm gonna kick your door in because you got weed.
Right.
So they don't have that probable cause to come breaking into your house for no reason. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? That's
Yeah,
one less.
and I have and,
Go
and
ahead.
I have issue with probable cause and how it's loosely interpreted by all police. Because here's the thing, I respect police officers, but they're not lawyers. They don't study the law on that end. They do their job in that branch of government. We have 3 branches of government: executive, that's the branch that they're in. They just follow. They're not legislative. They don't write the law. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they don't go to law school, so they don't understand the law. They're there to enforce the law, and they don't really know it. Which it's okay, but probable cause, you still have to have a search warrant signed by a judge.
Yeah. That's a kind of.
Unless they physically see you
Mhm.
breaking the law, and
Mhm.
and that's a harmless law. You're not hurting anyone but yourself unless you're growing tons of marijuana, and then they can get you for distribution. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Then
yeah.
you can be harming other people. That's the only
Yeah.
aspect.
But the issue I have with law enforcement, now granted, I do have some family in law enforcement, so it's a little bit of a issue with me, is that I've encountered a couple law enforcement officers who were relatively okay, but
Yeah.
there's some out there that take themselves too seriously. I'm sure you
Oh,
met
yeah.
this before. And
Yeah.
for me, it's like, why are you giving me the 3rd degree? Because I didn't know this was a bad thing. Sorry that I was, not paying attention that that close to what I am allowed and not allowed to do.
Yeah, but you do that in front of a judge, he's going to tell you ignorance is no excuse for the law.
And
Oh,
here's
yeah.
the sad thing: we have so many laws that I guarantee all 3 of us have broke a law today that we didn't even realize.
Like bathing in
All 3
oranges.
of us.
You break a law as soon
Uh-huh.
as you open your eyes.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get me for bathing in oranges. God forbid I do that.
Is
Yeah,
that a
God
law
knows
in the books in
we
California?
don't want you to smell like citrus.
Is
God
that
forbid.
is that a law on
Or
the
better
books
yet,
in California?
No. Nah,
Because we
he's a
have
wise
stupid
guy.
laws. We have stupid laws
actually,
like
actually, that is a law. That is illegal.
To bathe in
you can't
Cannot.
oranges?
bathe in oranges in California.
Yeah,
State law.
another one. Another ridiculous law is that you cannot fish while riding a giraffe. That's a
And here's the
law.
sad thing: they had to pass that law because somebody did.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We have a South Carolina law that says you cannot keep a horse in a bathtub.
I've seen that. In Philadelphia, it is illegal to sleep on top of your fridge while outside.
Yep.
I got one for you. I downloaded an app that was all these strange laws, and
Mm-hmm.
that are on the books. You cannot have sex with your newly married wife with your mother-in-law in the room.
Why not?
That's
She
the
wants
law.
to
That's
watch.
it.
I'm down.
It's
Oh, I
like
know.
what the
Well,
fuck?
anything other than missionary, you're breaking the law.
Or
Oh, yeah.
firing gun. And I think part of the law was firing while firing guns in the air.
In Texas, it is illegal to have more than 8 women in a room at a time, or else it will be deemed a brothel.
What about schools? That's
I
crazy.
think they need to be legally consenting adults.
That's crazy.
And yes, Rebel, I have heard that about the anything but missionary. I've heard that before.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a terrible, terrible law.
Which we break that law, all of us, every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're married, once a month.
Roughly.
Come on, don't lie. Like every month.
Um,
Depends how long you've been married. If you're
there
in that
was
newly stage,
another.
you're good.
There was
You're a
another law.
law-breaking citizen.
Yep. There was a law in Arizona that stated that a woman cannot own more than 3 dildos at a time. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a law.
I hadn't heard of that one.
Actually,
That one I hadn't heard.
just so you guys know, all laws, I learned this in my DUI class that I went to. all laws are still on the books. They're just whether you want the specific state wants to enforce them or not.
Well, that's going back. I saw Caleb when you were on. Here's the crazy thing. The reason I brought up Monsanto earlier, and they have a patent on all this in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's like, they're gonna look at me crazy when I say that. If anybody watch the rest of this video, even you two, are gonna look at me crazy. Do you know it's against the law to sell, buy, or trade or give away food?
Yep,
I heard of that law.
I've heard of it too.
It's illegal if you grow food and you sell, buy, trade, or give it to somebody who's hungry. I'm talking about a starving person, a starving relative. It's against the law and federal law.
Yep. Yep. No,
And
some people.
here's the thing.
Wasn't it here in Bakersfield, Caleb? That had that problem where there was this family. There's people, and they were giving out burritos,
Food?
chips, and a soda. And the burritos were in the package. All they did was pop them in the microwave, heat them up. Everything was closed, and they got sued because they got in trouble by the fucking courts because they didn't have a peddler's license and they didn't have a fruit preparer's license.
Right. See,
what had happened was
I'm talking about even by selling the seed to grow and produce your own food, because they passed so many laws, it's illegal for you to do it. It's illegal.
even though they're technically doing it on a federal level and a state level right now.
But it's illegal for us to do it. It's okay for them to do it. It's against the law for us to do it. Unless you pay, because they have everything's there, but the enforcement, the laws have all been passed, and I can go into tons of those laws. But the enforcement for them to come and arrest you for growing whatever it may be that you grow. And I know people who grow crazy things like elephant ears. I've never ate them because most people think that they're poison or toxic. I've never ate those. Or Caro, you know what I mean? I don't eat those things. I've never been hungry or had inquisitive to try it.
Yeah.
You looking it up, Bakersfield?
Huh?
I thought you were looking it up.
No, I was somebody who commented on one of my videos.
But
it goes back to what he said. He said if they control the water, the food, it's not long. If you take away the right for people to grow their own food,
yeah, that's a problem. But
to feed themselves.
Yeah, that's even a bigger problem. To kind of enlighten the story that had happened here in our wonderful, wonderful city of Bakersfield, California. Man, and I think like his family or whatever, they were noticing a lot of like homeless people, like in Oildale or whatever the case. They were like, well, we need to do something about it. So what they did was they bought like boxes upon boxes, like crates of just frozen food, reheated it, gave like a bag of chips and a water, Kool-Aid or whatever, and they were handing out over like a hopscotch away from like one of the homeless shelters or whatever the case was.
Yeah.
But what had happened was they were cited with not having a resales permit, which is I think what you're trying to get at, not a peddler's permit, but a resales permit.
No, it is a peddler's permit. You got to sell food up and down the street or on the street in a public place. You have to have a peddler's license.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and they didn't have anything that notified them that they were food safety certified.
Mm-hmm.
And so what the court did was basically they like fined them. It was like a really minuscule amount. It was a slap on the wrist because they knew they were trying to do something good.
Right.
They weren't doing it like by the books or whatever, which is rather bullshit.
Right.
Anyway, so they gave them like a really minuscule fine. It was like it was between like $500 to $1,000 because if they have enough money to buy crates of food, then they should be able to cover a $1,000 fine.
Right.
So
it's all about the revenue.
Yeah. So basically, that's what basically happened. And to me, there was a lot of backlash from the community about it, and even then, they pitched in and all that. I remember.
Same thing happened here.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow.
In the city I'm in, there's a place that's notorious for it's called Chapin Park. It's in the middle of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where I live. Chapin Park. is notorious for having homeless people there. A
Mhm.
preacher took food that was left over that they were going to throw away, from that Sunday, and went and fed the homeless
Mhm.
for free in that park. He was
Mhm.
jailed, fined, and arrested. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And he had a long battle over that. And they passed a law where you cannot feed the homeless. You cannot give them food.
That-
What makes it even stranger is the governor, which I praise our governor for a lot of things that she's done for the state of South Carolina.
Mhm.
Nikki Haley is our governor. She's done a lot of great things. The only thing there's two things I don't praise her for. They got a
Mhm.
law passed that it is illegal to be destitute, basically homeless, in the city of Columbia, South Carolina, where our capital is.
What?
Yes,
That-
it is illegal to be homeless in the state capital of South Carolina. Now, they're not saying they take them to FEMA camps, but it's pretty much the same thing. Once you go under that, once you're arrested and go under that, if you're caught,
Mhm.
being homeless, because here's the crazy thing about being homeless: if you don't have a permanent address, you're considered a terrorist under the new laws, the FBI laws. You're a domestic terrorist.
What?
Yeah. How crazy is that? I mean, people down on their luck because they don't have a permanent address. If they're homeless in the city, in
All right, YouTube. Now we're at the end of the video. I don't know why it cut off in the video in the live stream when it did. The live stream lasted probably another 30, 40 minutes, something like that, and it cut off. So I don't know if it was if it cut off the stream or if it cut off when I re-downloaded the uh, video so I could edit it. I don't know if it cut it off there. If that's the limit that this particular downloader would allow to download. I don't know, but I was going through to make sure everything looked good, and it was cut off at the end when it wasn't supposed to be. So I did not remove that. It is, but somehow it's gone. I feel that I've removed everything that I can remove to be left alone by Google and YouTube, and a few other things that I wanted to remove because I felt it was the right thing to do. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Also, everything in this stream, now video, all three of us, it's our own personal views. Everybody in the comments, it's our own personal views. Um, we debate back and forth, and that's a good thing to have a healthy debate back and forth, as you see off and on throughout the whole stream. Um, and sometimes you just gotta, like I say in my videos, you gotta agree to disagree. So anyway, I hope you like this video, this stream slash video now, and rate, comment, subscribe, and I will see you guys on the next one. But remember, anybody we may have talked about that's a YouTuber in this video, please do not go witch hunt their channel. That was not the intent of this video, or live stream rather. We were giving our opinions and what we thought, and show improving facts to you guys on certain things, to open your eyes, and also we to learn ourselves, not just from you guys as the fans, but from each other as well. A lot of times me and Rebel will sit and talk in private conversation, private chat, and I'll teach him things and he'll teach me things, and so neither one of us are above learning something new. And sometimes it coincides with what we already believe or what we already think, and other times it don't. It just gets our minds thinking. Um, this was a very long stream, very long night. As you could tell, there were certain times where I would just sit there and let them talk, um, and not say anything until something would come up, and I'd be like, okay, that's enough. I got to say something because that's something I absolutely don't agree on, um, and that's okay. That's called a healthy debate. Um, those are awesome, and I welcome them in my streams, my videos, my comments. I welcome a healthy debate, a respectful, healthy debate, and I think that's what this was. I think it, not just to give you guys some information, but a little debate back and forth between us, as people and as friends, um, talking back and forth, and you guys were involved in the conversation on some of it. So again, I appreciate you guys coming, and rate, comment, subscribe. Make sure you go check out Rebel's channel and Caleb's channel. He Anybody that was in the stream before, go ahead and make comments on this video. If you already comment on this video, I would greatly appreciate it if you comment on it again now that it's re-uploaded. And I'm going to go ahead and cut this off now because now I've added more time to the video, which is already over 6 hours long, which was initially a stream. So anyway, rate, comment, subscribe. Feel free to use my PayPal button. It would greatly be appreciated. And I will see you guys on the next one.